are. So we're streaming live now. Now let me bring the other thing back up here, and okay, refresh the page, and then we will. It's amazing that I have internet. We literally, for hours and hours, while I was dealing with an emergency of my own at home, we literally had PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, right outside my fucking door, working on the telephone poles because our lines had collapsed. So
Wow.
it's that bad. I'll try and give people some hint of the situation as let's see if we got some echoes going, and but honestly I really have to just take time to I'll try and give people breathe and what breaths I can take in this atmosphere. The weather, the air quality in San Francisco is not that bad because we have a marine climate. Shit, why did I just do that? Okay. I did it because quality in San Francisco is not that bad because we have a marine climate. Good. We've got echo. Let's try that another time and see if we can get more echo.
All right, just give me a cue as to when to get started, and
we're live streaming now, so you can go ahead and talk trivia.
Okay.
Both of you gentlemen, I invite you both to just talk shit.
Wow, talking shit's not really my forte because I always seem to have something lined up as far as news is concerned. But
no need for any important news till we officially start the program. By the way, I want to say hi to Marcus Grix in Australia. Marcus Grix is with us, and which is quite the accomplishment because Australia is 17 fucking hours ahead of us at least. And so how he keeps track of the time, I have no idea. For him, it's like the middle of the next day, literally. But when it's in news items, I consider them of enough relevance where you might want to wait until we're actually broadcasting. Now, let me see here. Let me shut this down. Unsafe changes. Just let me. Is this the? I have to ascertain. I'll just press save. Here we are. Have to ascertain if this is the promotional banner. Yes. Okay. So there's several different promotional banners. And there's the ones that Our Lady Selena Khan posts that I cannot edit. And then there's the edited ones, the ones I can edit, which I posted. So you have to let me think aloud while I take care of that. So that at least takes care of some of the trivial talk for this part of the program. Now both you gentlemen can take over. You can start.
All right. So I'm going to start by asking Derek if there's anything interesting, any interesting developments you've realized going on in your life, or anything, just something we can use as banter for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, go.
I've been going to the pool every day, and I've been practically working myself to death. I'm like so tired, I think I'm gonna have to cut out the pool on Wednesdays and Sundays. Well, I haven't been going on Sundays, but man, I've been working myself to death. I've been overworking myself at that pool, but it's because I'm getting ready to go back to work here pretty soon, and I want to be fit. I want to be ready when it's time for me to go back to work.
Yeah. Given that your profession is one where you're going to be sitting down for a long period, that's extremely important. So you have to continue to keep as mobile as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a very good point.
If you could relate to, I guess, the listeners, what it's like sitting down for hours and driving. What kind of toll does it start to take on you? When do you start to feel tired?
Well, it takes a toll on your body, but luckily trucks nowadays are built better than they were built before. The technology is a little bit better, so it's a little bit more comfortable. When I hit the bumps and drive on rough roads, it doesn't take as much of a toll on my body as it used to, because it used to be rough. Just sitting down and not. With my job, I don't even pick up anything heavy. But it'll take a toll on your back because the seats weren't made comfortable, and you're just on a rough road, and it's just shaking your spine up and down while you're sitting. But now the seats are like Cadillac seats. You know what I'm saying? You drive a boat. We're getting rid of all the internationals. It's got the air ride suspension, so you roll right over a rough road like you're driving the Cadillac. So You know, the trucks are built a lot better now than when I first started trucking. But even from when I first started trucking, it took a lot of toll on my body. And even though I'm a local driver, because I did go over the road for a short time. I was working for a company driving local, but they also had some team operations over the road. And we would take off from East Chicago, Indiana, and we would go up to Minneapolis, Minnesota, do a couple of stops up there. And once we emptied out, instead of going back to reload in East Chicago, they would send us down to McIntosh, Alabama to reload. And that was, you know, I love to drive, you know, because I'm listening to audio books, I'm listening to, you know, podcasts, I'm listening to Douglas Dietrich. So
thank you.
You know, and the driving part, sitting down, you just have to every couple of hours. Like if you have a long run, like if I'm going to Birmingham, I stop at least once and get out and walk around my truck and do some stretching. And they teach you some stretches to do when you're just sitting there. Because right now, our biggest problem in the trucking industry is the standards for passing the DOT physical. You'd have to damn near be a supermodel the way they with all the you know, they want you to have like 10% body fat, and you know, they look at your height and your weight, and if you're overweight for your height, you know, they use the same standards as the Army uses. You know what I'm saying? And these are people who eat potato chips all day and drink beer when they get out of work. You know? so nobody, you know, it's real hard to pass the DOT physical. You know, my job gives bonuses if you bring a driver aboard. And one time I brought a driver aboard, real big guy. I mean, he was it. I mean, he was a candidate, and my job liked him. They liked his resume. He was in. But when he went to go take his DOT physical, he was so fat that they would only give him a DOT medical card for 3 months. And at my job, if you don't get one for at least 1 year, for your initially getting hired, then they won't hire you. So it's happened to me before, to where my blood pressure was so elevated that they gave me a 3-month card and say, well, you better get your blood pressure back down, or else we're gonna, you know, the next time you take your DOT physical, you're gonna be out of work. Ooh. So you know, I've cut out sodas pretty much. I mean, every once in a while I'll drink a Sprite or something like that, but as far as Coca-Colas and all that stuff, I cut them out completely because, you know, I had to, especially it's coming up, I have to take, November 1st, my medical card is going to expire. But, you know, I'm in a lot better state because I've been, you know, working out and everything. And plus I lost a lot of weight from the cancer. So...
Yes, talk about a mixed blessing there. Yes, his weight loss secret of the ages. As I said, friends coming up to him, "Oh man, Dirk, you look great. What's your secret?" "Yeah, I caught cancer." Yeah, and that's the
an alternative is catching parasites. You know.
Yeah. Yes. There you go. Tapeworms and shit.
Intestinal worms and whatnot. You know, that'll thin you down real fast.
Yes, that's right. You'll be feeding that passenger. It's like being pregnant or something like that. Incredible. But okay, thank you for sharing that, Derek. We've got 9 minutes to the top of the hour, and I'm so glad to have these gentlemen here with me to back me up. I will return to just trying to get my head together, and both these gentlemen will continue along the vein of where they're going now. I mean, this is perfect. This is semi-trivial talk, and it's I still think it's quite relevant. You know, it's not as it's not as bad as, say, if they were talking sports. Now that would be irrelevant to the point of almost irritating, but but you're welcome to do so. At this point, beggars can't be choosers. I'm not going to be picky. So yes, all right. Brendan Zoget says he's going to try and join us at about 10:30ish actually, 10:30ish, and which would be my time, of course. But anyhow, So he's experiencing what I'm experiencing in his part of the state of California. So anyhow, let you go, guys, get back to business, and I'll just shut up for a moment.
All right. Well, wow, trivial talk. Okay. I could go into I don't know. I don't have anything interesting per se aside from some of the more occult stuff that interests me. Needless to say, I've been doing some experimenting. I've started to find that a lot of things that people recommend people do or not do seem pretty intuitive, but I've started to learn that the real power comes from doing things that are counterintuitive. One thing I'm experimenting with, I suppose, is a means of hexing and cursing targets in which one uses one's own blood. What one does one would create a sort of fetish or sigil in which you have put as much of your own blood on it as possible. And while holding that, you would try to imagine yourself as the target. And what this does is this creates a sort of sympathetic bond. So as the target, you will probably project into the target's mind all types of manner of emotional distress and all types of crazy negative things, and just see what happens. And so far, it doesn't seem, again, the idea of such things backfiring, I think, is more or less an idea put out there to stop people from just becoming curse maniacs and, everyone and their mother cursing everybody else. Because I imagine that would be a pretty healthy society.
There was this one guy who was being interviewed on Coast to Coast AM once who was, I think he was claiming to be of Native American descent, may well have been, I don't know, but he was saying essentially he was claiming he had entered communities where he felt people were doing just that. If there are communities where everyone is of a like mind, then that's conceivable. But at any rate, the way he was describing it, of course, these were smaller towns that are isolated or something like that, and he wasn't presenting it in a very anthropological manner. It was more like anecdotal. But the way he was describing it, I didn't take what he was saying very seriously, but I'm certain many people did. I think a lot of people overly concern themselves with potentially being the targets of hexes, and
what that does is that opens one up.
Proverbs chapter 26, verse 2. It says, "As the bird by wandering, as the swallow by flying, so the curse causeless shall not come." So there's a verse in the Bible letting us know that curses are real, and people can send curses to you, but a curse causeless shall not land on you. Because there's I forget the other. There's a parallel verse to this. I believe in Malachi or one of the other books of the Bible in the Old Testament. But it was talking about how if someone sends a curse towards you and that curse is causeless, that curse won't land on you.
Well, I don't know what they mean by causeless, but I would say that I would wish that reality were that simple. In all honesty, what I will say is the target doesn't have to believe that they're cursed. You can have a target that believes that they're impervious to it, and that will actually be part of what might set them up for being fucked with even more. So. In all honesty, it's not that cut and simple. There's no real, oddly enough, the only defense to such things is, I suppose, trying to find a way to eat them and convert their energy, or going with the shitty circumstances and trying to ride something good from it. It's again, these things aren't really that simple.
Well, complicated. Right. In that vein, I would say that I think that it just depends. Really, it's case by case. There are people whose faith is strong enough where they do seem fairly impervious to some kind of ill will. As for the causelessness, that would mean without karma, without basis for a curse. Somebody doing this out of their own spite, as opposed
like
to
there's this pastor in Michigan, I believe. I don't know whether it's Kalamazoo. Well, there's this pastor who just got arrested. He was paying young boys to have sex with his wife, and so all these pastors out here that claim that that they're holy and they're doing the right thing, they're really doing some shady things behind the scenes, a lot of them. So if you send a curse towards someone that way, and they seem holy in the eyes of all the people, but they're doing stuff in the back rooms, that curse is going to land on them. But if you got someone who's truly got a good heart and doing the right thing, like Douglas said, if the curse is baseless, if all through Proverbs, it tells you that the man of anger, his rod of anger will fail. The evil man who has a rod of anger, his rod will fail. And
I get what they say biblically, but the problem is the real world is far more complex. What I'm getting at is this: even if you have someone, in fact, what I do know about good people.
Selena's with
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no worries, honey. No worries, honey. That's fine. In terms of what we were doing right now, we're just holding a round table on discussions to keep us to the top of the hour. And we can continue with the discussion at a later time. I think that both JMO and or Jameson, and I always think JMO is almost slightly disrespectful. I'm not quite sure if you're comfortable with that. Do you prefer Jameson or Jim?
Hi, Jameson. Hi, Derek.
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, Selena, how are you?
Yes. I was just going to say that both of them are speaking of the subject of curses and whatnot, and it's. I think they both made their points very well.
Well, I just want to close out by saying.
Oh, I love what Jameson covers. Everybody loves it. Sarah Shield is in love with Jameson.
Oh, wonderful! Oh, yeah. Delightful. Yes.
Oh, shout out to Sarah Shield and Lena Shea and. Who else? George Knight, expecting a baby girl.
Oh, yes.
Miguel, and who else? Maria, Veronica. Yeah, everybody, hugs. Yeah, we're going to have a good time tonight, speaking about many subjects.
That's delightful. So, yes, Jameson said he wanted to close out. So round up what you were going to say, Jameson. So it's the top of the hour. So, yes, if you can.
Close out
take it away, yeah.
I've known many people, and I've known many good people in my life who have suffered horrendous hardships. You can fill billions of pages with people who are good people who have suffered needless suffering.
Yes.
So for us to say that having a good heart protects you it's, as I stated before, it's a lot more complex than that.
Oh, yeah.
The metaphysical world, the world of the arcane, it's a world that's open to mystery. And I think that, what understanding they might have had in the times of writing the Bible would have to be amended now because of all that we've uncovered now. This is information that has to continually be updated like science.
Well, I think that other people have made that point. It's certainly, of course, there are other elements of our cosmos that are quite timeless, and the metaphysics are somewhat beyond the ephemeral. So with that, we can take some faith in the eternal. In the meantime, I do want to emphasize the fact that, yes, the important thing to remember is that bad things do happen to good people, but we always must remember that the evil and the bad that happens is as divine as the blessings, because all of that is part of the cosmic ecology. It is that which basically causes some people to stray or to break or to become evil themselves, is these horrid events, these tribulations. And then what you have at that point is a kind of another candidate for a cosmic recycling. If they do fall into the behavior where they in turn basically become evil and do evil, then they themselves fall into the klipothic, the lower realms, and ultimately kind of like the the mulch, the various kind of recycling efforts that we go through. Within time, it all comes back again. And with that, we're going to start the show formally. It's 2 minutes after the top of the hour. And I want to thank everybody who's here. I'm going to go into the live chat and actually let everyone know why we're concentrating so heavily on the roundtable tonight. It's very reassuring to see Maria Michaela Grigorich there. Hey, honey, love you dearly. Beyond expression. Hope to speak to you sometime soon. But literally, it's been hell throughout the day today, and it's been hell lately with the challenges we've been dealing with. And so Marcus Grick says, my brother DD, how are you? Fires are intense, eh? Yes. And he says, yes, he's in the future. He's a full day ahead of us, 17 time zones ahead of us. And of course, one thing I want to emphasize, after saying hi to Arietis of Rigor Mortis and everyone else who is joining us tonight, I want everyone to know that I am hanging on by the fingernails. My world is burning down around me, both physically and metaphorically. We have had several blackouts today. I am not in a good mood at all. It is a miracle that I am on. Until minutes agone, we had the Pacific Gas and Electric, our local utilities monopoly, which is, by the way, as a corporate entity, which is treated like a human being, like an individual, is a convicted felon and a mass murderer by their own admission. So, yes, they've gone to court for people who have died in multiple fires, and they've taken responsibility for multiple fires. Now, I think that this is basically a bum rap, and I'm glad that they're still functioning. They're basically like a paroled mass murderer who's on some kind of what would you call it? Somebody who's on watch for good behavior or something like that. And, yeah, and they're trying to do their job. And basically, it was a railroad job, because what we had were Republican insurgents. I am not exaggerating. Don't take this as something absurd to say. There are Republican insurgents, Reds, in the blue state of California who have literally been setting these fires, and they've been doing so by cutting PG&E lines. Now, right in front of my fucking door, right out my window, we had PG&E working for hours to re-string some of these lines that were cut. And they were cut right outside of my home, which tells you something. So I was taken out electronically, and PG&E was kind enough to put it back up. Now, it's remarkable the kind of service that I actually get when you think about it. When I was able to reach a supervisor the other day at Comcast, who, of course, many people have had negative experiences with big corporations. By the way, Underfell Girl Sands is in the chat room. That's Sarah Shields. She says, hi, everyone. Have a great transmission, Douglas and friends. Hey, honey, we were just talking about you. In the positive. Hope you've heard it. And, of course, Jameson Reese, and she's such a fan of yours. Do say hi to her.
Hi, Sarah Shields.
Yeah. And so one of these days we'll have to bring her on for a little bit to talk a little bit about her past, since she has such an intense past herself, and has been through the ringer, like many people, and like many adult mature female has just been through it all. And we were very lucky to have Maria Grigorich on with us in the past, and her daughter was on with us as well, who then later on became I guess she didn't like me or something, and was telling Maria's sister about me, that she was worried about Maria listening to me for too often. But Maria and her sister understand each other, and that went by pretty quickly. So all of that aside, I want to emphasize the fact that when I called Comcast and did bring up the fact that I had been knocked off bandwidth months ago, just months ago, before COVID-19 really took off and shut everything down, and therefore prevented me from speaking to supervisorial staff any earlier, what with all of their lines being closed to the public for the longest time, as they started trying to cycle people into working at home and the like. they actually gave me $100 credit. So that was incredible. I don't even need to pay my bill this month. And the next month when I pay it, it'll be only like a quarter of $100, $25 or so, maybe even less. Jim Davis says, Mr. D, my blessing, sir. Yes, hello, Jim Davis. Good to see you, sir. He's been with us forever. Jim Davis has been following me since like 2012 or something like that. So with that, what I'm going to tell everyone is that I am going to just kind of sit back and gather my head and try to breathe, and also try to rehydrate myself. When I'm going to turn things over to the round table, Selena Kahn, Jameson Reese, and Derek Talley. I'm going to ask us to go off the subject of curses and hexes and turn towards... Yes, turn towards...
Well, there is something interesting I found. In California, there was a blaze caused by fireworks at a gender reveal party.
Yes. If
you can imagine someone being that fucking stupid.
Jameson, let me put this into perspective for you. Yeah, and I want you to look this up, and you can verify everything I'm saying. And that's not just to Jameson, that's to all of us. They have to outlaw gender reveal parties. The gender reveal parties have for years now been triggering the biggest wildfires we've ever fucking seen. And I don't know how they even allow them anymore. Every goddamn gender reveal party causes a fucking fire. And there's nothing funny about this. It's at this point, I mean, it's morbidly entertaining, morbidly amusing, but at this point, it's just fucking, it's beyond insane. Who the fuck cares what gender your goddamn baby is? This is what I don't get. And they hold these fucking parties where they, like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, like delivering the baby on site or something. And it's like, we don't know what the gender is until it pops out of the womb. What the fuck? Who the fuck cares? But they're killing people. These people are having these goddamn gender reveal parties, and people are fucking dying. Beyond that, millions of animals are dying, which, of course, as Jameson would probably sympathize with me, I care about a lot more. But in terms...
This point.
Yes, but honestly, the wildlife...
I've never been to a gender reveal party. I've never even heard of a gender reveal party until I got into my 40s. It's like if someone asked me before, you want to go to a gender reveal party? I'll be like, what should I wear? Should I wear underwear so when I reveal my gender, I can just flop it out or what?
Yes, I mean, when I first heard the term, I honestly thought it was a new alternative lifestyles orgy or something of that nature. Honestly, like somebody who had had sexual affirmation surgery, but nobody knew what their original gender was, and you saw them now and tried to guess what they were and what they were before. Honestly, that's what I thought it was going to be about until I found out, no, it's babies. They're revealing the gender of the baby. Like, somehow this is kept until they announce it to the world. I don't fucking get it. Like, how would you...
It actually sounded like something that I could imagine people who are at those furry parties would do, because, you know, who the fuck can tell someone's genders if they're all in costumes and whatnot?
Yeah, there we are. There we are. Thank you. So, but it's...
Well, I would say that nothing wrong what people want to do. However, what is the safety features that they don't maintain or something? So how does it work? Like even like city and in New York, you can do anything. You can get a ticket for spitting on just something, like, you know, you're not supposed to be here. You're 5 minutes late or something, so therefore you get $50 ticket and all this. So every corner, everywhere in New York City that's how much, you know, they make money out of people. But in California, I mean, I don't understand, like, what are the rules of, like, when people gather around different location, just like, who make regulations like city rules and all these. I don't know how they can do such a thing and cause fire and. My God,
I think it's the fact that people are using explosives and fireworks to celebrate this shit.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, why the fuck would you use explosives and fireworks?
Thank you. Pyrotechny. The word is pyrotechny. Go on.
Well, why would you use pyrotechnics in a place that's horribly hot already and dry?
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a common sense question, and it's like, what the fuck?
It's just horrible. And
They should have really left the people who set off the pyrotechnics to burn.
yes, yes.
And their families, their babies, whatever.
Yeah, yeah. At this point, I would agree with that. Yes.
It's so damn dumb. What kind of offspring are they going to bring into this world?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it's like, honestly, why are pyrotechnics involved with every goddamn gender reveal party? It doesn't make any sense. And especially in this environment. As Selena Khan was saying, what are the rules in California? Obviously, whatever they are, there's not fucking enough of them. The main rule should be gender reveal parties are outlawed. They're not something that's necessary for your enrichment or your they do nothing to make the world a better place. So oh my god, so that's my venting and cathartic on that. So in the meantime, all of you continue by all means. Oh, by the way, let's start with Selena. Ladies first. The wonderful Madame Khan has had a successful closure of a deal today. She made a sale, and so I hope she's willing to share whatever she feels comfortable sharing about that world of realty, and of course she works with Douglas Elliman in Long Island, New York. So I hope she does promote herself on my website, and will continue to promote herself here as well. Let everybody know where they can contact you and what they can contact you about, and exactly what happened today, without, of course, revealing any clientele personal details or anything like that. I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was having a difficulty with this transaction for months, like 3-4 months. So at a point, everything, buyer, decided to purchase the home, and I was having difficulty communicating with the homeowner because he doesn't want to pay a commission 4%. So he was like, okay, so you're gonna get only 2%. So all right, I'll take it. That's fine. And then thereafter, I had no idea what they were doing, what was happening. So I tried to reach out to the attorney, buyer's attorney, seller's attorney. Nobody wants to talk to me and all this thing. So after all this time, day before yesterday, I was just so happy. I mean, it was like bittersweet, but so the seller called me like, well, we're having a closing. I said, when, where, what? Where am I? I'm the listing agent. I'm the one should know everything. So he goes like, yeah, my attorney's on the line and all these things. This still just mean. It's not that they're mean with me as Selena Khan. These people are just attitude, just egomaniacs. So anyway, so this morning, the seller's attorney called like, oh, aren't you going to the closing? I said, when? Like what time? It was like 11 in the morning. So I didn't see you there. I said, no one called me or anything. So I go there, and then he's like, oh, do me a favor, if you're coming to the office to the closing, can you just stop by to my house and get the keys for the house? It's just like handiwork, like go for it. They do this thing, nothing wrong with it, but I had no choice. So I'm like, okay. So I go to Long Island, Eastern Long Island, another 30 minutes I drive. I go there, no one opens the door. So at a point, like this cleaning lady probably just opened the door. She goes like, what do you want? I'm like, okay. So then the dog comes out. I'm like, oh God, I'm not a very dog-friendly person. I'm like, can you take the dog out? We can talk. So I was like,
I know how you feel, and I mean, just so people understand this, I noticed that a lot of females that I've dated from South Asia have had just leery of dogs, and the reason for that is dogs they're not really pets in the Muslim world, and they're looked on as rather dangerous and somewhat dirty and unclean would be the better word for it.
Dirty is the thing that bothers me. Nothing else. I'm not afraid of, like, I especially coronavirus. I was like, okay, it's just a little scary feeling. Not quite. I'm afraid of dog or pet. Only thing I don't like to have pet because if they die, then I'll be very sad. That's the only reason I can't have pet. But I love pet. I love to have one. But I will be devastated if my pet dies. So yeah.
Oh no,
but
I
anyway,
understand. So go on. I just want to say that I personally am somewhat leery of dogs because I'm personally somewhat.
Do
leery.
You like pets? Like, did you ever have?
I just want to clarify something before we go back to you because I wanted you to definitely finish what you're going with but it was such an interesting little diversion that I do want people to understand I myself am rather leery of dogs when I see them because having worked in security enforcement, I have seen them do incredible damage, just indescribable damage to people. So
how do they do that?
Well, I usually have dealt with dogs which were trained to kill people, and so.
Oh, you mean canine? Those pit bull, like dangerous?
Yes, and so many of these people who are part of the subculture in America, they raise dogs to be as dangerous as possible, and some dogs they raise as fighting dogs, and the dogs fight each other. And other dogs they raise as killer dogs, which attack only humans, and so these are quite distinct training regimens that result in very different behaviors. But fighting dogs will only attack other dogs, but then you see them attack every dog. And then the dogs that are trained to attack people will attack people.
Pets are probably like different. They're very playful. They like to. They're curious.
Cats are definitely a joy. Especially if you're someone who goes through things like depression, cats are really, really good.
It can be, yeah. But let's get back to Selena. So the dog came out. You asked the woman to move it. Go on.
Okay, so I get the keys and I go to office and I go to Queens. That like I am not very familiar with those areas. So everywhere building, too many people, like something happened. Like I'm like, so I park my car and then try to I don't know how this meter works. So basically I'm standing and I can't figure out, put my money in, coins in, nothing works. So this policeman, because it's by the court, that Queens, Supreme Court. So basically a lot of police cars and, police are walking around. So at a point I said, hey, come here, I can't work this machine. How does it work? He said, oh, just put money in. I said, no, you have to help me. I don't know how it works. So he goes like, how long you're going to stay? And I'm saying, I'm here to, I'm a real estate agent, so I'm going for a closing, probably like an hour or so. He said, don't worry about it, don't pay. I said, no, they're going to give me a ticket. I always get tickets, so I don't want to get any more tickets. So he goes like, I said, then you have to give me a badge number or something that I can fight back if I get a ticket. So he said, don't worry about it, it's fine. So he leaves. Then I go and then come back in an hour or so. It's another story at the closing that, there's a lot of arguments and negotiation, money and all these things. So finally, I got my check and then I leave. I come back. I was like, oh my God, I don't want to see, $50, $100 ticket, but nothing happened. I was safe. So it was a happy ending altogether after the 6 months of work that I put together. So it was a good day. So it was kind of like a good feeling. So, yeah.
Wow. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so proud of you. We're all so proud of you. And that's so exciting. And it must feel really satisfying, really fulfilling. So that's wonderful. And so we actually caught her as she was speaking to another client, and that was so cute because, of course, I had to make certain I could get her off this call so she could call the other client back, and then had to make certain that I brought her back onto bandwidth. It was just Skype can get pretty difficult at times, but in terms of pets, of course, we have Derek Talley has a few pets, but it's really his wife's pets.
What kind of pet do you have, Derek?
Is he still
he's muted. He's on mute.
Oh, either that
Oh,
or
sorry about that.
oh,
Yeah, I have a cat, and I have my wife has a little Shih Tzu.
shiatsu.
Oh.
Shiatsu.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just say SHITZOO, appropriately named.
Yes.
Little Shih Tzu.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's I can get that too. So, isn't that the kind of dog that Mike Tyson had? He was a big fan of those little Chinese fighting dogs, wasn't he? If I remember correctly.
Well, they're not really fighting dogs. I mean, they're a little frisky, but I don't know them to be fighting dogs.
They were using them as fighting dogs in China, which is a totally different class from. It's like, shall we say, featherweight or something like that. It was like what they were like having them fight in front of kids and shit like that. It's not something we would place bets on here in the West, but that was the original point for the breed, was like amusing the emperor in the court or something like that in the courtyard. They actually called them fighting dogs, which was probably not the correct term. By that I mean it was probably not a term that translates well in terms of more like you said. It would be more like frisky dogs that were considered, their version of kind of play fighting. But here in the West, I don't even want to go into the memories of that. Some of my worst flashbacks, by the way, involve animals. And dogs in particular. So they can be awful.
Even little dogs.
That's
why I like black dogs.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but to me, after a while, you just feel kind of leery of dogs. I know it to a point it gets irrational. But, I almost think of little dogs as kind of like a concealed weapon. Let's put it that way. Almost like a concealed weapon dog. And
well, you know what? I heard a guy say, for security reasons, it's better to have a bunch of little dogs than it is to have one big one.
Yeah.
One or two big. Yeah, it's better to have a bunch of little ones as their security detail.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's logic to that. So all of you continue. Keep doing what you're doing. Let me see if we can get any help from the chat room in terms of people bringing up some subjects. And Jim Davis has said hi, as in hi, Mr. D. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I got that. Vicky Johnson says, such a self-serving ritual under the gender reveal party. Seriously. Yes, that's right, Vicky. Mwah. Love you dearly. She says, "I'm with you, DDD. What the fucks?" Yes, thank you, Vicky. And so great. Anyhow, please continue, all of you. And
I got bad news coming from the music world. Ronald Bell, co-founder of Kool and the Gang, dies at 68. So I don't know who remembers Kool and the Gang.
Oh, of course.
They had the hit song "Ladies."
I remember one song. Is it the one "Fresh"?
Oh yeah, that Fresh.
Is that the one?
That's one of their songs, but their biggest song was called "Ladies Night."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were the 70s. Yeah, they were from the 70s.
Those are older. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. They're older. Yes.
No, but they play. You go to, different. Lounge and all these bars and all. They play this type of music. Christmas party, like every party that I go from my office, they play this old song. Kind of nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so that's nice. That's and in terms of when I think of old offices, I think of wooden paneled walls. And I think of they look so different from today's offices where we have cubicles. Old offices never had cubicles, but they always had wooden paneled walls. You see them in old movies from the 50s not the 50s, the 60s and 70s. And of course that was the time they put wood paneling on the cars. But aside from that, I'm just kind of flashbacking in a different sense to rather mundane and trivial memories. I'm doing that, by the way, to keep my mind away from the world outside my walls at the moment, where it was interesting because I tend to sleep during the daytime and I wake up a little later on transmission days, but early enough to try to prepare for transmission. Usually some crap happens where I never can, and this was one of those days. So woke up, and of course it was pitch black, like it was midnight, but it was noon. So we will. I'll be going over that as well as I can. In time tonight. Right now, let's go back to the round table. Everybody, there must be some current events that.
Well, I have a shitty story. Amongst many, of course. Police shoot a 13-year-old boy with autism several times after mother calls for help. First off, why the fuck would you call the police for help? If you need help, do not call the police.
Yes, good point.
Well, maybe that was her alternative to killing him herself.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yes.
There's something I learned. If you call 911 because there's a problem with someone you love, if it's a mental illness thing, they used to send the ambulance.
Yes, that's right.
But what happened was, as time passed, now they send the police. And if you call again, they send more police. And they send more police every time. I know because there is some experience within my household with such matters. So, do not dial 111 if you have a mental illness issue with someone you love. Only use it for someone you fucking hate and want to see dead.
I'm sorry, that's awful. Yes, that's
So calling in a wellness check on somebody is more deadly than swatting them. I remember Tariq Nasheed got swatted. He was at his house, and someone had somehow called 911 and used the computer to make it look like it was coming from his house, and they did the thing with the phone number to where they put his phone number in, like they were calling from his house. And, they were saying, I'm going to kill everybody. I'm holding my mother-in-law hostage. I'm going to kill the bitch. But in the meantime, he's just sitting back with his wife, playing video games, drinking a glass of wine. And here comes the SWAT team busting down the door. He could have been killed. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I'm surprised he wasn't.
That's swatting. Huh?
I'm surprised he wasn't. Yeah, most of the time, that's like almost like 100% lethal. It's not, but it's let's just say 75% lethal. So he's lucky he's alive at all. It's amazing that how bad the situation is with that, and I don't know how these people do that, but it's incredible what you can do with technology, and it's very sinister, where they can make it look like a call is coming from someone else's home, and so a little knowledge is a dangerous thing indeed. So when it comes to what Derek said, what he said was that maybe this mother wanted her son dead. Maybe she
No. Well, let me read the story.
Sure.
A 13-year-old boy with autism was shot several times by police officers who responded to his home in Salt Lake City after his mother called for help. Lyndon Cameron was recovering in a Utah hospital, his mother said, after suffering injuries to his shoulders, both ankles, his intestines, and his bladder. Golda Barton told KUTV she called 911 to request a crisis intervention team because her son, who has Asperger's syndrome, was having an episode caused by bad separation anxiety as his mother went for work the first time in more than a year. I said, he's unarmed, he doesn't have anything, he just get mad and he starts yelling and screaming. He's a kid trying to get attention, he doesn't know how to regulate. Well, first off, okay, let me stop right there. Why call anyone then? Let him scream and yell till you get back home. Well, what I will say before finishing the story is that I have good news. Well, not good news. I would say that it's pretty dark, but you know my style. Let me just go there. At least now you don't have to pay hitmen.
Yes.
The police are on call 24/7.
There we are, a public service.
So you don't have to waste money on Craigslist to hire a hitman to take someone out.
Yes, that's right. Yes, why spend thousands and thousands, sometimes millions of dollars.
Let the tax dollars take care of it. Right?
Yes, you already pay taxes for this. Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, go on.
I would finish reading this, but this woman's just so horribly naive. This is just insane. She claims, he's a small child. Why didn't you just tackle him? He's a baby. He has mental issues. And she says they're supposed to come out and be able to de-escalate a situation using the most minimum force possible. Obviously, she has not been watching the my God, can human beings get any dumber?
Oh well, not everybody's at our level of cynicism. It's definitely, how do I say this? It's yeah, I too am amazed at where people are coming from, but it's just one of those things. People have a faith in the system. You wonder why, but then you get the opposite end, where of course you get people who are in such an extreme distrust of the system, where it's just, how do I say it? It's that's pathological as well. So we have to.
Yeah, because then you have the people who are like, Pizzagate, Hillary.
Yes.
Thank you. Which brings to mind, I recently, I completely forgotten about this individual. So, I figured this person was friends with you. So I wrote a friend's request to Joe Boyer, and then I looked at, then I finally looked at his wall with all the Clinton, his Hillary shit, and I'm like, they're still on that? So I just had to pretty much unfriend, because it's like, oh my God. Oh, that's the other extreme end, where like literally, instead of they're willing to believe anything that's anti-government, no matter who shits it out, and that's the other extreme.
Yes, it's he may be just simply catering to a fan base. He never struck me as anyone who was, unless he's changed radically, he never struck me as anyone who fell into that category. So that's interesting. I'll ask him about it and see what's up.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, it's nothing personal to him. It's just, I tend to distance myself from people who are really into that stuff. That's just my personal preference.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I'm sure the person's a good guy or whatever, but it's just like, I personally, like, I really don't want to surround myself with people who have that sort of,
Well, the worst of it is that the people who are behind that are the people who are pushing the Q and Anonymous at the level where the source where all that is coming from, not the dupes or the naive people who are relaying it, but they are unfortunately collaborating in their own way. But
they're perpetuating it.
Yes,
they're spreading it,
and enabling
that's as bad, because it enables the process to continue. Mm-hmm. And when the process continues, when does it end? It'll hit somebody else who's radicalized, and that person radicalized will just go off the deep end and react.
Yeah.
And so what responsibility did the person who didn't know this person was radicalized when they had shared this disinformation play in this, Yeah. There's a point where individuals have to accept responsibility, and the problem with social media, especially this day and age, is that we're all assuming no responsibility whatsoever, unless you happen to be black and you say something like, "I'm gonna kill that bitch." You'll have a whole SWAT team outside your fucking house, and you'll have the FBI, CIA. You'll be monitored 24/7. What is this guy doing? Is he a terrorist? Is he what? You probably have that. You would probably have that just for saying, "I think Trump is an asshole." you have like fucking crosses burning outside your lawn, and people with robes. Or what do they have? Those guys with the tiki torches and the Hawaiian shirts now.
Oh, that's right. What do they call them? I forgot what they called them. Richard Spencer's friends.
Proud Boys or some shit.
Yeah, they've got all kinds of stupid names. There's the Boogaloo Boys, the Proud Boys. There's the it's just disgusting. But
I noticed that none of them have men. So
yes.
These guys are grown up, but they're still like children. They're still infantile, so they're boys.
Yes, super
they
adolescent.
Still see themselves as boys. Well, that probably explains why they're all fucking pedophiles too, because they still think they're in high school.
Yes, there we are, and that was the point I was trying to make. With the source of most of these bullshit conspiracies are the pedophiles themselves, the pedopathocracy that is promoting that. So they get everybody salivating at the mouth, frothing at the mouth about catching the pedo predators, and it's the pedo predators who push the conspiracy shit about Hillary Clinton and all that crap. So
look her up.
Yes. Yes, yes. Oh,
Dude, that's like 4 fucking years. Just like over half a decade ago.
thank you.
Look her up! Look her up!
Yeah.
20 years later, you know, Hillary, like 30, 40 years later, after Hillary's like 90 or 100 years old.
Oh my God. Well, Selena, darling, you deal with all kinds of people. Certainly, you see people that come up with very strange perspectives. Feel free to share some of those stories. Tell us about some of the people you've been running into lately.
Well, I can talk about stories getting tickets in Great Neck. That's just such a racist area. They just last year, 2 years ago, there was this event, you know, from our office. So there's this park right on the water, Long Island Sound. It's a beautiful area and all this. So I ate something. I wasn't feeling well, but you know, my office was like, you have to go. So. And all right, so I'm in Great Neck at this point. This is very rich area in Great Neck. It's called Kings Point. So here I am at the stop sign, and I'm trying to think. I started feeling so nauseous. I felt like, you know, puking or something. So
God.
I was going such a speed, so I did not stop at the stop sign, as in like you have to wait like probably like 10 seconds or so. So I just probably waited like 5 minutes, and I got onto the road, and then I noticed there's this police officer, you know, like, you know, blinky light and all this following me. So I realized that I'm just gonna get a ticket. So all right, so I started feeling very bad. So when he came out, I just gave him the license, and then I picked the whole spot that he was standing. He just kind of like ran away because I was very sick. So he was like, oh, well, I couldn't, my computer is not working, and so I let you go now. And I was like cleaning up and all this. I was very sick. So he's like, do you want me to call an ambulance or something? I said, no, I think I should be fine. I ate something and all this. So anyway, so I go back home and then clean up and then shower and then go to the party. So a month later, I received a letter stating that you have to appear at the Great Neck Court and all this. So all right, sometime in February of this year, 2020, I had the date, February 13 or whatever. So I go to court and all this. So we did like probably like an hour. It was just a jam-packed room and all this. So I go finally, you know, there's this, you know, before the judge, they had their appointed attorney that's just there to tell you exactly what to do. So he tells me, you have a lot of points in your license and all these things. I had no idea. When did I get all this? So he's like, you know, do you want to be safe and then get rid of everything from your record and all this? Yeah, of course. And he goes like, okay, so it's gonna be, so you're gonna go in front of the judge, and then you're just gonna say, what is it called? Guilty. So all right, so I go there. He's like, you know, these judges are all monotone. They don't look at you. Very old man. I was like, is he really a robot or a human being or something? He goes like, how would you like to plea? I'm like, what should I say? I told you, I was intentionally just saying, like, I am so dumb, don't know anything. I said, what do you want me to say? You told me to say guilty, right? So then he's like, shush, you just have to say yes. So I was like, oh, okay, guilty, what can I say? So anyway, next thing you know, I had to pay $271. So that's what you get in working in Great Neck. So and every now and then in street parking tickets like that is just common. So I left that office. Now I'm in Roslyn offices, because Roslyn office has parking lots. So my God, I saved so much money, because this is just, you know, money making machines that they have, or the street parking machine that you just 2-3 minutes they'll give you a ticket, $50 each time. A lot of tickets. So, you know, it just very disappointing that how they kind of like, you know, and if you don't pay ticket, oh God, I had many tickets in Washington DC. Now that I remember, 5-6 tickets that I drove in Washington DC. I don't know what's gonna happen. I just remember now. So anyway, so that's what New York is. Anywhere you go, New York City. I mean, although I go there all the time, you know, I drive down there. I don't take train or public transportation because I have a little claustrophobia. I can't take underground trains, so I get ticket over there too. It's the same thing, you know. It's just too, like everywhere you go, you'll get ticket. If you walk, you will get ticket too, just because you sat on a park that is from probably like, you know, some 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and all this. So nobody pays attention. What they do to people in New York, like it's so robotic. You have no choice. You just accept it. That's just how crazy big city. I don't know how about in San Francisco. I've been to San Francisco so many times, mostly for, you know, entertainment. It's hard to get a parking, and very similar to Manhattan. Just crazy, you know. And people are nasty. Like one time, I was driving, and I mean, no offense to anyone from San Francisco, namely Douglas, the only one I know, but the drivers are so mean. So I was there. I was on Market Street, and then I was going to probably like more towards Union Street, and all the driving around, and then also now this Chinese driver was blocking me and just, you know, shaking the car such a way as in like he's blocking me and not letting me go just because I did not take turn that I should have, because I wasn't like sure which way I was going. So yeah, I mean, pretty much every big city people are mean and nasty, but that's how it goes. So when you go there, you do the same thing to others, like yelling and cutting off. And just that's where I am when I'm New York, any New York City, any part, Queens. Just like today, it was like in Long Island, it's very different. It's polite, and if someone is behind you, and if you just stop the car, that's what I do. Sometimes I take pictures, like put it on social medias and all these, like sunny day or something, some view, tree, whatever. And then people behind me, and for a few seconds, they'll not say anything. Just wait until anyone, I finish or something. We all do the same thing. But the moment we same people, we go to other places like Manhattan, New York City, and we're just mean people driving. You just have to adopt whatever works. That's how you act, like so.
Yes, that was, by the way, it's one of those things that it was when we had Derek Talley's father on. I'll talk about this a little later. I do want to remind people that Friday marks the 19th anniversary of the September 11th attacks, when we had Derek Talley's father on, who was involved with the NORAD, the North American Air Defense, and I brought up the fact that we basically had nothing to throw in the air on the day of September 11th. Everything was grounded, and the one woman they called on to fly that day was basically sent on a suicide mission to crash into the passenger jet that they thought was headed towards either the White House or a target in San Francisco, the Trans-American Pyramid. And she had no weapons. She was given no ammunition of any sort, missiles or bullets with which to do this. She just had to crash the plane, her own plane, and ram the other plane in a suicide attack to bring it down. That was her orders. And so when I was bringing this up, then Derek Talley's father was saying, "Oh, this is all. I won't answer to these allegations, these rumors." It was just this. Your father was retired before all that happened, right, Derek? I think.
Right. Yeah, my father retired back in 1993 or 92, the year that I got, year before I got out.
Yeah. It's just, but definitely. How would I say it? It's just one of those things where I guess he didn't really follow the September 11th attacks, because obviously what I was bringing up is something that can be verified by anyone can look that up. The woman who was ordered to conduct a suicide attack on the day of 9/11. These are hardly rumors or urban legends, and when you look that up, you'll get her name and everything else. I don't remember it consciously at the moment, but it's one of those things that is beyond easy to verify. So it's just I think it's shocking for men who have gone through a kind of career like that to just confront the fact that so much of it is window dressing. that so much of it is just honestly, it's one of those things where no one ever suspected that there would be civilian planes used in such an attack. They were preparing for these conventional military attacks. There was nothing in place for what happened, and so it's one of those things that again it's a topic for another time. Maybe tonight in Arc of Narrative I might go into it a bit, what I remember about it, try to put it into some historical context, but I'm sure most people are familiar with what happened ad nauseum. But then again, September 11th, 2000, and 19 years ago. I guess some of our listeners were not alive at the time. We probably have some listeners, 18, 19, who have no memory of that. It's hard to believe how fast time flies. Now, of course, both Jameson Reese and I'm assuming Selena Khan were in the city that day. Could you both share your memories?
I was actually in high school. I was at Newdorp High School at the time. I believe the time was like somewhat around 11 a.m. and we had gotten news that I was actually in gym class, and we had gotten news that the towers were hit with airplanes, and at first I thought it was bullshit.
Yes, it sounds like it. Yes,
because you have to understand, I had that sort of cynical strain since I was a kid. This is just who I am. But then I started to see like other kids breaking down and crying because their parents worked at the Twin Towers.
Holy shit! Did you know some kids whose parents died?
Yeah, I knew people who lost people there. I went to class with many of the people who lost people who were in the towers and died in the towers. I even would later on meet people who saw the people jumping out the windows and so the body hit the ground. But I had realized by the time the next class had rolled around that my mother worked across the street, and she literally did work across the street. But the thing is, she had left early for some reason because something didn't feel right, and she was on lunch at the time, and so she had decided to go to Queens because I thought she got caught, and I was in tears myself. But from the window of a high school on Staten Island, I could see the smoke rising up into the air. And so my father came to pick me up, and we drove down, and we looked right across the water from Staten Island. You could see the smoke rising in the air and everything. Right.
By the way, the name of the woman who was ordered to do a kamikaze attack was Heather Penny. Go on, please go on. Yeah.
But it was kind of bizarre. I do remember hearing a weird noise in the area. I guess that happened to do with a lot of buildings or some kind of transmission or something. I don't know. It was just bizarre. All I could say is my sister and I had visited that building literally a day earlier. And while we were in the city, I stopped for a moment because something didn't feel right, and I didn't know what it was. I was like, Dee, I was like, because my sister, I was like, Dee, do you feel that? And she was like, what? I was like, something just seems weird. Like, it seems like time is just stopped or something. And this was like when we were in the financial district. And when we finally went into the towers, because, I was going to buy some sneakers from like one of those underground shops or whatever. But then I was like, something felt off. I was like, let's just get out of here. Something just doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
So we got off, and this was days before the actual event. Something felt off. So that's all I have to report on, that particular incident. What I will say is that piece of shit Giuliani took it and rode with it.
Yeah.
As always.
Yeah.
And that ugly motherfucker does not deserve the credit he sought to claim from that at all.
Well, I think Douglas will pretty much agree. He sold his soul at the West Point when he was Attorney General, and so he's getting all the props from the devil he sold his soul to.
It's true.
But even Donald Trump don't like his ass because Donald Trump says a lot of bad things about him.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes, and he's Donald Trump's clown, his chief cheerleader. Yes, and so please, yes, all of you, go on. Selena, were you here at the time?
Yeah, I am. Oh my God, this is just so sad. So I remember, like, it was 2001, sometime in 2001 summer. One of our friend, he works. There's this restaurant, very famous restaurant on top of the top floor of the World Trade Center, windows of the world. So he invited us. So we had like a whole bunch of people, like 13, 14 people. Some are from Washington D.C. So we were there. So we had dinner and all this thing, and then I would say it was August. Sometime in August. So, we had fun and all these things. So, and then, so when we in the morning of September 11, 2001, basically that we were out. I was out with friends and my boyfriend at the time and all this. So we were just pretty much came home. We used to nightclubbing and all this, and that's what we used to do and all this. So we came home very late, probably like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and then we were sleeping. And then one of our friends, they were with us. So a few friends from Washington D.C. who when in the month of August that we were in Warm Windows of the World. They're like, hey guys, well, what are you guys doing? Well, like 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning, they called us from Washington D.C. that is everything okay there and all this. So we had a terrorist attack in New York. World Trade Center is bombed and all this thing. So what we did, just woke up and just put some clothes on and just went to New York, Manhattan. So when we went there, my God, the smell, the burning smell of, I don't know, the steel in the building or whatever structure, internal structure of the building, just the strong smell of burning chemical. So we were like so broken down and devastated, and just it was just so monumental experience, as in a destruction, that it was just. Oh, everybody was overwhelmed. We were all crying. Each and every person that we were walking towards this nice spot. It's called 7th Avenue and Christopher Street. That's the spot you see when you stand there or you're in the car. It's a beautiful view of 11 and Twin Towers. So it just. I mean, it was so sad for me to, I've been all my life, I'm seeing this thing. I grew up in Manhattan. I lived in Manhattan. So for me, it was like I was extremely sad and I was crying. So anyway, so we were there, and then everybody is like walking and no words. Nobody's saying anything. So it was like everybody was so traumatized, and then all the dust and all this thing. At a point, you're not allowed to go because by the time it was like 10:30, 11 o'clock, and all this. So. Anyway, I stayed all day, city, and I was like, oh my God, that's my building. I love this and all this thing. And I was just so sad what happened. So many people died. Like, it's hard to explain, put it in words that how you felt. It just, so anyway, so that was like, I still to this day that, I was like at a point, As time went by, I was like emotionally so depressed that so many people died, and husband, wife, children, their small children, young kids, girls, boys, that their parents didn't come back, or the mother, or the father, or the brother, or the sister. It just is so extreme. I became so emotionally imbalanced. I ended up seeing a psychiatrist, and all this. So it took me like 6 7 months to overcome what happened. So I get very emotional, thereafter, about September 11th. I just don't talk about it the day, and I just stay quiet. I really still get tears, teary eyes, and all this. So it was very very emotional that because I was like so close every day. I would see that building and all this, like many many times a day. Not many many times a day, many many times a month, that I would go visit. That's the part. Greenwich Village was like, we would walk down to the World Trade Center. It's a village. You walk around, so beautiful, and it's very rustic. City, that part of Manhattan, the Greenwich Village. A lot of gay and people, that's their area. But we had a lot of friends, gay friends, and all this. So it was like a party place for us. So many memories that I can bring up, and then shed tears. It's just amazing, overwhelming. So that was, it was very very sad experience.
Hmm. Thank you for sharing that. And Derek, where were you? What were you doing?
I was going to work, and at this time, my wife and I, we were like working off of one car. We lived in Gary, Indiana, and I worked in East Chicago, Indiana. And while we were going to work, or while she was taking me to work, we were listening to 890 WLS in Chicago. That's our news station. And so she had to drop me off at the front gate. I had to check in, and then I had to walk to my truck. I was driving an oil truck. So when I got in the truck, I turned on the radio, and they were talking about an airplane had hit the building. And I said, wait a minute, is this the same radio station? Because I turned it to the same radio station, and it was something different going on here. And they're talking about New York. I'm all, what's happening? So I actually sat in my truck and listened for an hour, because usually I try to get out of there within 15 minutes, but I was just sitting there listening, because I was driving an oil truck where I picked up waste oil, and I go to a lot of stops. I really don't get a chance to sit and listen to the radio, because I go like from one stop to the next to the next. I'd have like 30, 40 stops a day. And but I sat there and listened for an hour. And then all that day, when I finally started going to work, I was asking a lot of the people throughout Indiana. My route was in Hammond and Sherrville on down, and there were still people who hadn't heard of it, by 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. Did you hear about those planes hitting the towers? Oh no, what happened? No, I didn't hear anything about that. Some people were like, yeah, I heard it. It was those terrorists that did that, hijacked the plane. So, I was really following that story close. My son was young. Let me see. He was born in 97. So he was still 11, 12, 13, 14. He was like 14 still, probably. But it was, that was a very strange time. So that's really all I have to say that day, because that was a strange day, and it was just weird.
Yeah, in every way imaginable.
What
So,
they build now, the Freedom Tower, I was there like 2 years ago. It's like top floor is beautiful. It's a round floor. You just go circle around and see the entire horizon and the city as far as you can see. It's beautiful, but it's very it has something missing there that it's very intimidating, that you don't feel like going. Very much like I don't know how to explain it. That something somewhere else doesn't belong here. They didn't. I don't know whether or not they did a good job, but Only thing that I can say is that the very top floor, where the viewing floor is the one is good, and yeah, you can see the entire view of Manhattan. So yeah, just wanted to share that.
Oh, thank you. And the Jameson is going to be right back. He needs to give the cat her meds. Crystal River was saying how it started storming. Oh, okay. So she's talking about where she's at right now. I thought she was relating what happened on September 11th, but actually it started storming where she's at right now. So she's stuck at a friend's. She'll have to make it onto the show with us another time. She's sending positive energy for a great transmission. So love you dearly, Crystal River, and definitely I invited her to come on if she could, because believe me, on a night like this, I need all the help that I can get. So it's one of those things that, as I said, just a lot going on. Too much that to even relay, but I'll relay what I can. Fortunately, I've got Selena Khan to give me adult supervision, and while she's providing that, she'll prevent me from going too far. But she's essentially been taking care of a lot with the website, and we're doing everything we can. I'm happy to report, interestingly enough, that Jonathan Warrington, when I gave him the new passwords, was able to access the website anyway. So he's able to use the old passwords to get into what he needs to get into to do what he does. So he's still uploading the archives, and that means that whoever donates and thereby becomes a sponsor, in a sense, a micro sponsors or a single donation sponsor, you automatically get a lifetime of access to the archives. And of course, we encourage people to donate regularly what they can, and it won't go into solicitation for a while yet. Peter Moon should be joining us a little bit after he takes a shower and kind of gets himself back into a feeling of normality after working on his home all day. And that will, of course, provide us with some extra insight. 10:30 p.m. California time, Brendan Zogit will join us for a bit. By that time, I might have been monologuing for a bit as well. And he will act as a correspondent, in a sense, from the capital of the California state nation. In disambiguation from a nation state, California is a state that was once a nation, like the Republic of Texas. It was the Bear Flag Republic. It was around those times that you had certain men declare themselves to be emperor. One of them, Emperor Norton, whom you just need to look up, and then you'll find out more about the individual who declared himself the emperor of the Americas and of Mexico. So there you have that. With that, we go back to the round table, and definitely just excited to have these people with us who can help share these various stories. Derek, how was trucking impacted after 9/11? There must have been some new security regulations or measures that were brought into play.
Oh yeah, it was after that when we had to do the security, the background check. So now every time I renew my license, I have to take a fingerprint, a background check, and that's if you have hazmat. If you don't have, there's people who had to drop their hazmat. I met a guy at the DMV who 20 years ago, he did an armed robbery. He went to jail. He got out of jail. Met a woman, married her. Her brother had a trucking company, and he ended up teaming with her brother, hauling hazardous materials. And he spent 10 years hauling hazardous materials. And when they came up with the new fingerprint and background check and everything, this guy who had been hauling hazardous materials for 10 years was told, well, you no longer qualify with the new regulations. You no longer qualify to be hauling hazardous materials, even though you did it faithfully for the last 10 years. You're going to have to take your license to the DMV and get hazmat taken off your license.
Oh my God!
And then there were so many mistakes. That's what happened to me in 2006. I went and I renewed my license, and I did the fingerprint, the background check, and everything. And I got pulled over at a scale in Peoria, Illinois, or just before Peoria, on I-74. And it was just a regular routine DOT check. You know, he checked the brake, slack adjusters, all that. And he said, you passed, you know, so just bring in your medical card and your hazmat book and your license and you'll be on your way. So I had everything with me. And when he ran my license, he was real pleasant. To be a cop, he was an Illinois state trooper. He was very pleasant until he pulled my license up on the computer. then you could see his face change, you know, and it's like, uh-oh, what did he see, you know? And then he said, you're done. I said, what? He said, you're done. I'm going to have to shut you down. I said, why? He said, your license has been canceled. I said, they suspended my license? He said, no, they canceled your license. And so he was real helpful. You know, he could kind of see that I was kind of shook up, like, what are you talking about? You know, but he said, relax, we're just going to look up this code, because it was a code by the cancellation. And he had this big giant book, and the book told him, you know, what numbers. He had to look up the numbers next to my name to find out why it is. And then there was a section of terrorism. My name, the code by my name, had to take him to the terrorism section. Like, uh-oh. You know, so this was in December. I remember it was my brother's birthday. It was December 14th, 2006. So he said, you know, to be a cop, he made a lot of sense. He said, look, it's not that cold right now to be December, but just be glad that this is how you found out. He said, I can see you're kind of shook up. He said, you know, if you had found out another way by getting in an accident or something like that, you would have been in bigger trouble. And your company would have been in bigger trouble. But just be glad that this is how you found out. I'm going to have to shut you down. You got to sit right here at the scale and tell your company to come get your truck. So I sat right there for 9 hours because my company didn't have anybody to send right away from East Chicago, Indiana, all the way to Peoria, Illinois, which was like over 200 miles away. So finally, a driver had came into work, and he was driving with the pickup truck. And so even at this point, I had no license. I couldn't drive anything. But the state trooper was okay with me driving away in a pickup truck, even though he had to, you know, I had no license at the time. So, but the whole 9 hours I was sitting there, I called the Illinois DMV. And the lady at the Illinois DMV says, and I'm trying to find out what happened with my license. She goes, if you failed the fingerprint background check, you have to go get the hazmat off your license, and you can keep your tankers. You just got to get the hazmat off. And I said, but there's no reason for me to take my hazmat off my license. I didn't even do anything. And this lady said, you can either sit here and argue with me or go find yourself a nice flatbed job, but you're never driving hazardous materials again. You know what I'm saying? Once you fail, you'll never get your hazmat back again. I said, that's bullshit, right?
Yes.
So I ended up getting the number to the main transportation, the Department of Homeland Security, the transportation department.
Right.
So she called, and I called her with Karen. And they gave me a caseworker, Karen, and she stayed on the phone with me, and she tried to figure this out. And then finally she called me back, and she said, here's the problem. She said, where were you born? I said, Wiesbaden, Germany. And she goes, do you have your green card? I said, no, I'm an American citizen. My dad was in the Air Force. I was born on an Air Force base. Right. She goes, well, do you have all your paperwork to prove this? I said, yes. She goes, well, here's what the problem was. They originally, you got your license in May before your birthday and renewed your license, and they initially passed you. But after they passed you, someone went and said, wait a minute, this guy was born in Germany. Did you check the German consulate to see if he ever got his green card? They said, no. Somebody probably got fired because they passed me Even though they seen I was in the Marines, this whoever this overzealous person was like, well, he may have got one over in the Marines, but he ain't gonna go get one over here on the old Barney Fife here, right. Pulling up his pants. Right. So they checked with the German consulate, and the German consulate said, no, this guy never got a green card. And so he went to the Illinois and said, cancel his license. Mm-hmm. So I was driving from October to December with no license. Driving liquid hydrogen, liquid nitrogen on the roads, and plus the officer did have to give me a ticket for driving with no license, but he said, just gather all your paperwork and take it to court. This is just a formality.
Right.
So
what happened in court?
When I told the judge what happened, he didn't believe me. He said, that's too far-fetched. It doesn't even sound...
Oh, shit.
I said, that's what happened. I said, do I have to call a cop for a witness? Because the cop was more cooperative than what I was. I mean, he kept a calm head, and he was the one telling me what to do. So they dropped the charges. But in the meantime, when I went back to the DMV, and I said, you guys made a mistake. You took my license, so just give me my license back and I'll be on my way. And they said, okay. Then they looked in the computer, and then they had that same look on the face, when like, uh-oh. So then the lady turns to me and she goes, how did you get here? I said, I drove. She goes, by yourself? I said, yes. She goes, you have no license. I said, well, give it back. It was your fucking mistake. So she said, well, the problem is your license wasn't suspended or revoked. Your license was canceled. And I said, well, what do I got to do? So she reached under the desk and gave me a CDL handbook. And she goes, if you would like to apply for a CDL, you feel free to take the test. I said, I already took the test. But you got to take it again. So she actually gave me my car license so I could drive back home. So at this point, I'm out of work even more. Because from then I was out of work like from Wednesday to the weekend. You know what I'm saying? So on Monday I went there to straighten it all out so I could go back to work. Now just to find out that I got to take the test and all this. And this is all over Christmas. So, they made a lot of mistakes on people's licenses, like Jose Garcia, the outstanding citizen, that's been driving for years, but he's got his name mixed up with 15 other Jose Garcias, and some of them are felons, and some of them are in prison right now. And unfortunately, when he went to go get his fingerprint background check, they originally gave him his CDL, then turned around and said, you're in prison, how are you driving? Cancel his license. He said, what do you mean? I've never been to prison. So then they got his Social Security mixed up with somebody else, and there's 15 other Jose Garcias, and he had to go prove that he was the other Jose Garcias. Yeah, so, it's and another one. Don Lemon, a sheriff who worked for the sheriff department and had his CDL passenger license to take prisoners from the county jails to the big jails. Well, he worked for the sheriff department, and they made a mistake and mixed him up with another Don Lemon or whatever his name was. And then after they said, okay, you can get your license back, well, they did the same thing with him. They canceled his license because of all the felonies. That wasn't him. It was felonies on somebody else's record. But he had to go straighten it out. And once he had to go straighten it out, he told his job, hey, I need to take this test all over again. I just needed a vehicle so I can take the test in to get a license. They said, well, when we hired you, you have your license. So whatever it takes for you to get your license, go get it and come back. But we're not giving you a vehicle. You had your license when you came here. Make sure you have it when you come back, or else you don't have a job. So luckily, my job kind of went out of their way to get me a vehicle so that I could take the test in. But all of our vehicles are hazmat. So when I showed up to take the actual driving test, you know, my oxygen truck, it bent. It goes like shh, like that. You can hear it. So the guy who was actually giving me the test said, "What's that running on the back of your truck?" I said, "Oh, nothing's running. It's just venting. It's just oxygen." He goes, "Get that hazardous materials vehicles off of this property right now." So I had to take that truck back. And then I had to make another appointment for a week later. But mind you, this whole time I'm not getting paid. So they had to rent a 53-foot trailer from Ryder and use one of our tractors. And the whole time, my job is paying these other drivers to do this for me. You know what I'm saying? So a driver would come in, and instead of getting a run, he would have to get a trailer and then come pick me up, or meet me down there at the DMV, and then we have to go pick up the trailer so that I could take my test. Oh, it was a hassle. I was out of work for more than 2 weeks out of their mistake. So it's a real pain in the ass now. And plus, I don't know why it takes so long for me, but it's like when you go take your fingerprint and background check, with me it takes like more than 45 days to get the results back. So if I wait to the last minute, I'm out of work again until they say, "Okay, you're good."
Yeah, amazing. That's amazing. Oh my God. Well, thank you for sharing all
I
that.
can share some interesting licensing situation.
Yeah.
It's like when I first got my real estate license, and so basically the way it works that you interview broker, and then you choose if terms and conditions are met, what you want as an agent. So I go to Douglas Sullivan, so in Great Neck office and all this, and I like the area. I drove around and said, "Oh my God, it's gonna be my office." So anyway, so I go, and then basically what agents do is that they go on the computer system and then put their information in. So here I am, I'm putting my information. So towards the end, there are 2 questions that have you ever been convicted? So I usually try not to read much, and then so I just said yes. And then there's another one like you were arrested, 2 questions. So I put both yes. So I submit my application and all these things. So I'm supposed to come back the very next day and then set up my office and desk, all this. So next morning I called the front desk girl, admin, and Peggy, I'm coming to office, so make sure my desks are fine and all of this. She said, she's whispering, "No, Selena, something is not right," and all this. And no, what's wrong? No, are you okay? And then what happened? I said, "What do you mean, what happened?" I'm coming to office. I go there, and she goes like, "So, Selena, what really happened? So probably we have problem now." I'm like, "What happened? Tell me, what did I do?" She goes like, whispering, "When did you get arrested?" I said, "Arrested for what? What did I do?"
Oh my God.
"No, your information in the computer." So I go back and I see that's what I did. So it was a laughing matter for everyone, all the agents, like. So then I just had to go to a bank and notarize my information and all this. Then I go back and resubmit all the information, and then I was no longer arrested, never arrested, so everything was fine. So another incident happened like recently. Like I go to this okay, so Western Union, what they do is that they're very strict because a lot of drug dealings in the country. So basically, a lot of drug dealers, they use Western Union to, send money and, for drugs.
No, I could tell that when I was dealing with them.
I went there. This lady pissed me off. She looked at me because it was 6 o'clock. When I called her, I said, "Are you open?" Like 5 minutes, like 10 minutes before they closed. She said, "Oh, we usually close at 6. I'm in the process of closing." I said, No, I have to send some money to a friend, but within the country and all this. So I said, "I'm coming." So I go there like a minute before 6. There are a few other people. So I go in and she said, "Okay." She asked me my name like 10 times. what was your name? Because information is going away from the screen because that's how it's set up. And she was rushing also. So each time, it was like third time I'm supposed to say no, and I press yes on the outside machine by the window. So it happens like so many times. At a point, then she said, "You can't do anything. You can't send money tonight anymore." But and I promised my friend that I am going to send them money and all this. So basically, what happens is that little information, they're so sensitive that they just don't allow. They think that that people are doing illegal acts, sending money and all this. She asked me, "What is this money for? Where is it going?" And then I'm not used to this type of interrogation. I was like, "What is your problem? I'm sending it. I don't care. It's my friend. Why do you have to know all this?"
Was this when you were sending me something? Was this when you were sending me something?
Yeah. That was
yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was like so. That's what happened when you're in a rush or not thinking right. That's what happens to me. I'll take a wrong turn, end up on the other side of the highway, and drive for extra 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and end up getting late. It just whenever I don't pay attention, something will just go wrong. Thank God nothing bad like happened, but yeah, I mean it's just the thing. So licensing was like pretty much a very funny incident that I was arrested. Yeah, so yeah, Derek is the same. But these are the Clarks, all right. They do all day. What they do just in front of the computer. It's a human error can happen, and because so much in front of the computer, same information, first name, last name, date of birth, all of these things. That's their job, page after page. So a lot of things can go wrong. You get wrong information, like it's just very interesting thing happened.
No, it was, and I knew that about Western Union, that it must be used heavily by drug dealers because and various other people who are just dealing in illicit trade and trafficking. Because when I went down there, it was just the nature of the Western Union office was sinister. It looked like there was nothing that nothing good could be happening here.
They didn't allow you to retrieve the money like 200 at a time or something.
Well, there was only they didn't have any money on hand. That was the incredible part. When I first went down to the Western Union office, and there's very few of them, and it's probably a dying industry. I mean, Western Union used to, of course, be Western Union Telegraph or Telegram, and they don't deliver those anymore. So they've gone simply into money transfers. And what happened was that the entire place where they're headquartered or wherever they have offices are just in these ghetto areas where people are like sending money back to third world nations. And so when I walk down there, and it's within walking distance of my home, because San Francisco is so compressed and compacted geographically that you can walk to many places, when I walked down there, it was in the ghetto area where I had grown up, so I'm not intimidated by that area. I have the attitude where I can maneuver through the one of the most dangerous areas in the world, which is what the San Francisco ghetto is, without any real fear.
Really, really very dangerous place in the world, for real.
It's one of the most dangerous places on earth. And I remember one time Michelle Carmela Saldana, who was a guest of mine a lot of times in the old days. I may bring her back sometime in the near future. I mean, I haven't had her on in a long time, and she seems to be doing well, comparatively speaking. I was really worried about her health for the longest period of time, but she seems to be stable enough. I hear some noise in the background. I think Jameson went off mute, and that might be his family in the background. So, Jameson, if you could go mute.
She was out there when we pulled up.
Oh, it's Derek. Oh, that's it. Oh, it is Derek. Not Jameson. Oh, good God. Thank you. Oh, there we are. And so when I went, the reason I brought Michelle Carmela Sultana up was because one time she actually went on YouTube or someplace and went to look at a security camera. And they have these things set up where you can go look at the footage on cameras that are on 24 hours a day in various parts of various cities. And so she turned on some outlet to a camera in San Francisco down in the Tenderloin district where I had grown up. And she was just watching it enwrapped for a few hours while various murders and took place in front of this camera, and people shooting each other, people stabbing each other, and that's pretty much what it's like down there. So yeah, and I can tell you, I've traveled on security and mercenary contracts all over the world, and I've seen the worst that humanity has to offer and that the world has to offer. And no matter where I've been, I've never, ever in my entire life, in war zones even, encountered a worse place than the Tenderloin of San Francisco. There's no place worse on earth, as far as I'm concerned. And so it's certainly one of the worst places.
The Tenderloin is a nickname, or it is a real name?
It's the name they've given to the area. That the reason that it was it got that name was because it was the police officers who used to patrol that area would get hazard pay. So because they got hazard pay for patrolling that area, they had so much money that it was said that they could always afford to eat tenderloin steak when they went home, the highest grade of steak. So that's why they called the area the Tenderloin. That was the money circuit for the police. Whoever patrolled that circuit would get the most money and have the Tenderloin diet. And so they were also referring to child prostitutes as in tenderloins. There's actually a pornographic film by that name from those the 60s or the 70s when child prostitution was rampant, and they used to make films about child prostitution without any legal ramifications. In the 60s and the 70s, many of the females who were basically filming pornography were underage, but nobody cared. It was one of those things that was never really monitored. Nobody was really enforcing the laws. Nobody, in a place like San Francisco where films were produced like that, it was pretty much a frontier zone. That's why they called this the Barbary Coast. That, of course, comes from the old days of the gold rush. And it's always been a pirates kind of zone here in San Francisco. So when it came to the Tenderloin area, it got its name because of the hazard pay for the cops and the kind of diet they could afford. But at any rate, so the Tenderloin area of San Francisco, if people look that up, they'll find out just how bad it is. It's unlivable, of course. And but I grew up there. That was where I grew up. So, you know, that's what prepared me to handle stress and violence anywhere else in the world, is that nothing was ever worse than what I experienced there. And and the only thing that you could do to get out of an environment like that was simply get involved with crime. There was no other way. That's how, you know, you have to learn to disambiguate between circumstantial crime and pure evil. So when I went down there to the Tenderloin to pick up the money from Western Union, it's just like Old Home Week, but at the same time, as soon as I got into the Western Union facility, it's one of these very sinister, ominous environments where, you know, I look around and they've got all these maps of different nations on the wall, and they're all like war-torn, you know, just war zone type areas around the world. I mean, they had maps of, here's our Western Union locations in Nepal, where they've suffered the massacre of the entire royal family and a communist takeover. You know, and here's our Western Union offices in Yemen, where, you know, of course you've got civil war, people starving to death under sanctions, and COVID-19 just ripping through the refugee populace in 10 cities. You know, everywhere that was a map on the wall was Western Union's functions in various war zones. And you know, all I could think of was Donald Trump saying, shithole countries. And I was looking up there and I said, holy shit. And and the place just reeked. The stench was just horrible because of all the people who were in there were just unwashed, basically criminals of various sorts. And they were sending money back to these places. Of course, some of these are just families sending money back back home, and the one was a young lady who was with her mother who was in a burqa. So some seriously religious Muslim practitioners were in area because many of them have moved into the Tenderloin ghetto. It used to be Vietnamese from the old Vietnam or Southeast Asian wars going on in Laos and Cambodia. And then now you've got many Muslim immigrants moving in there. And so the woman in the burqa was given a seat, and the girl was standing in line. And anyhow, so by the time I got to the window, I turned over the the money. Now, I had called Western Union before I went down here because I had no idea where a Western Union office even was in San Francisco, and they gave me the address. And I said, I knew even from the beginning this was sketch, that this was that there was something just going to be difficult about this. I knew it was going to be difficult, but I called and they said, okay, here's where you can pick money up from Western Union. They told me different addresses, and the closest one was the one that I went to in the Tenderloin. And when I went down there to the window, I kind of suspected this would happen, but I really still was surprised. They said, well, we don't have any money. And I said, what do you mean you don't have any money? I mean, this is what you deal in, is transferring money. And they said, well, look around you. If we had money, people would kill us. They'd take it all. We'd be robbed. We don't have any money here. We just send money to other nations. And I says, well, that's crazy. How do I get my money? And they said, oh, well, the other Western Union office in San Francisco that gives out money, and there's only one, is within walking distance. She said, walking distance. She said, by the way, I'm emphasizing that because it was such bullshit. She said, just go down, the block, turn left, so to speak, walk on down to Market Street, and you'll get there. And it was, anyhow, walking distance is usually a term people use who have never walked a day in their lives. They drive everywhere. And I've been told that by other people who are drivers before, and you wind up just, you can't even make it there physically. You have to take a bus or a cab or something. So I discovered, of course, the hard way. I got a tour of Market Street again. Now, normally when I was young, I could have walked all this without a problem. As I've gotten older, it's just a pain in the ass. And now, it doesn't kill me, but it's not something that, I look forward to. So I went down walking. It was an enjoyable enough walk. It was a sunny day. Went walking for blocks after block after block. And I'm just passed by. The one thing I saw interesting was a San Francisco police station that was unlike any police station I've ever seen before. I actually had to stop and take a look inside, and it was like the lobby of a hotel. I said, "What is this?" And the cop says, "Oh, come on in," like he's like a bellhop or something. No, I said, no, what is this? I said, I've never seen anything like this before. Oh, it's for the tourists. We have this special police station for the tourists because they all come in asking for directions and shit. So they spiffed it all up. So it was like a hotel lobby. And the cops are like acting like they're bellhops and shit. I was like, holy shit. Anyhow, so that was interesting. Then I went on further. Then I got to the Western Union office. And it's a old bank that they had converted into a Western Union office. And it was like, I went inside, they had a black guy as a security guard, of course, and he's like playing a video game on his little cell phone or something. And, I said hi to him because I always make a point of saying hi to security since I was in the business before. And they like to be acknowledged. And so when I went inside, I had to navigate. It was like, I've only seen places like this in Social Security or welfare offices where everybody is behind just double panes of bulletproof glass. It's like the first pane of bullet resistant glass will like shatter and the second one stops the bullet, so they've got a double pane of bulletproof glass on each one of the windows. You see that in Social Security offices, welfare offices, almost nowhere else. Not even banks normally have that kind of protection, though they're starting to now. But so these guys were all set for COVID-19 long before COVID-19 happened. And this was just when COVID-19 was making the news. And so I got there and I turned in the little sheet and they gave me the money. And then I went and caught a cab because I didn't want to go through that whole Tenderloin area again. Because when I went through that Tenderloin area, as soon as I left that facility, to head down to Market Street, I had to go through a tent city. And when I went through the tent city, I'm just moving very fast through it because I don't want to catch bed bugs or scabies. The thing I'm worried about most is bed bugs or scabies. You never want to get them. When you live in a crypt like I live in, if you ever bring those home, you're never getting rid of them. So I, was just running through that place with all of these, homeless people that literally block the street. That there are homeless people that have taken up residence in the middle of the street in some parts of San Francisco where there's no traffic can go through those areas anymore. And with that, that was an experience of Brendan Zogett. He went through one of those areas once with a friend of his, and they couldn't even, they almost didn't make it out alive. But I went through it with no problem, but I wasn't going to go through it again. Not that I'm so much worried about violence, but I was just worried about the scabies and the bed bugs. I fear that more than death. So anyhow, Brendan Zogett sent me something about Mars going retrograde, which is exactly what Peter Moon brought up. So that's interesting. So at any rate, so there's my story about retrieving the money from that Selena Khan had sent, and that was oh my God, how the world has changed since that time. And she's always sent such wonderful things. Of course, I drink her tea. I use her monotonic gold that I drop into it. I use her turmeric powder that she sent, and and much of the tea that she's been kind enough to send. It's incredible. Honestly, Selena, you've done so much to make my life better, as Lena Shea had done.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yes.
You know what? I still do have. I remember one time I was supposed to send the thing that I sent it to you to myself, and then I got you tea. I still have those teas in my house that it's still there. If you want them, they're old now. They're like 6 months ago.
Oh, that's fine.
They're still good. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Good? Then I'll send it to you. Probably I have something else to send it to you, so probably I'll send it to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Those tea, it's laying down right here in front of me. I'll send them to you, like 7-8 boxes of tea. So I'll send it tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful! That's wonderful. And
I don't drink tea, so I never drink tea. I don't like tea.
Oh, okay.
Just,
well, that's cute. And of course, with that in mind, let's talk a little bit about the. Let's see now. Derek, of course, it sounded like his wife came home. So I don't know if he's back with us or not. And of course, he was talking a lot about his job earlier. When it comes to, oh, okay, yes. Oh, was that your wife, your ex-wife that came home?
Well, she came in. She had to do hair right quick. She did a client, so she left.
Oh my God, she worked on a client that quickly?
Well, no, she was finishing up.
Oh, okay.
So.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, and thank you. In terms of what else is going on, so Jameson, is there anything else that comes to mind with yourself before we start bringing other people in?
I'm a boring guy unless I'm talking about magic. I'm literally a one-track guy. This is why I don't have a girlfriend. This is why I have to pay prostitutes in better times.
Oh my God,
the good thing is that they make adult toys for that feel kind of like the real thing. So
yes,
it's fun enough. But what I will note is my mind is I am like the dullest outside of art and the occult in manga and anime and stuff like that. I'm literally like the dullest human being on planet Earth. I could literally sit there and stare at a wall and do that for hours. I don't, but
you should be a security guard. Yes, and then you could get paid for that.
When I was in the military, when I was in the military, I used to do security duty because they were going to transition me. They weren't sure what they were going to do with me, so I'd do 12 hours, and I'd be at the Marines. I'd be at the Marines building, and sometimes I would literally sit there and stare at that wall for hours, and I would just get into like this altered state of mind. And I would get pissed off when people would come in and I would hear their voices because I was like, "Oh, you motherfuckers!" I was almost distorting space and time.
Wow, that's no. You were in the Air Force, right?
Yeah, I was in the Air Force.
Right, and the Marine building was on what some base or something? It was like
this was at Keesler. This was Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi. So we shared the base with like the Marines and like so like not far from the buildings that were like for the I guess the Air Force people who were like training to get into the fields. There was a base for like the Marines as well. I mean, not a base, but like a building where they, the Marines were stationed to like chill and whatnot. And I spoke to some of them, and that's how I got introduced to an interesting comic book called Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, which was pretty fun. And that is a recommended read for any of you out there. That's the guy who wrote Invader Zim for those who are old enough to still remember when cable was like this big new thing.
Right.
But the only thing that comes to mind was I found out, and this is the sad part, is that I can only go into global events because I'm literally like such the most, how do I say, when it comes to mundane trivial matters that would interest most people, I'm a guy who gets lost in imagination. I'm sure if you were in my imagination, you'd be extremely entertained. But beyond that, it's just there's literally not much to talk about with me. I did find online, however, that in Oregon, they have fires in Oregon, and the sky is like blood red, so it looks kind of like the Silent Hill video game or something out there too.
Yes, it's like what is it? Sauron and Mordor. Mordor is what it looks like in many places. It's yeah. Well, it certainly matches my mood in recent days, but we won't go into that.
In a real sense, it does. It matches mine too. But for me, it's been more of a matter of frustration. There's a feeling like there's something missing in my life, and it's driving me fucking nuts because I don't know what it is. It could just be looming depression, or it could be that sort of autistic. What the fuck is what the hell am I supposed to be? It's like I'm doing everything I want to do. I started to do the graphic novel again. That seems to be going well. It's going okay. I can't say it's well because I haven't done ink in a long time, so it's literally becoming a pain in the ass where I literally had to take some white acrylic paint to try to white out some areas that I fucked up with perspective and whatnot. Again, it's been a while, but aside from that, I could go into some more global shit that's going on. I got my browser open to some global stuff. My only interest in the world is seeing if I can manipulate events in the world utilizing sorcery, because that for me seems more exciting than people. Because a lot of times people get into magic because they want money, they want fame, and they want this. Well, what happens when you get that? You just never practice again. You just leave the stuff alone, and that's it. That seems pretty boring to me. I want to do something. I want to explore Vista that was never really looked into that much. I want to like make lightning. I want to summon lightning and shit. I mean, really, like some. I don't know.
I can imagine.
That's with the power trip, but it's literally like if you can influence, like something like I don't know. Maybe a platoon of foreign soldiers getting wiped out or something, or you can influence a political outcome here or there. That level of power is significant. I mean, even if things were pointing to that direction of that happening again, anyway, if you accelerate the process, when you look at it to some degree, there is something very gratifying there to the ego. Far more than beating somebody's ass in a computer game, because, you know, the computer games are dull, you know, and I'll get beat by someone and they'll be like, oh, you're a noob, you ain't shit, motherfucker. And I'm like, dude. And what I do is I'm like, you're fat, ugly, pasty ass, can't even get laid. You're flaunting your shit about how good you are. You probably weigh twice the amount of the weight you're supposed to. You probably eat Cheetos all fucking day and piss in Poland Spring bottles and scream at your mom to get you cookies and shit. Yeah. And you got the nerve to dance because you whooped my ass in a fucking computer game. It's like, fuck you.
Yes.
You know, so it's just not gratifying anymore. It's not gratifying. In fact, I'm actually pissed, to be honest with you, because nothing is gratifying. It's a state called anhedonia,
Yeah.
which I suppose is a part of depression, where things that were once fun aren't fun. You know, even when it comes to my sorcery, it's felt like I'm just going through the emotions here. And I'm only really excited when, you know, the world seems like it's burning down. And it's not because I'm happy that the shit is happening. It feels like, you know, for some reason I have the psychological makeup where, unless I'm doing something that could be hazardous to me, I'm not excited by it.
Well, it sounds like an adrenaline junkie. A lot of people.
Yeah. And when I was a kid, I used to do a lot of dangerous shit, and I used to get my ass hurt all the time, but I used to keep doing it because it was the only way I felt alive. So it's like sometimes walking in the middle of the street, you know, knowing that traffic's gonna approach you. There's sort of that feeling of daringness, and then you like jump out of the way, and just like a few inches behind you, you realize that this bus was speeding past. It's like, whoa, man, and you feel this appreciation for life. But then when you're like doing shit like you're working at a job or you're behind a counter, it's like, fuck my life. This is boring to the point where it's agonizing. It physically hurts. It mentally hurts. It's just, you know, so there's always been this part of me that was always thinking like, maybe I should go back into the military and do some fucked up shit. And I'm like, no. I'm not giving Uncle Sam my shit just because I need to get my rocks off on some kind of adrenaline or something.
Well, I mean, the military would no longer be an option. I'm sure at this point they would.
No, I'm sure they will look at me. They'd be like, dude, you are fucking nuts.
Yes,
no.
Yes, right. They have that. They have that kind of. Yeah.
I wouldn't make it past the recruiting office. They'd be like, yeah, we see that you once had a MEP score that was high. We see that you once had a securities clearance. Yeah. No, you once had it. Yeah. But now you're too fucking batshit crazy to ever even get one, let alone be in the service. So
yeah, it's one of those things where, believe me, in a very real sense, it's to your advantage. Honestly,
I wouldn't want to wind up like one, I wouldn't want to wind up like those people who wind up dead because they whistleblow on like fucked up shit, and two, I wouldn't wind up like Michael Aquino, fucking bound to the state, trying to use, oh, you're a magician, eh? Okay.
Well, he had at least access to unlimited resources. Effectively, it was one of those.
He was fucking good at it. Yeah. Compared to half the people out here, you know, there are a few good people out here, but. The thing I noticed about the people who are really good in this field is that they get pulled down rabbit holes that are bullshit, that are set up by the very power base that you've been fighting all your life. Yeah. And so when I hear someone talking about like how the satanic panic was because of the Necronomicon or some shit, I'm like, all right, I can't listen to this shit anymore. Fuck this. I'm just not, I can't entertain this. I'm disappointed. It's a disappointment, and the disappointment becomes frustrating because it's like, okay, you motherfuckers have psychic powers, right? You can't fucking look in and see the fucking truth. You're seeing the same delusional bullshit that's clearly bullshit. How is that possible? Well, it's the same, but then that's the same critique I had for the remote viewing program. Right. And this is why I came to question as to whether one could create a reality overlay that's false, that psychics can, you know, that would be psychics, if they were to try to look into you, let's say if I was able to create a thought form that was like an entire world that would completely throw their shit off, you know, I suspect there's a capacity to do that, because there's a reason why I suspect the military isn't investing heavily on, you know, psychic stuff anymore.
As far as we know. Now, remember that they probably have taken it off the books is really what it's done. They've just basically don't emphasize it or popularize it anymore because they got tired of the bullshit. Just dealing with people asking them, well, how do I do this? And at any rate, in terms of
I'm sure they decided they would stare at goats in secret.
There we are. Yeah, they do a lot more than stare at them. They're 6 inches inside of them. And but in terms of,
I suspect they're fucking them.
Yes,
but
that's what I was implying. Yeah. In terms of what that's why they're staring at him first. And in terms of the
that goat's got a badunk.
Yes,
oh,
there we
feeling, dude. Yeah, man, let's go at it.
Yes, that's right. They just want to like stare at him to the point where they can hypnotize him and get him to stay still long enough. So when we're talking about what was going on with Michael Aquino, of course, he a lot of what you speak sounds like what he was attempting, and what we're talking about is morphogenic fields. So that brings us kind of back to Dr. Rupert Sheldrake. It's impacting the world through.
I need a little bit more insight on what Aquino was doing, and I've sort of felt that, you know, Rupert Sheldrake's morphogenetic fields is very similar to
morphogenic. Morphogenic, but go on.
Morphogenic fields are very similar to sort of like the mindset the Egyptians had with the Ka. Mm-hmm. And so I was able to...
You said it right, but I'm just re-emphasizing so people don't think you said cock. Ka. Yeah. That's spelled K-A.
As I go through, and I'm only doing this slowly because I don't make a lot of time for myself to read. I'm walking most of the time because if I'm not in motion, I feel like I'm going to fucking go nuts and just bang my head into the desk and break my skull open. Because I have to be somewhat moving all the time for some reason. I don't know what it is. But I've been reading his Temple of Set, and I've noted, and the funny thing is that these are things that I've noticed before I knew of his work. You know, these are things I've noticed and sort of brought up online from time to time, but it never got very much attention from anybody. Or if it did get attention, it was like, you know, it was just acknowledged like, yeah, okay, whatever. Because it seems like people seem to be stuck on the zeitgeist. But as far as the morphogenetic fields are concerned, I suspect that he had succeeded in creating another body. And I think he was able to do this. I think he would have realized that the idea of immortalizing the soul is futile because...
So I can give people some context for what you're saying. This originally started with Aleister Crowley in World War II and the creation of homunculus. And this is what in the occult is known as a homunculus, when you create an artificial body in which to ultimately breathe in life, potentially your own. And so the Aleister Crowley homunculus is what Aquino was basing his own body creation on. So back to Jameson Reese for, you know, at least a little longer on this topic. We don't want to overdwell on it tonight, but go on.
Well, I know, and I also know that Brendan, you know, is going to be coming in like a few minutes. So
not till 10:30. No, not till 10:30 Pacific time. Pacific time. But Peter Moon will be coming in a few minutes. Yes, so go on.
Okay, yeah. So what I'll go into is this: the soul itself. People concern themselves in religion about the soul itself, but the thing is, the soul is something you don't really have a say in, because of the walk-in phenomenon. Souls are like users outside of the temporal realm who are using your body per se for experiences. And this is not to say that everything has a soul, yes, but to some degree, it's not something that's you or yours in the sense that you consciously have any control over it. So what I'm getting at is what magicians of the past, especially the left-hand path, were trying to do is find a way to immortalize the ego, this conscious point of reference that we have, as long as in order to have an ego, intact, you need to make sure that you have some kind of separation, because the ego is a separation between me and the world around me. That's not to, and again, you can use the psychedelic experience of becoming one with the world around you as well. But the main goal here is to immortalize the ego, because the ego, after death, will go into the astral body as a vehicle, and the astral body breaks down and becomes an astral corpse. The astral corpse is what becomes a ghost. The ghost, if left to linger long enough, will start to become malignant and start to vampirize living things and whatever it can to keep its sustenance and survival. And that's where we enter the spelling of vampire with a Y, because a vampire with a Y is one who has lingered but has found a way to enter a physical human baby's body, I suppose, and comes back with some degree of advanced, they have more of an advanced understanding and ability of manipulating energy and whatnot. But when it comes to the goal of what I think Aquino did was he created within himself, he created a dichotomous view of him. People who are occultists really respected him, but with the image he created of himself outside within the world of those who weren't occultists, they were disgusted by him, horrified by him, rightfully so, with all the things he did. However, I suspect that in utilizing this, he was able to turn that into a thought form of himself by leaving a strong enough imprint. And one of the keys he left behind was the fact that he splits the universe up into twos, the objective and the subjective universe. Now, the objective universe is sort of acausal. That's outside. That's and the subjective universe is our little particular lens here through which we view as like multiple facets of like a whole. So what he would have done was he would have utilized that reputation of his and all this energy directed towards him as a means of creating a thought form body for himself to sort of immortalize himself after death. The rest of the immortalization would have come from doing a ritual like the opening of the mouth ritual within the Egyptian practices, where during death what they would do is they would create a purified body of the person ritualistically by utilizing all the names of God of the Egyptian Neteru and projecting that onto the person so that they can keep. And there's another key here, and then the other key as to the Egyptian knowledge of this is one of the sentences they use. They did this so that the pharaohs, I guess, and the departed would be able to keep their ability to eat, to touch, to see, and interact. That means, in other words, preserving conscious awareness as we experience it, which is something that I suspect slips away in the normal death process. In the normal death process, that will slip away at some point. The astral corpse will go back to its source, and we return to the will of samsara. Who knows what happens then? But our mindset, as far as the left-hand path is concerned, is that I don't want my experiences in this world and my suffering to be a waste, to be something that other souls just feast off of for their own ends. Then I go back to the source, and the source says, "Okay, I need you as this deformed child in the village of Ukraine, out Chernobyl or some shit." Fuck that shit. No. Having seen the nightmares of life here, no. The desire is to maintain some degree of consistency, and we do this by invoking demons and invoking other entities, because by invoking them, we are incorporating them into our body and creating a sort of purified body like the Egyptians do. And
But by the way, we're getting some echo from Peter Moon, so now that Peter Moon's on with us, he can turn off the audio on the... And so, yes, Peter, what he was saying, how he's tuned in, and it sounds interesting. So just wrap that up, Jameson, and
right.
Yeah.
What I'm going to wrap up is that, as I do research on... As I do research on what Aquino was really doing, I'm starting to see a sort of genius behind it, and some of this has to do with the fact that my makeup is similar to his, not in the fact that I do the evil shit he does, but that there's that same being drawn to darkness. and there's a realization that to some degree you can, to some degree, find redemption in darkness. Of course, the redemption, as you stated earlier, is that of the composting.
Yes.
Composting away all that is the dross to reveal the pure. And that's the process, some of us choose to undertake. As absurd as it sounds to other people, it's like, well, why not just go back to heaven and go back to God? Because that you don't have a say in that. At least with the composting, you're still, I rather still have a conscious ego through the process, no matter how painful. And that's where I'll end on.
Yeah, the interesting thing about people who have found their way in the presence of this this all-loving presence in the light, the reality is that there's a kind of boredom there. This is one of those elements that was spoken of by the Spiritualists, which was a movement which started in World War I with the enormous amount of deaths that people suffered on the front lines. And this is why Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who wrote the Sherlock Holmes franchise, became a spiritualist, was because his own son died in World War I. And many people said that his work became rather, completely impacted by that. And one of his heroes, who was Challenger, was the name of one of his heroes. He had the last name of Challenger. And he basically had a short story, The Land of Mist, in which that hero kind of crosses over into the other side in Africa. And it's one of these things that is, many people were dissatisfied with that story, and it was a manifestation of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's new cleaving to that religion of spiritualism, which at that time looked like it was going to become a major religious movement. It looked as if it were going to be up there with Protestantism and Lutheranism and various other kinds of schisms of of Christianity. And
it is.
It's
sort of cleaved off in a watered down way into the New Age in the current zeitgeist, which, even though it's a satanic construct, still has some of those spiritualist elements heavily.
Right, yes. Well, spiritualism, of course, started in my father's birthplace, Rochester, New York. And it started with a young girl who was communicating with the dead using rapping and just basically a kind of Morse code. And so people can look this up, and that was the kind of background, in a sense, where my father came from in terms of the environment he grew up in. This was the real-life equivalent of H.P. Lovecraft's mythical Rhode Island, which would be exemplified by Arkham. Arkham, of course, does not exist. There is no real Arkham. But, of course, Arkham was immortalized by H.P. Lovecraft with the town of Arkham in his short stories, and then later on by DC Comics picking it up as Arkham Asylum. So in terms of the real Arkham, it would be Rochester, New York. And so you had these young ladies who started rapping with the dead, literally and figuratively, and then you resulted in something that went across the Atlantic during World War I, and their view of the afterlife was what they called Summerland. And Summerland was where it was eternally summer, and this is where many people would find dissatisfaction in, what is the... it sounds kind of boring. Where's the challenges? This is why people keep coming back. This is the complexity of the soul. And this is why there are elements of the soul that return. And this is why there are elements of the soul that move on. We are the sum of many parts. And
you can't evolve. If you move into the light and you return to perfection, there's no evolution. Because there's no need to evolve. You're everything in every single possibility all at once at that moment, so there's no need for whereas if one decides to go into a denser and even darker place further from the light, there's even more of a challenge to evolve, and there's even more of a it sort of feels like that's what my purpose is, despite the fact that, despite the light I give off, which people seem to feel in my presence. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I wonder myself.
but But yeah, I people say, "Oh, you glow, you glow." Yeah,
Really?
I wonder why.
Holy
I don't get
shit!
it.
Oh, it's because you look like a Chippendale stripper. Aside from that, yeah, I was going to say that, yeah. So Peter, essentially, what I would like your input on tonight to start off with is the fact that I brought up, and I will bring this up later tonight as well, when we've kind of. When Peter Moon has felt that he's ready to go. Peter Moon is here tonight after putting in a very hard day's work. And I'd like you to tell us about that, whatever you're willing to share about the work on your home. But a few of the things I want to remind people of, and I'll, again, go into this after things settle down here. I will go over this with Peter because he hasn't heard it yet. So everybody is generally aware of this. San Francisco is on fire. We have everything burning around us to the point where
what does that mean?
What that means is all of the wildfires that are in region are closing in on San Francisco to the point where the sky is black, the sun is blood red, and by the time that I awoke today at high noon, 12 noon, it was pitch black. There's soot and there's ashes everywhere, and we have rolling blackouts, or rather we have what they call pitched blackouts. I will try and disambiguate that for people because it's a big deal. If we had rolling blackouts, it's kind of it's a different operational pattern, and I'm able to work with the pitched blackouts, and it is remarkable that I'm on air because we were losing internet.
What is just pitch blackout versus a rolling blackout?
I'll disambiguate that, later. I don't want to go into that right now because I don't want to.
But I mean, just in a nutshell, it means it's isolated blackouts?
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. It would be regionalized and local. In other words, they're like going to put a blackout here as opposed to rolling it over a larger region. Yeah. So it's more a surgical strike blackout, which they feel will help take the power out of one area and therefore prevent everything in that area from overheating, and which is what they're concerned about. Now, just to give people a little bit on the gravity of the situation most immediately, just hours agone, honestly, I thought it was my computer because the old clunky computer that I have, like I've said, is literally a jalopy. And at one point, a few points in the past, I could actually hear things falling inside of it, like actually parts just collapsing inside of it, making a mechanical noise. Not at all something like an overheating noise or some kind of noise. It's just old, and it's. But I thought it was my computer making the noise. That was this kind of mechanical screaming sound. And I realized it was outside, and I saw PG&E, which is Pacific Gas and Electric. And again, I'll go into this a little later tonight when things have stabilized. Just the fact that PG&E is a monopoly, and it's as a corporate entity, it's treated as a human being or as a personality all its own. And it is at this point, it's a felon on parole. PG&E has taken responsibility for multiple deaths, which means that it's essentially a killer. And it's not just like multiple deaths, like, 10 or 20. We're talking like in the hundreds. So we're talking about a mass murderer, corporate entity that is basically trying to provide services to the community. So we're in a very bizarre situation here in California. They can't afford to break it up or tear it apart. It's in bankruptcy, and it's guilty of multiple deaths, and it's providing our electricity. Well, they were outside my door. Literally where I could hear them, and when I looked outside I could see them, and they were repairing the lines. The lines around my home had collapsed, so which is very unusual and doesn't make any sense. Someone may have cut them, but they were definitely taking the broken lines, which were on the street and sparking, and therefore a fire hazard, and severing them and re-putting up new lines. Now, this was completed just before I came on bandwidth tonight. So it's one of these things that it's one of, this is what we're dealing with. So the situation is stark, it's dire, and it's very bleak. Aside from the attacks that have been going on in my life personally, we have a situation where just outside it's bad enough. So
yes, excuse me, I see Russian Hill
yeah.
in San Francisco. It's a nice orange sky. It's beautiful. And the picture of it is beautiful.
Yes.
It could also arguably be Photoshopped. We know it's not, but based on you. But I'm saying is, it actually has Russian Hill.
Yeah.
It's got all sorts of shots of San Francisco.
Yeah.
And
what I'll try and do is put up some photographs later. I will try and put up some photographs to give people an idea of just how bad it is here.
Oh God, Transamerica building is covered with like smoke. How do people? How can you breathe inside?
I have lung issues anyway, so I have to be very careful. But I will say this: San Francisco is far better off than most areas because we have the maritime current. Because we have the maritime current and a kind of atmosphere which is much more turbulent. We have a higher quality air at the present moment than many other places. Now, in the past, sometimes the situation has gotten so bad where the air quality here is just as bad as other places, where it's like smoking multiple packs of cigarettes a day when the fires get really bad and close in. But at the moment, the fires are positioned where they're impacting our sky in the photosynthetic effect, in the fact that there's enough particulate matter in the clouds where we're getting the dispersal of light where the sky is not blue, it's blood orange. But in terms of the air itself, it's at the moment more breathable. Still, I of course have to be careful, and I'm going to be of course taking my leave of you for a few minutes while I go snort some water up my nose and just clear my nostrils of some of the ash, because the particulate matter does get in even with the doors closed and the windows closed. It's just the nature of the beast. And so it is kind of hot and sweaty and sultry and overly humid, and at the same time precipitous drop in the temperature as we enter. We're on the eventide now, 12 minutes after 7 p.m. here. So we're entering the colder area of the night, so I had to put a sweatshirt on and get the heating collar on that Lena Shea had gifted me with a few years ago on. So all of this is how would I say it? The situation that I'm in now, and I'm just getting my head together, breathing. I want to meditate and be calm and kind of let people do a round table while I do that. I'll be back in a few minutes, but let's have Peter Moon kind of start his participation by bringing up the fact that there's a few days ahead of us of some significance. Now, quite off the topic, and something that I'll just briefly educate people a little bit about later tonight. Tomorrow is World Suicide Prevention Day. This entire month, September, is Suicide Awareness Month, but tomorrow specifically is World Suicide Prevention Day. I'll go a bit into that later, but in terms of what's important more immediately is that we have a confluence of anniversaries this Friday, the day after tomorrow, and it's the 19-year anniversary of the 1911 attacks. It's also the 6-month anniversary of the World Health Organization declaring the novel coronavirus a pandemic, which they did far too little, far too late, because they were in the hip pocket of the communist Chinese. Trump is very correct when he calls this the China virus. Of course, that is where it originated. There is nothing racist about it. The communists are completely responsible for this. They could have contained it months ahead of what they did. And they waited on it and waited on it, did absolutely nothing. And you have the World Health Organization saying what a great job they did. It's preposterous and it's offensive. But beyond all that, when we were speaking of the September 11th attacks, we were talking about where you were that day. Everyone was speaking about where they were that day. Now, you, of course, live in New York, and so we presume that you experienced it, and we'd like you to talk a bit about that, what happened that day, and what kind of repercussions you may have had personally, or maybe people you knew who you lost. And aside from that, of course, you can segue into that, because what we were covering with Jameson Reese before you came on was Aleister Crowley in World War II creating a homunculus. And this had repercussions well after the war, in which a homunculus was around that Michael Aquino was insistent contained the consciousness of Aleister Crowley. So I was going a bit into that, and so that's where Jameson Reese was also.
That has nothing to do with the Babylon working, though, does it?
No. Thank you for asking.
I don't know about his homunculus that he created during World War II.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go into it some other time. I would probably have to dig into my own notes about that. It's been years, and
he might have created a few.
That's a distinct possibility, but at the same time it's not, because it was such a lot of hard work to create one. It's something that it's theoretically possible, but it didn't seem practically what happened. That doesn't seem to be practically what happened. I'll really have to dig for that, because a lot of these things, it's like people that I've had unpleasant brushes with. It's amazing how quickly I forget their names. And my mind's gotten very good at forgetting a lot of things to maintain my sanity. So, but one of the things that we have here now that I haven't forgotten is Peter Moon. So I do remind everyone that Peter Moon is the publisher and editor at skybooksusa.com. Every book that Peter Moon has ever published has remained in print, and he's made certain none of them have ever gone out of print. So you can complete your collection of all his works at skybooksusa.com. Don't forget to check him out at the TimeTravelEducationCenter.com. And he, of course, has a Facebook timeline, and this is something that I do recommend people follow him at. He obviously has been on any number of times, and we're very blessed that he brings his followers with him when he does come on to visit us. And of course, the last time that he was here, we were alluding to perhaps talking about some of the cosmology that I had been introduced to through years of serving liaison with Michael Aquino. But, there's no need to go into the cosmology in depth tonight, because we were going to do that, Peter and I, on the Sunday transmission, where it would probably be more fitting, and we'll have a lot of this week behind us by then, and a lot of these potent anniversaries and just behind us as well. So it's one of those things where if we do kind of go into that direction tonight organically, we'll go into what we can. But other than that, I do remind everyone that Peter Moon has been working on a bitch of a book, and it's been a bitch to get it out there. And that was a book by Radu, I hope I pronounced his name correctly, Sinomar, I believe his name is.
Yeah, the book's not so hard. We're just having an issue with the cover. In fact, as I'm talking to you right now, I'm looking at examples of 3D crystals. The book had a cover that was the artwork was misappropriated. I found out at the last minute. It was supplied to me, and I said no, I can't use this. So I have somebody expert in 3D animation who has still said he'll get me something, an improved version of your Super Dreadnoughts.
Oh, wonderful! Yes,
for the cover. But he did a bang up illustration for me, and took him about 45 minutes. We just need to get the crystal set. So the cover's been delayed. That's all.
Okay, wonderful.
It was pretty much of a breeze to get that book compared to yours. Which
By the way, the Facebook timeline for Peter Moon, where you can friend and follow him, is facebook.com/peter.moon.566. It's peter.moon.566. And what I'm going to do now is go mute myself. I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest, more likely about 7. And I'm just going to just take care of all this snot that's built up in my nose since the attack of the ashes. Well, that's just constant with the burning all around us. Again, I have every intention of putting up some pictures. If not tonight, then tomorrow. But I'd better get them up sooner so people appreciate what we're going through here. But as Peter Moon has attested, he's just going through online to look at pictures of San Francisco now. So anyone can do this, and you're going to find images that are pretty disturbing. It is apocalyptic. it looks like something out of a movie, or that it's all been photoshopped. It's not. You're walking through orange haze in San Francisco, and so everybody's mood is very down. When I went out and about, nobody's talking to each other. They're like, it's like ghosts passing through each other in Stygia, the Chaldean underworld and shit.
It makes COVID-19 seem dim by comparison.
Yeah, there you go. And so there we are, sir. And what you can do is just tell us about 9/11, what you were doing that day, what memories you have. I'll be back in about 7 to 10, and then I'll join us then. Now, I've just moved my cursor and two people disappeared. Selena Khan and Jameson Reese are still with us, I hope. I've seen the +2 sign, so hopefully they're still online. And Selena, say hello to Peter, just to make sure. There we are. I see their images again. Good. Excellent. So everybody's online. They're on mute. And I will go on mute now, and I'll be back. The stage is Mr. Moon's.
You'll be back in about, what, 20 minutes?
Oh, God, no, not that long. Oh, no, just about 7 minutes, 10 at the longest.
Okay, that's good. That's fine. Good. Yeah. Good. That'll work out just about fine.
Thank you.
So, 9/11. Today is September 9th. 9/11, 2001 was a very interesting day for me, because at that time I had a roommate, a friend, living in my house. Clyde Douglas, great guy. And I had another friend who had been at Montauk. She was from Hawaii, and she was staying at my house for the weekend, and we were going to drive her back to New Jersey. It just so happened it was going to be 9/11. And what I don't know if she was going to participate in this with us or not. I don't remember. But we were going to drive her to her parents' house in Toms River, and she was going to fly back to spend some time there and then fly back to Hawaii, because she'd been working at Montauk. Now, but I do know I had arranged to meet up with my friends in Trenton, New Jersey. Trenton, New Jersey was where my friend Chelsea Floor lived. She had since moved to San Diego, but I was still friendly with the group there. That I guess they had a MUFON group. It was the only MUFON group that I'd ever had any, initial friendship or association with, and it was because of Chelsea. But I knew some of the people there and some of the people who were fringe on that group, and we were going to gather at my friend Patty Blackwell's house in Bordentown, and then we were all going to go to Ong's Hat, New Jersey. Now, Ong's Hat is a book I published, Ong's Hat, The Beginning. Joseph Matheny is the main compiler of that book and phenomena of an obscure place in the Pinewood Barrens of New Jersey, where the physicists from the Institute of Advanced Study used to go to hang out at the Ong's Hat Rod and Gun Club. And it had eventually turned into an ashram. The ashram was a legend of its own, but there were actual people who lived there. It's since burned down. So I had been to Ong's Hat before. But we were going to make a day of it. This friend of mine wanted to go back to New Jersey, so I said my friends in New Jersey wanted to get together, so we took off, probably before 9-ish in the morning, and we were taking the Southern State Parkway in Long Island. There's two major parkways for, non-commercial vehicles, the Southern State and the Northern State. And the Southern State turns into the Belt Parkway, which runs right by JFK Airport, and then you'll catch the Verrazano Bridge to Staten Island and cross over into New Jersey. And we got out on the Southern State Parkway. We were probably no more than 15 minutes away from where I live on the way to New York, and the radio was on. I don't know why, because you'd think we would have been talking to each other. And we heard that the Twin Tower, one of the Twin Towers went down. Oh my God, what's this? And it was like on the news, and it was like we were trying to figure out what happened. So I said, yeah, we better get the hell over the Verrazano Bridge, which again goes from Brooklyn to Staten Island, get there quick and get, so we don't get jammed up in traffic. So we just think that something's happened. We don't know nobody knows what's happened at that point. Then we're heading up, we're listening for more. And as we get closer to New York, or it comes into view, we can see the tower on fire. But we keep going. I'm the driver, and I said, I want to get over this bridge, and traffic was fine. I don't know why the traffic would be so fine on a September Tuesday, I think it was. And we kept going. Then I think we heard the second tower was on fire. And we could see both towers on fire, as I recall. And it was, again, what's that word? Apocalyptic. But we're going. I said, I want to get there. So we get into Brooklyn. And it becomes very evident that there was a huge line to get across the Verrazano Bridge, because they were checking everybody who went over. And we hear this on the radio. We hear there's a tremendous line. It's going to take who knows how long to get across the bridge. So instead of getting in line to get off the bridge, I turn off in Brooklyn and say, no, we're not doing this bridge. It's crazy. We got to get back home. So I turned around, got back on the highway, and headed home. There was no traffic coming home. I felt very fortunate to get home. My friend, we said, well, okay, we'll get you on a train. We'll get you back to New Jersey one way or the other. But we're not going to drive you to New Jersey because we're not going to be able to get across. So it sounded really good. We get back home. That presents another problem. Okay, you're home. Now what's going to happen? It was very unpredictable. Nobody knew what had happened. And I guess when word began to come out that it was terrorists, I think my first thought was, when I was driving in, seeing it, I said, is this it? Is this it? Is this the apocalypse? Because it was that much of an event. So when I get home, I was thinking, how do I get up? We're on an island. Long Island is an island. It's 120 miles long, but it's an island. You feel all of a sudden vulnerable because you have to use a bridge to get across. So I thought, I got to get off this island. How can I get off this island? At this time, I'm not even thinking of my daughter, who lives 1.5 miles away with my ex-wife. I'm not thinking of either one of them. I'm only thinking of the situation. Got to get off the island because it might be safe off the island. So it's like, it was a lot of, I guess, what you call panic. And what was also perplexing, we were going to go spend what I recall to be a Tuesday in New Jersey. And then Friday, I was supposed to drive up to Vermont. Woman, Tippy Halsey, had a center, I think it was called the Light Center or something. And we were going to have an event with Al Bielek, Preston Nichols, Duncan Cameron, Stuart Swerdlow, and myself. This was going to be the only time we were ever together. We were planning to do seminars with all of us, and the Swerdlows were organizing this. They worked very hard on organizing this, and they were doing a pretty good job of networking, and I think they wanted to do this across the country. So this was all scheduled. Now, there were problems with doing the event because Preston Nichols was calling the girl on the phone at Tippy's to who was doing calling. And he was telling her that F-16s were going to come and bomb the place and kill all of us. And of course, I thought this was absurd. Stuart got really pissed off about it because he thought it was bullshit. And Preston insisted this was going to happen. And then because 9/11 happened, Al Bielek could not fly. He was in Florida. The flights were grounded, so he was thrown off the thing. And Preston was disqualifying himself from coming because it was too, he was saying they were going to kill us. And then he said that he had to go to 9/11, to the Twin Towers to recover cell phones and stuff. He was on special call to the government, which may well be true. So he bowed out of the event. And he pissed the hell off of the Swerdlows. They felt that Preston was trying to sabotage the event. And it did look like it could have been a self-sabotage on Preston's part. I went to the event because I could drive up. The Swerdlows came. They drove from Michigan. And Duncan was able to come. He drove up from Long Island as well. So it was basically me, Duncan, and Stuart. And it was a successful event. People came anyway. I think she offered to cancel the event, but the people said, no, we want to come. We want to hear what's going on. So it wasn't as well attended as maybe it could have or should have been, but I think there were at least 70 people there. And they paid a considerable sum for, it was, I think, a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday seminar, if I recall. And it was successful enough that we did it again later. Did it subsequently, did a second one, a follow-up. But it was bizarre because the girl who was doing the call-in did not come to the event. She was afraid. Preston had scared the living daylights out of her. So she didn't come. I remember getting up and talking, and I was still kind of felt sort of a shaking as I discussed, because, we're from New York. I'm from New York. They want to hear about what's going on in New York. It was frightening. Now, I live 33 minutes from New York, from Manhattan, if there's no traffic. But it feels like a lot longer than 33 minutes. And there's a lot of insulation from New York City in the suburbs where I live. So it was very disturbing. I did not lose anyone. Alexandra Bruce, one of my authors, she lived in the financial district, and she lost her apartment. Oh. It affected her. Wow. She moved, I think she moved to Brazil. It's where she originally grew up. She grew up in Brazil.
Oh, okay.
So she's very international. She lived in England. She lived in Chicago. She lived in, Her father was connected, the Bruce family. He was connected to the government, worked in England, and he worked all over the place. So I should say she's multicultural. She speaks Portuguese, but I think she went back to Brazil for a while and stayed there because she had no home. But that was, I don't think, I can't recall of anybody else, but it was sort of a panic time, and it was not pleasant. It was not pleasant because you didn't know what was going to happen. And I would say, as much as I despise George W. Bush, and I was one of the co-sponsors of the official anti-George Bush T-shirt. We did have a company, a friend of mine said, I want to make these T-shirts. And she had the official orange anti-George Bush T-shirt. And my friend Peter Madero, rest in peace, who had his own T-shirt company, he was one of the co-sponsors there, the main co-sponsor. He had the idea to put it in camouflage. So we had the official, and those were the best sellers of the T-shirts. There were many T-shirts, but people loved those in Greenwich Village. They would buy them up. Cher even bought one.
Yeah.
Cher didn't come to the T-shirt stand, but her, what do you call it? Personal assistant was there and bought one, and Cher wanted a couple, I guess she said, and
right.
We got one to share because she wasn't a George Bush fan. But anyway, George
at that point, Bush, Sonny Bono was still alive, right? But they were separated. But Sonny Bono was still.
I don't know if Sonny was still alive, but she wasn't married. Married to him. I think he died in the 90s.
Okay, yeah, go on.
But he didn't get one.
Yes.
He was a card-carrying Republican.
Yes, he was like running for various political positions. That's what made him just a bit of a funny guy. It was funny. He was trying to get serious and trying to run for political positions when he died, skiing. So it was a very strange situation when
he was a Scientologist,
I had no idea. He died in 1998. You're right. Holy shit! I thought it was in the 2000s. Holy shit, that's a long time ago. Oh my god.
Yeah, he got into Scientology well after I left, and he had a lot of success using the Dianetics techniques, the kind of raw early Dianetics techniques, and his restaurant that he owned in Palm Springs was a bastion for celebrities. I know he got involved in helping or counseling Jim and Tammy Baker, but he rode his popularity to become a U.S. congressman, where he made some of the stupidest comments about the Vince Foster investigation. He was on the Vince Foster investigation, and he bought hook, line, and sinker what the press was saying about it. Mm-hmm. But that's beside the point. He was a Scientologist, and he was heavily on drugs when he had the accident. Which I think he had the drugs. I think they were painkillers. It wasn't like he was, doing recreational drugs. He had some pain issues.
But he might have been drinking as well, right? I don't know.
I don't know. I just, from what I recall,
right,
is that they were painkillers, and he didn't have his Dianetics straight.
Right.
It wasn't being used correctly in his world. Whatever.
Yeah.
And I think he might have had some disaffection, but I think he hit a tree.
Yes.
The Kennedy children hit a tree.
Yes. But in the case of the Kennedy children, they were literally tossing a bottle of alcohol, like a big bottle of Jim Beam or something like that, back and forth to each other when one of them hit into the tree that killed him. That was like literally they were drinking and skiing and literally, not even a joke, not even metaphorically, physically tossing an alcohol bottle back and forth to each other while they were going down the hill. In Sonny Bono's case, there's a whole compelling story of conspiracy behind that he may well have been murdered simply because he had developed a conscience about something that I'm not going to go into now because I'd have to look it up. It was so long ago that I spoke about that on Revolution Radio. But anyhow, please go on about Cher and yeah.
Well, I was going to say it wasn't about Cher. It was about, we got up to Sonny Bono because they were such magnetic characters. They were such celebrities.
Yeah.
Whether you liked them or hated them, they were just celebrities personified.
Yeah.
And I would also say that they were considered in the 60s, early 70s, ultimate phonies by the hippie crowd.
Right.
And you can trace it back to, and their appeal was not to the young people, it was to the oldsters, the people that could no longer watch Red Skelton or Jack Benny.
Yes.
They tuned into Cher and Sonny. Because they were young and hip.
Yes. Yes.
But the reason, is that they were considered ultimate show business phonies. And years later, I was able to trace it back to, I think somebody tried to get Cher on cocaine, and she wanted nothing to do with it. So that was viewed as, well, she's not one of us. And that sort of mentality would transfer through the youth culture, just like the Beach Boys. People don't know this about the Beach Boys, but they were persona non grata with the hippie crowd.
Right. Yes.
And the only reason they were, it's not because they were singing about surfing and fast cars, which had nothing to do with the hippie movement. It was because they did not go to the Monterey Pop Festival. They were invited to the Monterey Pop Festival, which was what precipitated Woodstock. This was started by John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas. And he wrote the song, all those who come to San Francisco wear flowers in your hair. He wrote that song for to draw people to the Monterey Pop Festival, even though Monterey is a good ways away from San Francisco. But that San Francisco was the magnet for, and you don't want to have a pop festival in San Francisco. You want to have it in Monterey where there's more room. So so anyway, the Beach Boys were invited, but that festival made people's careers, like Janis Joplin, Crosby, Stills and Nash, probably Linda Ronstadt. I don't know. I mean, a handful of people. Probably Joe Cocker. I really wasn't into following all these musicians, but I couldn't help. I'd hear about them from my friends or from my schoolmates, just jabber, jabber, jabber. So I, learned a fair amount about Paul is Dead, Paul of the Beatles, not because I followed the stories, but you couldn't avoid them. From the friends would talk about it, and you'd get, caught up in the listening with your ears. Not even participating in the conversation, but you'd hear it. So that made a lot of people. But the Beach Boys didn't go because their publicist said it would not be good for their image, which was fast cars and surfing, neither of which they participated in. Certainly not surfing, except for Dennis Wilson. It was all image. And the hippie crowd resented and hated them for it. And that actually deflated the Beach Boys on many levels.
Well, Brian Wilson, of course, developed a very bizarre, potentially homosexual relationship with his psychiatrist, who wound up taking all of his money and leaving him basically bereft. Do you know anything about this? Or?
Well, he did a good job of doing that. Yeah, he just completely. Now, Brian Wilson is the consummate musical genius. And Charles Manson was much more heavily involved with the Beach Boys than has been publicly acknowledged until fairly recently. He was like in their houses, they were very tight, particularly Dennis Wilson. So I think Mike Love, the cousin, who I think he began to distance himself and didn't want anything more to do. And I think, Charles Manson might have threatened him or something, but Mike Love could smell this guy. And then that was a very wacky time. And of course the Beach Boys had gone to, India with the Beatles. And I don't know who turned on who. if who was turning on who, whether, you know, like to drugs and whatnot. You had the Rolling Stones turning people on in England. The Beach Boys got, you know, there was a lot of cross-cultural circulation. So the Beach Boys became drug-oriented after their trip to India and meeting the Beatles. Meet the Beatles was the name of their first album. Well, the Beach Boys did meet the Beatles, and the Beach Boys were really considered persona non grata in the hippie culture, because they weren't, you know, they were going to be something else other than the youth culture. They were going to hold on to the 50s post-greaser,
Right.
you know, image.
Yeah.
And they only began to rehabilitate themselves when they started doing good vibrations and wearing long beards and long hair. They began to slowly ingratiate themselves, and then they got back into the hearts of Americans in the 1980s, when they were supposed to appear on the lawn at the Capitol they were having a big 4th of July, and James Watt, the Secretary of the Interior, said, "No, we can't have the Beach Boys. They're full of drugs and gravel."
Yes, James Watt.
Yeah, and then Ronald Reagan came to their rescue. He says, "The Beach Boys, everybody knows the Beach Boys. No, there's nothing wrong." He fired James Watt.
Yes.
You know, because the Beach Boys were part of California and part of nostalgia. So the Beach Boys, you know, worked their way back into the graces of America, and never really challenged with the Charles Manson issues. But the back to George Bush. George W. Bush, he calmed down the entire nation, particularly New York, by providing funding and providing certain programs and not fanning the flames of 9/11.
Right.
In other words, he did fan the flames in Iraq.
Yeah.
And he made a nightmare out of that whole let's go get Saddam Hussein sort of stuff.
Right.
But he calmed down. In other words, he could have grabbed that situation in New York and made it much more chaotic than it was. It was already chaotic.
Right.
He made it much worse. He could have made it much worse.
Right.
But he didn't.
Right.
So that was a boom.
Yeah.
That was a good thing that he did. And then, meanwhile, they were sneakily getting all of the, you know, the building matter. Giuliani was getting it all out. They were shipping it out and taking it somewhere where it can be investigated.
Also, a lot of it was just being shipped to China for salvage.
They were getting it to hell
Yeah.
out of America,
Yeah.
so that it could not be investigated.
Yes.
But-
Yes.
And then there's a woman I know, has a lot of weird experiences, and she'd be horrified if she knew I was saying this right now. I'm not going to mention anybody's name.
Right.
She'd probably be horrified that I'm even mentioning the story. And of course, her horror is not warranted. She knew a couple of guys from Brooklyn. I knew them as well. They were introduced to me. I had dinner with them. They used to come to our meetings. They were characters. One was a Native American from the Caribbean. The other one, and when I was introduced to him, I was told that his father was a Nazi at Brookhaven. He had a Germanic background, and it might have well been true. He didn't know who his father was, or, you know, there was this obscure connection with his father. These guys they used to attend these meetings, and they were meetings that were where they talked about secret meetings about aircraft. But these were like people in the military, probably secret societies. And I remember having dinner with them, and I was talking about the Bond meetings, BON, that they used to have on Long Island.
Right.
And Long Island...
Do you mean the Bund as in B-U-N-D?
No, not B-U-N-D.
Okay.
The Bund meetings were the German National Socialists that met. The Bonn meetings were something totally different.
The Buddhists,
but they did occur at the same location as where the Bund meetings occurred. And there's in Yaphank, Long Island, there's a big Bavarian house that's still there today, a big grass field where they used to goose step. The Bonn meetings I know of from a Montauk Indian who worked for the local police, and she used to send reports on the Bonn meetings. She would type them up. They would be reported for the people who would spy on them and be sent to the House Un-American Activities Committee. They would be sent, she would send them there. And she said they were meetings where they would wear KKK type garb. And they were, in other words, but they didn't make any sense. Why? And this was during the war. This was during World War II. They were having these Bonn meetings. And of course, the Bonn is the name of the priests of Tibet.
Yes.
So I wrote about this in my book, The Black Sun Montauk Nazi Tibetan Connection, which I just submitted today to become a hardback on print on demand, by the way.
Wow.
But anyway, these meetings that they would have were very, very strange and very. But anyway, these two guys, it sounded like the meetings I think they called them Bonn meetings too, but it was in a different context, and there were people meeting from the world of aviation. Now, this is hauntingly similar to a group called the Conquistadores, which Mae Brussel used to talk about. And the Conquistadores, she said, were much more secretive and powerful than Bohemian Grove. And they would meet in the Midwest, I think in Wyoming. And when they would, and this was the people of the whole airlines industry. And she used to go off on Frank Borman.
Interesting.
Which you used to go off on Frank Borman too.
Right. In a different sense, however. And I brought...
Just that he was connected to Martin Borman.
That's right. That's right.
By blood.
Yes.
But the thing is this was the airline industry of the top powers of the world. They were called the Conquistadores of the Sky. That was their name. And you won't find very much on them, but they would meet in, I think it was Jackson Hole. I mean, that's where they have financial meetings anyway.
That's right. Yeah.
But they would meet and they would have these big races in buggies, horses and buggies, and the men would dress as women.
Yeah.
And she said it was bizarre. And these were people that were like, this was completely out of character. Like they go into a completely different characterization of themselves, world leaders and whatnot, people in the airlines industry, and dress up as women and dance around and have races in buggies. And sort of like at Bohemian Grove, they do a lot of unusual things.
To say the least, yes.
Right. So anyway, this woman so I was having dinner and I said something about this, and one nudged the other and said, you said, he kind of nudged under his breath, you said too much, kind of elbowed his, the Caribbean elbowed the Germanic guy, you shouldn't have said anything. And that was kind of revealing. Now anyway, they liked to scare this woman. Like with me or my friend who introduced me, they were just, regular people.
Right.
But because this one woman was so vulnerable, they liked to scare the daylights out of her.
That's so awful. Just so sadistic and so juvenile. But it's...
Yes, but it was almost as if it's easy to blame them, but don't forget her role in the matter.
Right.
Because she was so vulnerable that it was like hanging off of her sleeve.
Right.
And it wasn't right of them to do it, but I've never heard of... In fact, there was one guy they should have done this shit with. he would call him up and say, I'm going to turn you into a mouse with magic. And he was gay.
Yeah.
They could have beat the crap out of him.
Right.
But they would just laugh and say, "Why do you say that? Why do you say that?" You see, he's too easy. He's too easy. They wouldn't bother him.
Right.
You know, it wouldn't bother him, and he would be insulting to them, and they thought it was funny because he was some. And these two guys, it's like if you were on the subways in New York City, you'd want them to be with you.
Right.
That's just the sort of presence they had. If you were afraid of being intimidated, you'd want them with you. That's how I would describe them. Right. You know, the Indian or the Caribbean guy wore a do-rag, and it was. But as I say, I really enjoyed them. I had fun with them, and they got a kick out of Preston. Mm-hmm. But they had told this woman about something going down on 9/11. They knew about 9/11 before it happened. Mm-hmm. And it came through this aeronautics group that was like a secret society. And we had heard that one of them went to Vermont. So we wondered if they were going to be, one of them was going to be at the meeting. She was scared to death. Mm-hmm. She went to the FBI to tell them, mm-hmm. because she felt a dutiful,
duty-bound, responsible, obligated. But of course, the FBI. Yeah, I'm sure the FBI did nothing.
I didn't want to hear a single word.
Yes. Yeah.
They could care less.
Yeah.
And it's like the guy who was interviewing the person who saw the people that were involved in the Sirhan conspiracy. They got a recording of some LA investigator, LA PD guy saying, "No, you didn't hear these things. You think you heard these things. You didn't hear them. Nobody said anything." I mean, you know, it's not an interview. This guy's telling her what to say.
Right, right.
And it was kind of like that. So this was 9/11. They knew it was going down. I also had my friend Clyde. I had this incredibly adept, dear friend, Yonda. You know, she's a clairvoyant healer. And she went into the Twin Towers in August before 9/11. She said, something's going down here. So her and Clyde went in that day. I had no interest in going. But they went in and she knew something was going down. And sure enough, she was right. So 9/11 was followed up. So anyway, we had the event. The event went well, although it was just me, Stuart, and Duncan. The Swerdlows and Preston never really got on after that. They fell apart in terms of whatever association they had. And that was in September. In October, I guess we invaded, meaning the United States of America,
right, invaded
Afghanistan, right, on the way to Pakistan.
Yes.
It was in November of that same year that David Anderson called me to his apartment in Kings Park, Long Island, mm-hmm. and said, you know, you're only the second person to come here. Well, there was this one couple that came, but I don't want to have anything to do with them. But it was only the second person to come, and he wanted to talk to me about an event he wanted to do, mm-hmm. on time travel, have professors from all over the East Coast come to this event. He wanted to have Preston and myself talk. He wanted to have, and he was going to present stuff on time travel, mm-hmm. to raise consciousness on it. And he could have networked it into a big deal with all his connections. Mm-hmm. We talked about that. Then he said, there's another reason I want you to come. And then he says to me, he says, so we're just talking. I don't know if we gotten into what I think he said, oh yes, I've been told that I'm going to Moscow to bring I can bring my ticket and my passport, but nothing else, because it will be taken from me. And I'm told to report to Moscow, but I'm not told why. I'm told I'll be gone for 2 weeks. And what I'm telling you is, if I don't come back in 2 weeks, I want you to make a lot of noise, because I don't want to be gone more than 2 weeks. So he had 2 reasons to call me to his apartment. Then we got to talking. And somehow something came up about China. And I said, you know, I got this very strange Christmas card from China. I had met the Chinese at the Frankfurt Book Fair in Germany. And they were really the only ones, at least in the international countries, other than one Russian guy I met, that took an interest in Montauk and time travel. Chinese were very interested. And that was in 1992. This meeting with David was in 2001. It was years later, these Chinese, they sent me a holiday card. They don't send a Christmas card, they send a holiday card during that time period.
Right.
Wishing me a Happy New Year. And I said, this is so weird. It's like, I would have forgotten about this guy if he didn't send the card. I remembered it. He sent me a Christmas card. Why? So I said, this is a very odd behavior I'm saying of Chinese sending Christmas cards. He goes, oh, yeah, I know. He says, I've got one. I've got a Chinese. Let me show you. He goes over to his fireplace, and he had all these cards on the fireplace that were from the previous year. He never took them down. His house was very neat, but he had all these cards on the fireplace, Christmas cards, and they were all from world leaders.
Interesting. Oh my God.
And I still have the envelopes, because that was part of what I inherited when I got the stuff. I don't have the cards, but I have the envelopes. He had them from Gaddafi.
Holy shit.
He had them from, I remember Gaddafi in particular, but he had them from everybody. And these guys, and he said that these people knew him for the most part. I know not every single one, and they were addressed to the Time Travel Research Center. They weren't addressed to David Anderson, they were addressed to the Time Travel Research, maybe David Anderson at the Time Travel Research Center.
Interesting.
And he said that he knew them by virtue of his expertise in nuclear weapons. He's a consummate expert on nuclear weapons. I'm sure he also knows that combination, 000 too.
Right. Yes.
but so he says these world leaders, he says most of them get in their position, they're not quite sure how they got there.
Right.
And they're very much trying to do the right thing, but it's very difficult. They feel overwhelmed, and they really don't know what they're doing.
That's right.
And they're trying to do the right thing. This was his take on it.
Yeah. Well, they certainly don't know what they're doing, and they do feel overwhelmed. By the way, I do want to let our listeners know that when Peter Moon speaks of the combination 0000, what he's talking about is the fact that all throughout the Cold War, the Air Force was so corrupt. They were so they were just so just miserably lazy that in theory, the code to launch the nuclear weapons was supposed to be changed on a daily basis, literally every 24 hours. There was supposed to be a new code, but they just got basically, they said this is impossible. None of our men are capable of working with that level of competence, so they just basically made the nuclear code all zeros, and it was that way for decades. This is true. You can look this up and verify it yourself. So one of the people who, of course, would be aware of that factor would be Dr. David Anderson. And by the way, just a little segue here from our chat room. I do want to say hello to V Sexton. V Sexton says, "Hey D." So, hey V. And Ms. Zalim, who says good day. And so, shout out to Ms. Zalim. And Faustina E says, oh, that idiot Gunner keeps popping up. And so, hey, Faustina, So good to see you. And so apparently somebody was in there who was leaving a bunch of messages under this acronym or alias of 8DL, and Maria Grigorich was able to handle him, and so that took care of him. I don't know if that was the gunner idiot. There might have been a GRV, and whatever it is, Maria Grigorich, thank you, honey, has been consummate at taking care of that. And so, anyhow, Marcus Griggs is in Australia, and I'm sure he says hello to Peter Moon as well. So, Peter, back to where we were with all of this. So, this is incredibly fascinating, and it's not at all surprising that there are going to be elements of the elite that were aware of 9/11 before it happened, and that is something that pretty much anyone who listens to myself would pretty much find that almost reassuring, in the sense that it just basically helps to verify their suspicions. And so you were kind of like exposed to this bizarre culture of the overworld, of these people who are into the loop in that sort of thing. You are, of course, someone who, with an acquaintance like David Lewis Anderson, you have exposure to an even deeper realm. So, with all of that brought to your mind by 9/11, what about where we're at now? Here we are, years later at this point. It feels like only yesterday, but it's almost 20 years gone by now. And obviously, this is a 9/11 that's going to be much different than any other. There's not going to be a gathering of thousands of people. COVID-19 has changed everything. So it's just one of those things that's going to be acknowledged almost
on Zoom. Everybody will tune into Zoom.
If anyone acknowledges it there, yeah, it's one of these things that, when these things are done virtually like that, it depends on who's going to tune in. It's hard to imagine anyone tuning in. People are going to be occupied with their own, with their own problems, especially with the economy the way it is now. But
Douglas, this brings me back to 1990, which was indeed 30 years ago this November.
Yeah.
My first meeting with Preston Nichols in Psychotronics.
Yeah.
And that first lecture was on Earth changes. He said the upcoming Earth changes. And we're having a lot of Earth changes, and these fires are indeed something to deal with. We've had considerable Earth changes, and I'm concerned for my upcoming trip. I think it'll dissipate to a marked degree by then.
I hope.
Also, the good thing is, because I'm, it's possible to change the trip if one area becomes too, I've got 3 areas I'm going to.
Right.
Well, I don't know. Have you heard how Sacramento is?
Well, our friend Brendan Zogit will be coming in at approximately 10:30 p.m. California time, which would be about 11:30, 12:30, about 1:30 a.m. in the morning. You'll be in bed by then, but he'll be dropping in to provide some correspondence on exactly some reporting, because he lives in the capital of the Golden State of California, which is Sacramento, and he'll be telling us how bad it is. It's bad. It's as bad as San Francisco. But it shouldn't be that bad. You should be able to get in and out. Remember, most of these are wildfires, which means that they're burning what we would consider extremely rural areas. So it's not like you're going to be involved in that. I'm
also going to Sonora in the Gold Country, which is, last time I was there, the levee was just practically empty. Yeah. It's since filled up to a certain degree because there had been no snow. Mm-hmm. Not only no rain, but no snow.
Yeah.
And there was, I think I saw something on Yosemite was under threat. I'll be in the Yosemite area.
Yeah. I'll go a bit into some review of that tonight. But basically, many of the national parks have closed in California. So do be aware that also is a situation. So if we look up the Yosemite fires now, let's see if there's any news on that. Basically, they're giving some information and updates. So there are fires ongoing in Yosemite, and let me see now. The national parks, I like this. The national parks all have an apocalyptic glow, and the smoke from California fires gives them the feeling that you're experiencing sunset on Mars. How's that? It's sunset on the red planet.
I saw that one too, yeah.
Yes, there we are. Yosemite's shrouded in the same orange haze. There you go. All the California forests, including Tahoe's, are closing as fires rage. So they may be open by the time you get here, but for right now, there's multiple fires burning inside of Yosemite National Park wilderness itself, and each fire is burning in a fire-adapted ecosystem. So I guess that's makes it somewhat controllable. There's a difference between a controlled fire and a contained fire. I'll see if I can explain that later tonight, but definitely the parks for now are all closed. I'm glad you asked. And people are likening them to Mars. The rangers who live there, of course, some of them may have to be evacuated. But they're all...
That's the key thing. Has there been any whispers of evacuation for where you live? Any whispers of it?
They can't enforce it here in San Francisco.
It's not a question of enforcing it. Are they talking about it? So, in other words, telling you to get the hell out of town for your own safety.
They are. They're just saying everybody should be prepared for that potential, but it's not. How would I say it? They're not emphasizing it in San Francisco because they don't want to instill any panic. Basically, right now they're just telling us they've got the fires controlled at the edge or the periphery, so it shouldn't be entering the city per se. As far as we know right now, what we're getting is simply all of the smoke from everybody else that's burning. But it's like being in a war zone, and basically other cities are getting firebombed, and we're in an area that is not being bombed, but we're seeing all of the effects thereof. You feel like you're being bombed, like you're being bombarded. It's definitely an oppressive feeling. And it's one of these feelings that I'm sure could throw some people into a sense of panic, and I wouldn't blame them. Honestly, it's not. People should not be here if they're afraid of anything bad happening. But on the whole, I don't have that fear. This is basically, I'm not fated to burn. I know that much, and it's just one of these. But this situation is inconvenienced for me because of the electricity issue, and but things should be all right. I remember, I met a friend that was coming here to California at the time we were experiencing very bad wildfires, and we were rendezvousing in Livermore, and we did okay. I've been in some places where the burning was bad in the past. And literally, we could look at the fires while we were in a room together. We don't have that right now. We don't have flames on the horizon here in San Francisco, where I'm at on Russian Hill. But as the city's small enough and it's compact enough where we're definitely all sharing the same phenomena of orange sky under the same roof, so to speak. It's like there's a lead helmet over the city. So that's the kind of patina of ash along with the orange that's painted our sky. So, but aside from that, here in this round table tonight, everything that you brought up, I'm wondering if anyone does that resonate with anybody, and do they, is there anything that's triggered? Selena, does that bring any memories to you, what Peter Moon brought up? I mean, you live pretty much on the same Long Island. Peter and yourself are practically neighbors. Does this bring to mind anything from your memory, other than what you shared before? Let's see if she's still with us. And of course, she's on New York time, so it might be a little later where she's at, and she might have taken off. She seems to still be there on mute, and... how about Jameson, did that strike any memories with you? Or can these people... I wonder how their electricity is doing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, travel was definitely negatively impacted during 9/11. My mother and sister it took them a long time to get home because they managed to make it to Queens out of Manhattan, but there's just nothing was running, so everything was up in the air.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely, I think, well, aside from all of that, there's other subjects we can cover in tonight before I start doing a monologue on the disasters that are...
There's a dump load of stuff going on in the world. I gotta sort of pull myself back to reality. I was kind of lost doing something. I'm back, but let's see. There seems to be a snowstorm that seems to have hit. Let me see what state it was. They said it was like 90 degrees, and then it just like freaking out of nowhere, like overnight, they just got hit with a snowstorm. I think it was Utah.
Okay.
So this I find really interesting because it seems like the weather as time goes by is going to get more severe and extreme, especially the winds. Even out here in New York, the winds have been really picking up, like really strong winds. It felt nice today, but I mean, overall, I have no doubt that we're reaching a point of no return. And I would say at best, we probably have like 7 years.
Well, don't turn
I gotta say something about that.
Yeah.
I was once listening on the radio a few years ago, and this guy, had an Irish voice, and he had a view of that, but he had reduced it from 7 years to like 2 months. And he was feeding this thought form that would made Michael Aquino admire him.
Right.
He was just feeding this thought form, and he was feeding it. I mean, he put so much belief in it, and so much fire and brimstone, and so much energy into this belief that we would have all. It wasn't about fires. It was apocalyptic. It was climate change. Or something like that. I didn't remember what he was talking about. He was just so crazy. Boom. It's like if you feed that energy,
thank you.
You have to be careful of what you think.
Well, you have to admit, though, it is a sort of seductive thought form to feed into, at some point, because I think what happens is humans just get tired of this, of the day-to-day bullshit. And so it's kind of seductive to have this like ultimate way out, no matter how.
You're very correct. And what we used to have at the meetings here is people would get up, and it wasn't that, it was the tidal wave. They said this tidal wave is going to blow. We got to get off Long Island. This tidal wave is going to level everything. And these particular people were not successful in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
And what it would do would make them bring everybody down to their level, is exactly what you're saying. Now, I want to give a counter to that, and that's what my Qigong teacher used to say about the Taoist masters. He says they have to go into the mountains and get away from people because people are so effing crazy. People in general. And they got to get out there to be alone where they can experience nature, and they can then work with the energies to help balance the energies of the planet, because it can be very seductive. So you have to seek out your own peace, your own, and being around people can be very toxic. People in general. It's not a criticism. I mean, it can be fun to be around people, but
barely.
It can be. It can be. It doesn't have to be. It can be. And I'll have a lot of fun on my trip with the people I'm with.
Yes.
Because I know.
Yes.
And past fun times, more fun times, and looking at things. But most of the time, I'm alone. I've been very alone and quite happy with it. Because what do I need to be talking to people for? What do I need it for? What is it serving me? So and being exposed, just even watching the news. I would say last summer in Transylvania, I was in nature for 3 full days in the Choclavina cave area. There was no TV. There was no talk of TV. I don't remember the radio. And you're eating milk from real cows that are healthy. You're drinking it, rather. You're eating real food. You're experiencing nature. And one of the things go by, you notice that the people were not taking regular showers because there was only one shower.
Right.
And you took it when you could, but nobody stunk. There was no body odor. And this was being discussed. Because when you're out in nature, your skin breathes, you breathe, and it's just natural. So when I had a perspective of, and I was deep in the cave, a mile deep in the cave. That's even more nature. Now I was going back into society, and when I got back to Bucharest in my friend's apartment, I started to look on the internet. I said, boy, this whole world, I'm going back. This is totally insane what's going on. and it was that Jeffrey Epstein has now killed himself. I thought it was a joke. I saw it on Facebook. I thought somebody's making a joke. Hey, yeah, they knocked off Jeffrey Epstein. That's really cool. I thought it was a joke. And I said, this is complete. I was going back, and it's just like you get back and you said, these people are completely nuts. And it's the completely people is just what's going on in America. So it's very good to get into nature and to get away from all this nonsense, because it truly is crazy. And with Suicide Awareness Month or Prevention Awareness Month, and this, what you call this quite accurately a temptation to, it's escape. It's like, how can we escape? It's all about personal choice and doing the right thing. But you're very accurate in what you said.
Yeah.
Well, it was actually Colorado where they're getting the snowstorm. Okay. So I stand corrected there. It's actually Utah was getting hurricane force winds September 7th that were knocking down trees. Right. And if you watch the video, it's quite interesting because you see the trees just falling down one by one. Again, I'm not a doom and gloom kind of guy.
Oh no, not you.
When I say 7, I mean, well, look, I'm not Alex Jones, okay? Everybody understand.
Well, your voice is a lot more pleasant than Alex. Yes, your voice is a lot more pleasant than Alex. I'll give you that. Alex Jones is like itching powder. But yes, let's not always beware not to become a one-trick pony. The reality is, say for instance, I myself have been preaching I don't know if preaching is the right word for it, but I've been pontificating on the collapse of the United States for years, and I was telling people just how bad it was, and this was based on my personal experience with working at all levels of government and just seeing how corrupt and incompetent Americans were at all levels of government, that nothing was functioning anywhere and nobody was doing anything. And so I basically would tell people, and Brendan Zogan was talking about this the other day. He remembered listening to old episodes from years ago, and I was telling people, every time you look out that window and you don't see mass gang rape and cannibalism in the streets right in front of your home, right before you, is a day you've got to be thankful for. And well, we're there now, and of course with what Brendan's seeing firsthand with his working every day in the environment that he's in, which is basically just a food market. He sees examples of this that just reinforce it for him. He could describe it better than than I, but it's just it's stuff that, you know, a woman comes in who's working with them. She's all pig-faced drunk and narcotized out on something that's got her eyes totally pinned, and she can't chop any of the meat. She's about to chop her hand off, so he has to take over and intervene. And I said, well, God, if you're working next to a woman who's endangering herself like that, can't you report it to the management? He's going, Douglas, you don't get it. That is the management.
I don't see why he didn't just let her chop her hand off, and you know, use his cell phone to put some nice pictures on Reddit or something. That's what I would do.
But this is what, yeah. Well, there you go. This is what it was like for me to work at the U.S. government and at state and municipal levels of government. So we're definitely at a point where, look, I can see you taking this and saying, you know, the whole human species is like, you know, it's almost in this kind of doom. But really,
what I wanted to say is this: this is an opportunity. You had brought up something that I did want to bring back up. Many years ago, you touched upon a author who wrote something that the UN had taken seriously about there being like 400-mile-per-hour winds and whatnot on the surface, or whatnot. So I'm thinking, you know, what this does, in the very least, is light a fire under humankind's ass to advance with AI. Or, you know, eventually, I think that, you know, we might have a future underground, given if we have advanced technologically that much to be able to, you know, I mean, I don't see why we don't have like some kind of weaponry, or I don't know, not weaponry, but devices that can, you know, do burrowing that utilize sound or something.
We have devices for burrowing. Just remember that the point is that at this point in history, that underground is essentially occupied. That the Unterland belongs to the Reich, and therefore the most that the people on the surface world can do is deny its existence. In terms of the kind of underground borrowing, they have perfected that technology, but the Soviets were trying to work on it for a while, and they called it their underground nuclear battleship. They had this, what's called, properly these things are called subterranes as opposed to submarine. Terrene means earth, Terrine. Put the word sub in front of it, subterrane. And a subterrane is basically a nuclear-powered boring device. And so these things exist. As a matter of fact, you'll see something similar with what
what I'm saying is, like, the use of nuclear stuff, though, that doesn't... the lack of feasibility of it is the fact that you have to deal with the radioactivity left behind.
Yes.
If we were to utilize something that's similar that's on the scale of scalar technology, but just scaled down.
That's what you meant by the sound effect, right? Yes.
Yeah, where you can literally like cause dustification of the earth, or liquefy portions of it, and just, you know, be able to utilize. Because I mean, the thing about it is we have so much at our disposal with sound, light, and whatnot. And what's getting in the way is this crony capitalism. It's not, you know, it's not capitalism itself. Capitalism itself is probably the most functional or the most rational thing that you can have at the moment. But it's when it's run away the way it is in America, you know, and to the point where there's no restrictions of it. There's no government restrictions of it, and there's no incentive for scientists to go outside of the box to develop ways. And if they do develop these ways, they're co-opted, and they're probably thrown away by corporate interests that want to just use the same old shit so they could rack up a shit like cash off of dead bodies. I mean, we're reaching a point where we're going to have no choice but to either overthrow the way things are, or we're fucking done. And again, I see this as an opportunity, because this is like a forceful evolution.
No, I hear you. So it's important to try and concentrate on the positive by saying that this is an opportunity for such, and as opposed to concentrating on the negative. We can't go anywhere really with we're all going to die in a few months. I remember when my father was very young and he was growing up, well, when I say that, I mean he was very young. Before he grew up, actually, would be a better way of saying it. And this was when his mother was, God bless her soul, she's buried in Rochester, New York cemetery. And she, Fern Miller was her name. Audrey Fern Miller, I believe, was my father's mother's name. It was important to him, so I tried to recall it every once in a while. And I don't remember her birthday anymore. I remember that was important to him, but I don't remember when she was born. I guess I could look it up in the Rochester record somewhere. But she was very frightened by this one preacher who was convinced the world was ending. And he had everybody around him convinced. And so she had my father scared to death. So it was one of those end time waves of that had overwhelmed the local community psyche at that time. So he had grown up with that kind of experience where he never liked or appreciated the talk of end times because it was simply something that brought back unpleasant memories for him about what it can do to people. And we certainly don't want to promote that. There's just no point. It's really not constructive. Most people, when they hear something like that, they just tune out. So it's just something to...
In time, things have an appeal to a certain type of person, and that's the reason why it's also one of those things that the occult zeitgeist seems to be disseminating, the apocalypse and all this shit. We were slated to end thousands of years ago, many times over. I mean, this has gone on for the whole we're nearing the end thing has gone on since the beginning of humankind.
Well, one world is always ending, and another world is always beginning. One thing that that when we speak of that is the as you say, the zeitgeist of apocalypse. Apocalypse simply is the Greek word for revealing, as in revelation. Apocalypse actually transliterates to revelation. So apocalypse simply means a revealing what was hidden. So an apocalypse means an order was hidden, a cryptic order, a secret order, and that becomes revealed at a time of great change. What's really revealed is its dysfunctionality. That's essentially what's revealed. What we remember now from the French Revolution was the dysfunctionality of the French aristocracy. So that was revealed. At some point, if there's basically a collapse in American society, what will be revealed is the dysfunctionality of the American elites, the kind of which Peter Moon was describing. So one thing that was interesting to me was when Peter Moon was talking about how he has people who basically write him notes about claims that they're Radu Cinemar themselves, and he knows he's dealing with, of course, shills and whatnot. So I do want to clarify, because I know that he's explained this before perhaps, but I don't retain the conscious memory thereof. Peter, did you personally meet Radu Cinemar, or is he kind of just this mystery figure who kind of churns out the writings that you're translating?
Well, he contacted me in writing, and after I signed a agreement to do the book, we had a voluminous correspondence, right. Fairly voluminous and sporadic. Nobody ever pretended they were Radu. There were people who claimed they were in touch with him.
I see. Okay.
And this guy was just so absurd, and he had the nerve to tell me, he says, "No, I'm not. You're not in touch with Radu. I'm in touch with the real Radu," because obviously somebody was working this guy. Right. And okay, well, you're in touch with the real guy. First, he writes to me saying he's a friend of Radu, and I took him seriously. Not too seriously, but take him at his face value. And then he wanted to write a book. And basically, his book was basically talking about all the books he read,
Oh shit! That must be.
And then in a future volume, he was going to reveal who he was.
Delightful.
Yeah, it was so egocentric, and of course, it's just absurd. But I have spoken to people who met Radu or whatnot, or know him.
Okay.
He is a real person. The Freemasons love to say that his books are all by committee. It is all a committee. They've never read the books. They don't even know what they're talking about. They tell me what the books are and what they aren't, but they don't even know what they're talking about because they haven't read the books. And I've read the books, 4 or 5 or 6 times in the process of proofing them.
Right.
So I have a much better beat on it. And so it's just like, okay, well, I was talking to one guy, he's a friend of mine, he goes, oh, these are by committee. These are by committee. Well, technically they are by a committee because he has specific people who have to approve it. And he's very transparent about that. But he's a mysterious character. But one of the most, I guess, tangible, fascinating things about him is when he starts to talk about technology. And in some of the books he talks about technology. This is not somebody who's been reading popular science and above.
Right.
Sometimes he's criticized by Romanians who say, oh, well, yes, he took this from this book and that from this book, and people read too much because there is there's a real person there. It's very obvious. And it's very obvious when he starts talking in the vernacular of somebody else who are much smarter than he is. It's very obviously the change that he's using somebody else's words and
interesting. Okay.
They're much sharper than he is. They're his mentors, and he would tell you they're much sharper than he is. But it's very evident. So people are very much content with their opinions, and it's fine. Sometimes he will refer to literature, and it's obvious that he's read certain literature about Admiral Byrd, about Zechariah Sitchin, and this whatnot. He has his own opinions, his own take, his own, which is kind of what do you call it? It's a little synthetic, and I don't mean that with any disrespect. It's like if I read the sports pages and tell you about the angst going on with some drama about some player's contract or some player's misbehavior, or even about Trump, I'm basically reading or talking about synthetic stuff, because all of what you're hearing is all a created media by people who are chatting about it, and the person himself might say, oh, well, it's not that, it's this. They're making a big fuss about this. They're making like there was one of my favorite ones was this rumor that got started about Michael Jackson purchasing the Elephant Man's bones.
I thought that was true.
well, it may not. I don't think it is. It may be, but I saw him. There's just like Mama Cass Elliot died choked on a ham sandwich. This is completely fallacious.
Right.
What happens is, it's such a good soundbite.
Right.
It makes so much sense to the person who wants to believe it.
Right.
And I saw Michael Jackson. Now, I've seen Michael Jackson say things and talk. And this one, I kind of thought he was sincere. He was talking to Oprah she asked him about the Elephant Man bones. He goes, why would I want those? Why would I want those?
Okay.
Why would anybody think? And of course, my response would have been, because you're effing weird, Michael. You're weird. But it's like, I think I read an article saying that, these things get attached and they have a life of their own.
Yes. So
it's like it feeds the mind. There's really great rumors that get out there, and they're great rumors. They're good rumors. So people will invest in them. They'll invest attention, and they'll be amused by them. They don't have any truth in them at all. It's a synthetic life. Like, say, it's just like with you and Hitler. Right. People will say, they'll immediately say, oh, wow, yeah, he's nuts. He thinks he's Hitler's son. Oh, he's going around saying this. They don't know the story behind it. Right. And in actual fact, they're disrespecting what your mother told you, or the legitimate. or even the fact that she did tell you this. They have no respect or regard for the fact that you were told this, and that it's a factor in your life that you have been, lived with because of your circumstance. So they have no respect for that, and that's just the way it is. So to them, it becomes a surface synthetic reality. It has nothing to do with your, and when you put all of your personal subjective experiences, that's impossible for somebody like that to even consider, let alone evaluate objectively. Right. And ultimately, it's not an objective evaluation because it's your experience. They can only appreciate it and respect it. And so with somebody like Radu Sinamar, he's a human being with frailties and faults. Some of them show up in the book. When he's bawled out by one of his mentors. He's a human being who's had remarkable experiences. I would also say, and independent of him, people I've met who've had remarkable experiences that are particularly psychic or gifted, they can go completely off the rails. And it's not that they don't have a gift, but it doesn't always translate into something tangible or real. They won't be able to. They won't be able to connect it to the linear. And this does happen frequently with such people. They get 9 things right, so they'll tell you that, put all your money in gold because it's going to go to $3,000, and it's not going to go to $3,000. Right.
Yes.
So they're wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get that one right. Like I had a friend who was very gifted, and he used to listen to this channel, Transmedium Yokar. Yokar, and I knew the other side of Yokar. I knew what he said about his clients. He didn't respect them at all, and he'd crank up Yokar to make money off him. Yet he had a very great gift of gab. He would do out elaborate healing techniques. I had no patience for him. I went and saw him once, and he basically was dishonorable towards me in some of the questions that were asked or whatnot. In other words, he picked up, well, I won't even go into it, but I said, I have no patience for this person. He's not being forthcoming. Right. It's sort of something like if he knew that somebody was going to sell me a bad car, he let him sell me the bad car.
Right.
It wasn't quite that. But this man was very gifted, very intelligent, and he was a very good friend in many ways. He believed in Yokar's comments so hard that there was going to be a great tidal wave that was going to come and wipe out Long Island, that he went up to the Poconos to, escape this, and his family went with him. His family didn't believe in it, but they did it because he asked them to, he wanted them to, and they did it out of respect to him.
Oh, God.
So, he went up, and, Long Island was not tidal waved, and he came down, and then the congregation went back to Yokar, and he said, this was a test. This was a boot camp for you all. This was a boot camp.
Oh, God.
It was a test. And they continued to.
The rationalization. Yeah, and they continue to support this guy as he, it's just sad. It's pathetic.
But what Yokar gave this guy, he could talk to him on a level that nobody else could. He talked to his soul. He really, and Yokar was a good talker. He was insightful. He had a gift. And I think there was sort of a casual like the medium was sort of like, he could take this entity, if it, and it's almost like, you know, going into your, taking on a role. Okay, you're going to be a clown for the kid's birthday party now. and you're a good clown. And so it was kind of like that. I don't think he had any honor or respect for the people he was working with or the actual entity he was serving. That's the impression I got.
Right. Well, there you go. I mean, that's an example of, how would I say it? It's just another kind of tragedy that someone is kind of, you don't know whether they're being used or whether they're exploiting the entity in question, or whether it's neither one of them really knows what they're doing and they've just kind of hooked onto each other. It's like a dust bunny or a dust cluster. But
very well said.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, well, you know, I've kind of seen this thing firsthand with different people. But it's something that, yes, we definitely are in dangerous times, and it's our species is under threat, and the environment is very much under threat, and it's one of those things that, you know, cannot be overemphasized. At the same time, we don't want to... how would I say it? Just put deadlines for when it's all going to end or something, because I don't think that that's productive. So the more productive,
it's inevitably wrong.
Yes,
it's easier to pick a stock on the stock market,
yeah,
or a sports team that's going to win it all at the beginning of the year. You can't say when it's going to end. When it's going to end, it's going to end. And a much more heartening reference frame, though, is that Radu's books, it's very evident that the whole tenor of the whole book series, it's now 7 books, and they're all a communication from the inner earth. And of course, it didn't start out that way so much. It was a miraculous discovery inside the earth. But now you get this whole... It's like Shambhala talking to the outside, the surface world. And as these books talk about the people in the inner earth, and I'm not talking about the Unterland people, because there's more than one civilization down there, but the more inner core, they don't want anything to do with the surface world, except to heal it. And that's a big challenge. But they don't want surface world, you know, they're not looking to give tours of the underworld. They're not. It's the surface world is a proverbial hell or purgatory.
Yes.
Proverbial, because you just look at look what's going on there. The first thing they'd want to do with the people on the inner earth, the people on the surface, they want to, you know, put them in a cage, or like that person your father fed peanuts to.
Otabenga. Otabenga is his name. Benga was his surname. First name was Ota, O-T-A, a black African pygmy who was literally kept in a zoo. Just horrific. So in terms of Selena, I wonder if she's still with us. Selena, are you there, honey? This should be interesting, because when I call out to her, I wonder if she fell asleep or whether she just kind of went off to do something. It's you know, that's interesting. Well, let's take a look in the chat room for a little bit, and we have Faustina says, "End prophecies happen every time we have to vote for a new president." What does that say? Yes, actually, I've never seen it as bad as it is now. We're truly polarized. So these are times which are pretty apocalyptic. Oh, V Sexton says, "I'm still here and I'm listening." Hey, honey. Shock 1999 is leaving us word salads, and Ms. Zalim is saying near Omak was a small town, had been evacuated, 300 houses plus shops completely engulfed. It's bad here too. Okay, so she's in California. And anyhow, let me. Detroit Baron is talking about greetings and salutations from Santiago, Chile. My prayers go out to the people of California, getting ready for fire season here in Chile once summer rolls in. And the difference here are that assholes do this shit like 90% of the time. He's talking, of course, of arsonists and people who are simply starting fires by accident. Aside from all of that, Faustina says, I've watched a couple of Montauk videos that I found. They were very good. I have about 5 or 6, if not more. Just finished the 317 Mayline Massacre. Lots to catch up. You're awesome. Now, do you understand what she's talking about, Peter?
No, because there's a lot of videos on Montauk, and very few of them have anything to do with me. They might have to do with the subject.
Okay.
They might be there might be Preston and Al talking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what she saw. So
okay.
I often get associated with the Montauk Project, very understandably, but it is something that I brought into the public consciousness. Right.
That's right. And when, by the way, when I was speaking to you at one point about your book, I'm sorry, I forget the exact title, but it's about the Nazi connection to Tibet. So could you give us...
The Black Sun, Montauk's Nazi-Tibetan connection.
Right. Now, I brought up the flag. There was a flag on the cover.
The Vril flag on the back.
Yes, the Vril flag on the back. And it's one of these things, I don't know whether I should go into this now, but when we use the term Vril, I know that these terms mutate, and there are people who then say the word Archon, for instance, which of course has various meanings to different people, and it's amazing that some of these terms can be used in such a way that they have a completely different meaning from their original intent. A great example, of course, would be the word gay, which used to mean happy and has come to be affiliated with an alternative lifestyle. When it comes to the word vril, when I called up the Madame Judith Agert the other day, now she said this in a very negative sense to imply that I was possessed or something of that nature, but she said, "You're a vril," and she meant that as derogatory. No, so I'm not quite sure what people are saying Vril are today.
Doesn't even make any sense.
Thank you.
Under any definition I've ever heard of Vril, it makes no sense.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, what was that, Jameson?
Well, didn't the Vril have something to do with the Vril Society? From what little I might have heard the term, it usually deals with things that were more occult oriented.
Yes, and they were dealing with the energy of the Vril, the energy of a psychic energy. She might have been...
Wasn't that Blavatsky?
Madame Blavatsky was one of the people who helped to introduce the concept. She was a theosophist, and of course she had her own itinerary, her own paradigm, her own agenda. And she becomes very conflated with these Volkish movements by people like Nicholas Goodrick Clark, who plagiarized Peter Moon's work, never gave him any credit, and then wrote his own book by the title of Black Sun, which became this worldwide bestseller, and he was banking off his own reputation as an academic, which means like Richard Dolan, he uses a lot of footnotes, so everybody's impressed. And so Nicholas Goodrick Clark was writing about the various occult, millenarian, fascist movements in the wake of the Second World War, and those that were before. He wrote about it in a different book, whose title I forget, but if you look up the author William Goodrick Clark, you'll find his other books. But he was speaking...
Nicholas Goodrick Clark.
Nicholas Goodrick Clark, thank you. And he was talking about the Vril Society. So the Vril Society was basing its name on this phenomenon. So I think what she was trying to say was that I was a psychic vampire. And
Vril is more properly defined as tied to chi energy.
Thank you.
Life
yes.
energy.
Yes.
Or
yes.
even connected with the will.
Yes.
Because
yes.
the Vril it's also like in the root etymologically tied to virility. And we don't mean this in a sexual sense, but in a virile or life-oriented, like chi. If you have, and so the whole idea of vril is that aircraft could fly on just pure chi energy,
right?
Or that you could do things. The Superman movies, he was vril. That was very Aryan based with Superman and his powers with the vril.
Yes.
And they could just will things.
Yes. Yes. And so this is very similar to the Vimana craft, which Brendan Zogit could go to town on. But the Vril Society was trying to learn to harness the Vril in the same sense that the Jedi in Star Wars harness the Force. And you'll notice that Mr. George Lucas basically took the Aryan concept of eugenics and genetics and the racial elements and basically permutated them, discombobulated them into his idea. Now, if Brendan Zogit were here, he could tell us the exact name, but they called it something incredibly stupid, mycochloroidine Star Wars. Let me look this up and I'll get it for you. And because this is an element most people who watch the original Star Wars didn't know about, that George Lucas was obsessed with this shit. It's midichlorians or metachlorians. So this is supposed to be like a genetic aspect in the cells that enables the Jedi to harness the Force. Now, what is so offensive about this is that unlike the idea that the Force is there, the Force is part of the universe for us all, that with enough discipline, any of us can learn to harness the Force, the Vril, the Ka, or Ka in the Egyptian, the Chi, the Qi in the Romanization of the Chinese, the Ki, or the Ki in the Romanization of the Japanese, the Orgone in the Reichian sense. All of this is basically the same force. This is all the same element. The African Ka, the Japanese Ki, the Chinese Chi, the
Kundalini?
Yes, the Reichian Orgone. I don't know about the Kundalini, I guess. Yes, that's it. But then we get a lot of confusion there because then people start thinking of the sex. but
the Kundalini is a more of a pathway.
Yeah, thank you.
More of a pathway, and the energy comes up the spout, comes up the
right,
pathway.
Right.
It's the chi that is the energy, and when it raises like that, it's referred to as the Kundalini, as the snake awakening.
Right. Thank you. And as for the Orgone, that is very sexually based, but it's the idea of a life-positive energy. And in terms of the the etymology of the Orgone is related to orgasm. Wilhelm Reich was very insistent on all of this. There's nothing that I'm saying on my own.
Interesting thing about Wilhelm Reich,
yes,
is I think he attributed his gift or predisposition towards observing Orgone energy was from growing up on a farm where he saw animals having sex. But he was sexualized at a very young age by a woman.
Yes.
And it kind of like today would be referred to as pedophilia. And it definitely inundated him with a psychology of sex that certainly was unusual and abnormal. And I would say that while he did have some insights into it, he was, he was off. And this is the thing, it gets tricky because I've seen people say, oh, he was doing this, he was giving massages to people because he was getting off on it. And they have a worse problem than Wilhelm Reich did, assuming he had a problem. And in other words, Wilhelm Reich had a lot of insight into human behavior. whatever his personal prejudices or, you know, predilections were, he had a lot of insight, just as Preston Nichols did. So people will want to say, oh, well, he did this, that, the other thing, therefore we have to attack him. And, you know, you throw out whatever is relevant that the guy had to contribute to knowledge. That's one of the, you know, challenging things in dealing with somebody like Wilhelm Reich.
Yeah, and thank you for that. It's true. This is what happens: is these people get victimized after death or when they're alive by people just taking what they're saying and filtering it. And in the case of what I was saying about what was so offensive about George Lucas, was he took this passive energy that can be harnessed by anyone via discipline, and he turned it into something that only a privileged elite could harness based on who was born with midichlorians or metachloria. And he takes it further by these are like micronauts. The metachlorians are like I don't know, little mini gods that live in the cells or something. But he wanted to make the majority of the Star Wars franchise about that. It's if people think, you know, all I see on YouTube is whenever I'm going around and looking at popular culture, and I see everybody shitting all over the Star Wars franchise for what it's become, and they're all saying it's loaded with social justice warriors and all these minorities, and they want to go back to the days when it was just less about colored people, and it was just all whites and Wookiees and shit. And
wait, are you serious?
Oh yeah, this is the majority of what I see.
It's not that bad. Holy shit!
It's like they complain about the Chinese girl in the Star Wars, who's this fat, chubby Chinese girl. They like, you know, they hate her. But the whole point is that if they think that's bad, if George Lucas had had his way, these guys would have nothing. I mean, this guy was just going to produce a series about like micro gods that lived in cells and shit. I mean, so this is where this guy was going with it. But what that takes us to is basically the Tracy Twyman ideology. If Crystal River is listening, she's welcome to pitch in via the text box. But yeah, Tracy Twyman was listening to that Nicholas DeVry character who was saying that the only people who can work magic are people who have the genetic proclivity towards it, that only people who are basically of the Merovingian bloodline, or is what he was saying, combined with some serpent seed kind of draconian kind of David Icke thing, only he was tripping off of being of the reptilian bloodline himself, the dragon bloodline that Dracula was part of, hence the name Dracula, or son of the dragon. So he was like trying to mix that into it, where only people of a certain bloodline can perform magic, as in genuine magic, and everybody else is just, you know, basically wasting their time and pathetic. And so Tracy Twyman was very into that elitism, saying, oh yes, this is where I found myself and shit. So that's how she got involved with the elitists like Boyd Rice and all the rest of these people. But this is what George Lucas is saying about the Force in his Star Wars. His message, not the Star Wars franchise message, but the George Lucas message, is that the Force is only for those who have some kind of cellular capacity to handle it, and everyone else, well, you know, they're just peons. You know, they're just like so much organic dirt and garbage.
So that was like his white supremacy equivalent, or
kind of, yeah. I don't think white supremacy is off. I think because, if you remember the original Star Wars, there was no black people in it at all. Landau Calrissian was at it in the second Star Wars because black people complained so vociferously that there were no blacks in the original film. So he added the character of Landau Calrissian just to shut up the NAACP, and he was sued. He was actually sued by the NAACP over that. So his way to placate them was to add in Landau Calrissian with the second film. So even going so far as to imply that he and Princess Leia had been intimate. So there we are. And so Faustina E. Ms. Aline is bringing up Wevelsburg Castle. Anne Chirashi is saying with the Vril. Donald Marshall added that confusion as well with Grill. Vril is an essence, yes. And so she's saying somebody. So it maybe this is what. See, the problem with Judith Ager is she gets on YouTube and she gets into these various other, information sewers, and she picks up a lot of bizarre concepts. So Anne Chirashi is kind of clarifying for me what Judith Ager might have been alluding to.
But you could also say, Douglas, if you think of the movie Dracula, and he's like hypnotizing, and he has this power over Renfield or whoever.
Yes.
That is Vril, but that's being used in a negative sense. It's like seductive power. Mm-hmm. I could see where it could be used that way. Mm-hmm. It's just like using cheap power evilly. Right. It's not a good word to use. It's not a. She should have called you a vampire if that's what she felt.
Yes. So there you have that. And so aside from all of that, when we've talked about George Lucas and his stupid ideas and taking a good idea and absolutely ruining it, just on a side note, I can't resist this. A good example of that would be the entire planet that the stormtroopers invaded in The Empire Strikes Back with the stupid Ewoks. That was supposed to be the Wookiees, who are a kind of a cryptid Bigfoot Sasquatch kind of inspired species, and that of course was what was supposed to wipe the stormtroopers out, which would have been believable and would have made complete sense, but no, George Lucas, just at that point the franchise was making so much money off toys, he knew that Ewoks would be a better selling toy. And so he created this whole Ewok concept on the basis of a toy line so that he could sell that, and Ewok stuffed animals and shit. And therefore, that's how you got the Ewok Christmas special and all that crap. And that's when Star Wars essentially died. Star Wars died with replacing the Wookiees and leaving Chewbacca as essentially this lone remainder of a species, when it was supposed to be this entire culture of them on this planet that would have wiped out the Imperial forces.
It would have been hard to take a lot of Chewbaccas.
Yes, there we are. And instead, no, they had to bring in teddy bears. And there you have it. That's when Star Wars died, as far as I'm concerned.
The designs he stole from Mobius.
Oh, yes, the European comic. I'll get into that. I'm sorry, go on, Peter. What was that? The other one?
Well, there's something very telling that, and I took Paula to Disneyland a few years ago because Romanians don't grow up seeing Disneyland. I thought it would be good for her to see Disneyland.
Right.
Something she didn't experience when she was young, which certainly those of us who lived in Southern California did and enjoyed it. It was just a magical experience.
Well, you can also tell people that after Hirohito won World War II, one of his conditions was that he visit Disneyland. And that's what he did. Was years later, he went to Disneyland. He insisted on going to Disneyland. As a matter of fact, Hirohito is buried with a Mickey Mouse watch. Yeah, that he
now they have their own Disneyland in Tokyo.
Yeah, now they have it. Yes, now they have their own. That's right. Yes.
But a very interesting story about Disneyland I remember this as a kid when and the TV was on, and of course they stopped all the TV because Khrushchev was outside of Disneyland with his entourage, his limos or whatever.
Yeah.
And he wanted to go to Disneyland. And what had happened was ahead of time, before he came to America, they asked him if he wanted to go. He said, "No, I don't want to go to that bourgeois place." Mm. So they were prepared to have security for it. Mm. But because he was dismissive of it, and then when he actually came to America, he wanted to go. Mm. And the limos were all parked out, and they were showing him on TV. but he couldn't get in. And you got the idea that he was pounding his fists on the
so
back seat
sad.
of the car. You know, I can't go. He wanted to go. He wanted to see Mickey Mouse. But the thing is, when I took Paula to Disneyland, maybe even when I took my daughter there the previous time, when I was a kid, by far the most fun and exciting part of Disneyland to me was Tomorrowland, was the future.
Right, yes.
And if you go there, there's nothing left in Tomorrowland.
Yeah.
They have Tomorrowland, but there's really nothing there. They used to have the mission to the moon,
Yes.
which then became the mission to Mars, and now they don't have anything. I think for a while, in one of the parks, they had an alien ride, but that wasn't too good. They got rid of that. They have the Space Mountain, which is basically just a roller coaster.
Yes.
It's like there is no future. Now, they were, at the time I was there with her, and it's now open, they were building, I guess it would have been the extreme northwestern end of the park, this huge Star Wars park. We don't have the future. We have Star Wars. And there is no future.
Right.
That's the funny thing, that there is no future. The future would certainly have something like time travel, but time travel is the past. So it's like, it's very telling of the mindset. Also, growing up to the degree that I did in the 1950s, there was a lot of excitement about the future.
Yes.
People visualized the future. The Jetsons was like, wow, that was the future. We're all going to be living in a way that we aren't dependent on nature in this way. And it was kind of neat, and it was kind of enticing. The older I've gotten, that vision of the future is, repulsive. The idea of eating astronaut food sounded neat.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Electric toothbrushes,
Yes.
which actually are good for you if you use them properly.
Yes.
You're stimulating your gums, but the whole idea, electric can openers, I mean, those were an exciting thing.
Yes.
In the 1960. It was, but yeah, the future is not what we thought.
Yes, well, that's at the present moment. We are in a dark age. We're in a dark age right now that will change as when we overcome the darkness. Really, that's what it comes down to. We're in a dark time where people have lost any concept of a future, and so it's what you have to do is basically recover a sense of optimism. This is
this is very telling too, and it affects the younger generation.
Yes.
Much more than it affects even my generation or your generation. It's very hard on the youth because they grow up being supplied with a lot of things. A lot of youths do, not all the youths do, but they're being given a short shrift when it comes to an education. They're not only being not given an education that's worth anything, they're being charged for it.
Yeah, yes.
Right. They're being psychologically taken advantage of. And this is, and what is wrong, like when I didn't go to college because I considered it was all BS. Unless I wanted to do something very specific, like become a doctor or become a chemist, then the education would be worthwhile. But I didn't want to become a doctor or a chemist. So for that, it would be good. But then we have problems because chemists will work for pharmaceutical companies and doctors are less intelligent than they are programmed. So they're
true enough.
Yes. They're not independent. They're not allowed to think independently. Yeah. They're only told to heal within certain parameters.
Yes. Yeah. Or deal within certain parameters. I would use that word instead of heal. They're basically dealing with an issue. And so it's very hard on the youth to heal would actually imply almost like a resolution, which you don't really get in a lot of medical situations. You get a kind of a subduing of the symptoms, or a kind of dealing with here's where we can shoestring it together and just make it work again transitionally, but they're not doing anything to really change the baseline problem.
Well, yes, and the youth is very disenfranchised, because and this is, when you see how disenfranchised they are, you can understand why they would be predisposed to protest, and even protest violently. We did have a group that, in fact, I just ran into them. I almost ran into them. It was posted on the internet that they were going to meet at a Trader Joe's in Merrick, Long Island, and they were going to march all the way to Massapequa, which is a long walk. And all these youth were going to gather, and they said, "What is yours is ours." And they were going through, pretty decent neighborhoods on this. It's actually Montauk Highway, also called Merrick Road, and they were going to walk. And then the police were all there just to supervise. They weren't stopping them, and there were probably less than 100 people gathered. They walked a few blocks and then just dissipated. It didn't. There was no. Because you figure that most of the people that would have been coming out of the woodwork are like mostly white, middle class young people that are quote unquote living in their parents' basement.
Yes, yes.
And it just, they're not hungry enough to riot.
Yeah. Yes. There you go.
Because they still have parents. So it's weird. It's weird.
That's a good way of putting it. Yes.
But it's I get some feedback from my daughter, who's almost 30 years old. She's not quite 30 years old, and it's their sentiments are very different. They don't look at the world the same. And she was not saddled with a college debt. So, but still, it's like there's a lot of pessimism.
Yes.
In their souls. It's not, and I don't know if I can be less pessimistic because I don't necessarily have as much time left on Earth.
Well, right. There's that, but
then again, I could have more time. Depends on the lifespan of individuals.
That's right. I mean, developments could happen medically where you could live longer. You might be on the tail end of that train that takes us to a longer lifespan. We'll see what happens. But definitely, yes, the children today are quite cynical, and none of them really have high expectations. And the idea of optimism, what we used to have of visions of the future, as you said, instead now we have these fantasies. Star Wars is not science fiction. Star Wars is, it was always marketed as science fantasy, quote unquote, which just means fantasy, period. And in fact, when in the old days, when you had Star Wars novels being written, the really early novels, right after the ones that were released by George Lucas, quote unquote, which everybody knows, who's serious about this knows was ghostwritten by who is the guy who wrote Aliens? Alan Dean Foster, I think was the author's name. He wrote Splinter in the Mind's Eye under his own name. He was the guy who actually wrote Star Wars for George Lucas. He was contracted to write that, ghostwrite the novel. And you had an entirely different concept of what everything was going to look like at that time. And even though the novel doesn't carry that out, the novel was kind of rewritten by Alan Dean Foster to reflect the film. The original concept was that the main character was going to be a young blonde, short-haired, pixie-type tomboy girl who was going to play the part of Mark Hamill's Luke Skywalker. And in terms of, what it turned into was something else. But the reason I went into that tangent was because Alan Dean Foster, what was it about him? Yes. After that, the other novel that was written was by a woman who normally wrote the Star Trek novels. And she wrote this kind of bizarre novel involving all the characters, like, you know, Luke Skywalker and Han Solo and Princess Leia as having children. It was like children born of Princess Leia and Han Solo, and they were abducted, and they were kept in some place as hostages and being guarded by a dragon. They brought in all of these fantasy elements. It was that intended to be a fantasy. They were bringing in traditional fantasy elements. And so when you take a look at that compared to the 1950s, 60s visions of the future into the 70s, where you had man reliant on himself and on machines, and he was going to explore the universe, certainly the inner solar system, all of that, of course, then it just disappeared and evaporated.
Well, can I add something
Yeah,
real fast?
sure.
I wanted to add one more point that I think you guys might have missed, but it's that the young people are also being deprived of imagination, so that they can't imagine a future because their imaginations aren't being fostered and given time to, you know, with all the things at our fingertips, you know, video games and stuff like that, people aren't given time to fantasize and to come up with new ideas.
Thank you. I think that's
another reason why, you know, that's another reason why there's a lot of pessimism, because the imagination isn't being allowed to give room to grow and explore.
Yeah, I won't argue with that. I stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Kids are, for one thing, there's less need to imagine when everything is prepackaged. This is the problem with marketing entire world scenarios that are essentially in the realm of a prefabricated fantasy. So since there's a prefabricated fantasy, the child doesn't need to extend their imagination. So God knows what kind of impact this is going to have on the future. But obviously we're in for a massive dislocation just based on the fact that people just are not imaginative. They're very dull and unable to therefore think originally and come up with any solutions. And we need original solutions more than ever. Now, of course, this is looking at in the negative. There are creative young people out there, and hopefully the challenges involved will bring the creativity out in them to deal with this. But what we really need is a popular culture that moves out of the dystopian rut that it's in. It's very dystopian, and therefore is not in any sense really conducive to optimism. So science fiction really needs to regain a sense of optimism. Star Trek had that, but I noticed with Star Trek Picard that all died. That was like the death of Star Trek. Was Star Trek Picard was the everybody's using drugs, everybody's swearing. It's like you're where you're at now. And they took 7 of 9. Oh my fucking God, what they did to 7 of 9. They just took her and turned her into a rip-off of a Lara Croft kind of figure, and just gave her one eye patch and turned her into a hard-drinking, mercenary type figure. What the fuck was that? I mean, the whole thing was just
Well, Douglas, you said the key thing is dystopian, but all of that stuff, all of it, feeds off of one of your main themes of, they're all living off of that Kings of Edom.
Yes, thank you. The Edomite depression of Michael Aquino, the PSYOP, the mind war, 24 hours a day. Yes, thank you. Please go on.
And we can't even blame Michael Aquino for all of that because, yeah, certainly he's fanning the flames. He's sticking cotton candy on every one of the seats in Yankee Stadium, so people believe it. But people can be a little smarter. I don't know that the environment that I grew up in was very encouraging in terms of, in fact, it seems like one was constantly having to rise above what Richard Bach in his book, Jonathan Livingston Seagull, referred to as the flock. The flock has a mindset. And the flock is always trying to put down anything that Jonathan Livingston Seagull is trying to. He wants to fly and soar and fly for, lofty reasons. They're just interested in eating. So there's the flock mentality, the sheeple mentality.
Yes.
The flock is a little more sinister, though, because the sheeple will just follow. The flock will begin to peck at you. And but it's like, if you want to, you have to get out of the mindset of what the herd is doing. The herd mentality. They talk about herd immunity.
Yes.
Well, that's a different context where the whole herd becomes immune. You have to become immune to the herd.
Yes.
Because it's just a herd. The herd doesn't think, and the epitome of a herd is the cattle drives.
Yes.
Where they're all going to be taken to slaughter, and they'll all go. They won't begin to get trepidation until they kind of psychically pick up what's going on. You hear the cattle screaming before they get lopped on the head with a sledgehammer,
right,
and get the 23 skidoo. Boom, boom, boom. That is so. Yes, it's there's something to be said for not going with the herd, and it's something that one constantly has to battle and fight against. And I noticed when I started doing Qigong training, I was getting up on Saturday. I'd usually go one day on the weekend, and I'd be eating breakfast at like 5:30, leaving and getting out there by like 7 o'clock. I'd have to drive an hour into Brooklyn, and it was like, wow, I'm changing my whole world. I'm driving on the highway in the 6 a.m. hour, and there's nobody out here too much. It was like a whole new world. It was neat. I wasn't doing what the herd does on a Saturday morning, and that was really good. It was really healthy. And the more I would get into Qigong, the more you're separating yourself from the mindset of humanity. And I say that the negative mindset of humanity. Well, how am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? How am I going to breathe? I'm not going to buy into that mindset. I was already outside of the mindset of most normal human beings anyway. But it's something that you have to constantly police and work at. Now, Douglas, I don't think you've ever been in the mindset of quote unquote normal humanity.
No.
and that's, I think, you might have envied it at certain points and certain times, but it's just not your lot. Yeah. And you're all the better for it, despite whatever. It's not good to be normal. It's good to be able to relate to normal and to understand normal. That's very important, that you can understand it,
yes,
and relate to it, but not to be it.
Yeah, no, definitely appreciate that. By the way, this is a bit past your bedtime. Why don't we let you give Paula some company? And
I have some good news.
Oh, tell us.
I just got the cover, and
oh, wonderful.
Pleased with it. It's got to be finished up, but it's like he says, this is the direction I'm going, and it works. It's perfect. And if I can wake up and he's got that cover done, it's one. I'll in the next, before I leave to California, I'll put it up for advanced copy sales. people want to get a lower price to pre-order it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good.
Delightful.
That's good.
Don't forget to remind people where to go. Tell us about Skybooks USA.
SkyBooksUSA.com.
Yes. And,
active and busy.
Yes.
And I will, leave you to enjoy the rest of the evening, and I'll try to get back to your timestamp.
Wonderful. Oh, thank you. What have you heard so far? Well, you can tell us about that later.
I wrote about
yes,
the
understood.
King Leopold.
Yes.
That's really, I couldn't get much past King Leopold. I actually wanted to read a little bit on him independently, just to get some historical feel.
Thank you. Thank you. Good.
But what the French did, mm-hmm. they screwed up Timbuktu.
Yeah.
They screwed up everything in Africa. Yeah. The Belgians just, came along for the ride, I guess, because they speak French. And we know so little about Central Africa. I did once meet a woman who, I think it was at a book fair, and she had been all throughout Central Africa.
Interesting.
And I pointed out to her that the Central African Republic was, I don't know, she pointed it out to me, the initials were Kar, mm-hmm. which was the ancient goddess Kar, or Kor. Mm-hmm. You can pronounce it either way. That's where we get the word courage, mm-hmm. Kor, C-O-R or C-O-U-R, which means heart. Oh. Courage has to do with the heart, mm-hmm. but it Kar. So it's just the Central African Republic. She said that acronym. She said they use acronyms like that on purpose. She said, mm-hmm. and that it was meant to, indeed, symbolize that goddess. It was interesting. This was a white woman who was in love with Central Africa, wow. And I got the feeling that it was a very different place than we've been led to believe.
Yes, yes.
And I'll also share this before I go. What instigated my interest in Africa mm-hmm. was Edgar Rice Burroughs' Tarzan series.
Yes.
It was the third book in the series. Mm-hmm. It's been so long since I read it.
Yeah.
And in this one, I don't remember, I think it was Boy, or whatever they call Boy. I don't know if his name was Boy. Mm-hmm. Or somebody had a girlfriend. Mm-hmm. And her name was Miriam, if I recall. And they were jungle, boy and girl. Mm-hmm. And it was right on the cusp of where the jungle becomes more like the desert, right. Into the area approaching Timbuktu. Right. I became fascinated with the cusp of the desert and the
jungle.
And the jungle, the cusp. Mm-hmm. Wow. And that bore out of me a fascination with Timbuktu, which led me to the Ahagar Mountains of Central Africa, and where I thought everything that's now taking place for me in Romania would have taken place for me in the Ahagar Mountains. Mm-hmm. Of course, maybe it would, but it would have been a much more brutal experience.
Right.
And this is funny because Mark Roberts mm-hmm. was a remarkable character. He was a Druid. And he wanted me to, he was the one that told me about Algeria. Mm-hmm. And he said, he says, you should come with me, we can go. Mm-hmm. And I said, when I mentioned it to David Childress, he says, point blank, you're not going to Algeria, don't go. Do not go. My friends from Morocco said, do not go to Algeria, it's dangerous, you can be killed. Mm-hmm. Especially if you're not Muslim. Mm-hmm. So I told this guy, and he says, no, he says, I know Trammell Crow, and Trammell Crow can provide us with a letter. Now, Trammell Crow is a famous artist in Dallas, and he was also a banker who facilitated Gaddafi buying up half of Dallas or something like that.
Incredible.
And so he was a friend to the Arabs. Mm-hmm. So he told me, yeah, we'll get a letter from Trammell Crow. And I said, yeah, this is really good. You go up and you get confronted. If you're so lucky to not be shot on sight, you confront some Islamic terrorists. So I got a letter from Trammell Crow. This is he had some gifts, but this is the mindset of some people. It's like you're not thinking with a full deck.
Thank you.
But so much for that. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the night, and it was good to talk to you. It was perfect because I got to wind down from all of my work.
Wonderful.
I now have I can go to bed and be at peace.
We'll give our love to Paula, and most certainly it's always a pleasure to have you. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, and we look forward to speaking with you on Sunday night about cosmology, among other things.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Peter.
Yes. And with that, we're left with the rest of the Team Dietrich, and it's just one of those ongoing, shall we say, organic teams that has changed with time, and there are members who are no longer here among us, and there are others that are becoming more prominent in terms of the time they're contributing, which is deeply appreciated. And so aside from all of that, it may be an hour before our man gets here, Brendan Zogit. When he does, of course, I want everyone to interject whatever they feel will be constructive as he goes into give us a report, and I will myself start going into monologue. Any moment from now, I've caught enough of a breath, so to speak, that I feel confident of doing that. But before I do, I want some, some input from everybody on the team that's still here and able to talk. Let's see again if Selena is with us at all. Selena, honey, are you there? It's kind of funny, actually. So I think she went to sleep. She fell asleep or something like that. How about Derek Talley? Are you still there? Good God, he fell asleep too. Holy shit!
It's just me.
Yeah, it's just Jameson Reese and I. And Selena says she wants to get more women involved, which is why I was trying to get Crystal in with us. I'm hoping she can join us more in the future. Did you join?
We got too many balls in the room.
There you go. Yeah, it's true. Yes, we don't need all that testosterone. Yes, it need a little estrogen. And so in
80-20 balance, the 80% female, 20% male.
Yes. Well, that would be how I would prefer it. As everyone knows, I prefer far more comfortable with the company of females. But in the meantime, go into a little rant, give us a little something, and kind of say goodnight in a sense, of course. Obviously, I want you to stay here. I absolutely need you to stay here in case I need you to break.
I'll stay here. I'll find some little things to pick apart. I mean, I don't like to be doom and gloom. It's just that when it comes to news, it's difficult for me to find anything that's interesting. I think it could just be my macabre mindset where, unless something dies, I'm just not going to pay attention to it, sadly. That could probably stem from childhood when I
you
saw...
You do realize that everybody's like you in the sense that the majority of news is negative. I mean, negativity is what
so we're kind of conditioned by it, but for me, it sort of kind of borders on the morbid, where ever since I was a kid, there was this fascination with death, and then I saw my first corpse, which was like a dead cat in the park, and I was like a little kid, and I turned it and I poked it. I'm like, why ain't this cat moving? And then I turned it around, I saw the maggots.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's awful. Oh,
and I jumped up, but then at some point it started to impress upon me this sort of morbid curiosity. And so this kid brought this book to school that was about medical forensics and whatnot, and it showed all these corpses. And then after that, it was whoa, this is fascinating. But
it's amazing you didn't become a undertaker or some kind of mortician would be the word for it these days. Of course, so go on.
I don't have connections for that because especially out here in Staten Island, the people running the funeral homes and morgues and whatnot, all that stuff is family connected.
Yes, that's right. That's everywhere.
That's all mob stuff. So I can't there's no way. I don't even have an opening into that realm. I'm asocial. I'm like an asocial black dude who just looks strange and walks around really fast to people because he's got this big ass 3M mask on.
Right, right. Well, you know that if you went around back in the old days, when you could just go into a place like a a mortuary and just ask for a job. And back in the old days, you didn't need the kind of training that they insist on these days. And even though they were family-oriented, people could break into the industry. The families, of course, would, after a while, not everybody in the family wants to do everything. So they bring in new people to do a lot of the scut work because, a lot of the family just gets over it and says, well, I don't want to be working with cleaning the bodies anymore or all that stuff. Besides, as time has progressed, it's become increasingly dangerous to work with bodies because of the prevalence of,
COVID really threw a wrench in it.
Oh, well, long before COVID was AIDS and everything else. COVID makes it even worse. These days it's like working in hazardous materials. It literally is. Then what happened was that they added all of these requirements to become a mortician. So you're basically at this point in history dealing with a frustrated medical student, and so these are like people who are doctors for the dead, really. And I can see the logic in it. It is actually paid off in the sense that the majority of there's so many dangers now in terms of dealing with bodies that you didn't have before. So, but of course the negative is that if you went around asking for work with the dead because you simply found it, say for instance, peaceful. Some people find it peaceful to work with the dead as opposed to the living, and would infinitely prefer to work with the dead as opposed to the living, simply because to them it's a peaceful job. They're asocial. But what people would assume now is that you're a necrophiliac. That's what people...
Honestly, between you and me, my ideal job wouldn't be a mortician. My ideal job would be a porno star.
Yes, no, I hear you. I hear you. I thoroughly regret being way too professional back when I was doing security in the adult entertainment industry. And the fact that I wasn't taking advantage of that, I was just too professional to take advantage of that, to be fucking everybody in sight. And now I regret that completely. Not that I didn't get sex at other points in my life, but it's, in that environment, I was trying my best to uphold to a professional standard, which, now older and far more cynical, I realize was essentially the most worthless thing to do. There's no point in even doing that. It's meaningless to be professional.
To be honest, I have the same tendency, but it's more by reflex. It's because I don't understand how to socially interact. So because of that, I always have this sort of professional, almost like military kind of. Yeah. It's not like military, like it's like someone who's at attention too much. Because even in the military, people were like way too. They really let themselves loose, and so I'm like the only one who's like, who everyone thinks has like a stick up his ass. But the thing is, it's like, because I don't know what to do. What do I do? It's like these things don't process naturally, because I suppose. I read an interesting article about like children who spend long periods alone when they're growing up really early. They sort of have developmental issues with the prefrontal cortex, and that probably happened in my case because my mother was working, and my father had to work as well. They had to make money, so I was like a little kid, and I was like maybe very, very young, like 2 or 3, and I was left with someone who was like much, much older, so they didn't really do anything. So it was like alone for long periods. Mm-hmm. So what this does is it sort of causes
feral child syndrome.
Yeah, your PFC doesn't develop properly, and so it's like I really can't tell what the fuck is, maybe. I really can't, I can't process these things. I have a woman look up to me, I'm walking down the street and I have my headphones on, and a woman smiles and says something, and I'm thinking, is she making a weird comment because of my mask? Meanwhile, I had no idea that my shorts reveal a bit. I mean, they're long shorts, but you know how it is. Like sometimes, you're not wearing like the tightest briefs, and stuff. Stuff's still kind of visible because it is what it is.
Oh my God. Well, I'm really glad all of you were able to help me tonight, and my love for all of you, and hugs. Thank you so much, Jameson, and of course I'll be calling on you later if I need you, and I may very well need you as the night progresses and I get dehydrated and need to refill my containers of liquid or whatnot, and or maybe pop open a beer or something and start drinking it. The beauty of working on YouTube is that there's no need to obey the rules of terrestrial broadcast radio, where you're not allowed to drink on air. You know, on YouTube, of course, I can pop alcohol and start drinking it while I'm talking. I don't usually do that, but tonight might be one of those nights I do that. But such being as it is, Jameson, just say goodnight for now, and you may be back, or you may not be back till next we're on. Okay.
All right. Well, good night, everyone. And Douglas, be sure to chase that beer or whatever.
Yes.
Make sure it's a 40 ounce of Old English, and make sure to chase it with like 2 or 3 energy drinks.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. Give myself a heart attack or something. All right. Thank you. Love you dearly. And with that, of course, it's always a struggle to get to this point where I'm ready to start monologuing. Tonight was more than most with everything I had to deal with. And my Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting our contributions via PayPal holdings incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.Warr. And of course, subscribe to his YouTube channel, the Maggot channel, which you can subscribe to at youtube.com/C/Magator. Magator being spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof. And he also serves as Team Dietrich's, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For word no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggotmillions, and that again is spelled tinyurl.com/MAGGOTMILLIONS. And if he gets enough money there, he'll change the name to Maggot Billions. So I relate with the roll of the eyes. Again, donate to Maggot, also known as John Henry McMills Warrington, by searching on Facebook for Maggot Millions, and you just put that in the search bar. That'll get you there. Look for the building under construction post, and click the right button. So, if anyone deserves any financial succor aside from myself, it be he, because he basically, of his own initiative, downloaded the majority of what I've produced over the years as published onto YouTube into his own hard drives, and through that we were able to reconstruct my legacy on the data matrix thrice. That's 3 times that we were scrubbed completely from the internet by various factors. So altogether, in that sense, he enabled myself to interact with you as the digital personality that I am, and in that sense he serves not only as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the Malkuthian material worlds matrix, he also in essence is my creator in that regard, in the world of information. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy or of well, all life from the surface of the world. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer a while there, a footnote on my bio sire, which you can find on the homepage of showsdd.com. Which gives the full meaning of my biological father's name, the name What Made the Man, And, of course, take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide, to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, he being named Douglas Dietrich, and, if at all possible, make certain to convince others to electronically relay their contributions to douglasdietrich.com. For people are forever asking, Renegadus humanus arma maza erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com, where you can make us donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin-Zu-Jin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was born, murdered. I'm already getting punchy before I even start. She was assassinated in the immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack, against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One, cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for fully access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Megat Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO, space BROS, space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/daniel.arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich Sword Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD, managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, he being a bartender by profession, now a career house husband by necessity. You can friend him at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. He being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. And there you can find his two most important videos, How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, and he is now working on the third, which you can find the trailer thereof on his channel, The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Hanabu and, Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich, son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, pronounced, or rather Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Malik, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead that resistance against the Russo-Sub-Satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency. It bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, before we start on tonight's monologue, let me take a swig of some of this tea and try and rehydrate myself. As you can hear, my voice is very dry in this environment of ash. Now, I'm going to take a quick look at some of my incoming notifications and messages. And, oh my god. Interesting to see how well my post is doing. And that's neat. Okay. And other than that, got a number of things ongoing. And glad to see somebody saw my, oh, here we are. Saw my response to Shauna Banda. Oh, good. She responded to that. Lovely. And let's see now what we've got going here. What's going on this page? Let's check into the live dashboard. And here we are. Faustina Zozo says, my teacher is a really big fan of yours. Wonderful. Is he talking to Peter Moon or myself? And V Sexton says, remember when microwaves were for the rich? Yeah, there you go. And of course, there we are. Faustina was mentioning how someone was being interviewed by Sean, and a female he went to Romania with. He spoke about the 3 tunnels and tables and how it reads your DNA and much more information, old videos. Interesting. She must be talking about Peter, of course, so I'll bring that to his attention. And there we are. Detroit Baron is, I know that's not our man Derek, because he would use his own name. And there we are. So aside from that, let me try and dive into the business of tonight. And there's really so much business, it's going to be hard to cover. So, let's do it. San Francisco, of course, is facing blackouts all throughout this week on fire risk, because we've got warning coming in as dry high winds are expected to blow throughout this week. PG&E has promised to reduce the size and length of these power cuts, but we'll see what that does. Utility giant PG&E Corporation. The PG&E is acronyms for Pacific Gas and Electric. They said they may have to cut power early this week in parts of my part of the state of California, Northern California, as hot, dry winds are expected to threaten this region. And the PG&E has warned that it could intentionally turn off electricity. They warned us yesterday and today. All who are resident, who live in areas in the San Francisco Bay Area and the Sierra Nevada foothills with high fire risks, according to the notice that was posted on their website Saturday this last weekend. Now, whenever carried out, these outages would be the first of their kind executed by PG&E for this fire season. And I'm going to try and disambiguate that from other outages that were ongoing elsewhere. Now, the utilities weather model shows that warm offshore winds have been expected to develop on the heels of this dangerous heat wave that gripped the state throughout the weekend. And the soaring temperatures have further dried out grasses, bushes, and other vegetation, as of course emphasized by PG&E, because that's where their wires fall, collapse, and generate the most flame. The heat is also posing a test for California's grid operator, which has warned of possible power shortages since Sunday due to the high demand as people crank up their air conditioners. Now, the years of deadly fires, started by PG&E's wires in windstorms, forced California's largest utility to file for bankruptcy protection yesteryear. And the company emerged in July after agreeing to pay $25.5 billion United States dollars to settle wildfire lawsuits. Now, the felonious utility drew the ire of public officials last fire season for the way it carried out shutoffs that left millions in the dark for days and hobbled parts of the greater San Francisco Bay Area metroplex region in which I reside. PG&E saying the practice can reduce the risk of its power lines sparking catastrophic wildfires, and since having promised to reduce the size and scope of any shutoffs this year. Now, in terms of this week, well, we opened off with a bloodbath. The NASDAQ fell into correction territory on another ugly day for stocks. It was another rough day on Wall Street, as the tech-heavy NASDAQ Composite, which trades as COMP in the uppercase, or COMP, tumbled once again and fell into correction territory. And these equities are tumbling as both NASDAQ and Brexit concerns are mounting, but the bonds are rallying. So the global equity markets and oil prices tumbled yesterday as a sharp sell-off in technology stocks and rising concerns over Britain leaving the European Union, sans any trade agreement, threatened the rally that pushed world shares near record highs despite the coronavirus pandemic. And fresh tensions between Washington and Beijing came into focus but appeared to have little impact after the American President Donald Trump again raised the idea of decoupling the Chinese and American economies. Chris Bailey, the European strategist at Raymond James, went on record to say that I think the market will shrug this off as electioneering, but may find the lining up of technology stock sellers harder to process as the American market returns from a holiday yesterday, the Labor Day of Monday he's referencing. It's right after we came back from Labor Day we had the correction. Now, MSCI's gauge of stocks across the globe shed 2.08% following broad declines in Europe and modest gains in Asian markets. For those of you who may not be aware of the MSCI, it's actually MSCI Incorporated. It's an American finance company headquartered in New York City, serving as a global provider of equity, fixed income, hedge fund, stock market indexes, and multi-asset portfolio analysis tools. So it publishes all kinds of shit. MSCI, BRIC, B-R-I-C, MSCI World, and MSCI EAFE indexes. At any rate, to get back to the task at hand, on Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, the .DJI, fell 632.75 points, or 2.25%, to 27,500.56. The Standard & Poor's 500 .SPX lost 95.14 points, or 2.78%, to 3,331.82. And the NASDAQ Composite, which is IXIC, dropped 465.44 points, or 4.11%, to 10,847.69. Now, while many market players were unable to pinpoint a single trigger for the NASDAQ's plunge, valuations have been stretched given its approximately 75% gain from a bottom hit in March, with big bets on the option market possibly creating extra turbulence. That's why the A.J. Bell investment director, Russ Mould, said, "Whatever the reason, tech and growth investors have to decide whether this is a chance to buy on the dips, yet again, or a call to lock in what could be substantial profits." In foreign exchange markets, the dollar rose slightly against a basket of currencies. The United States dollar at 93.291 and stood up against the euro at 1.1800th of a dollar, with a main focus on Thursday's ECB policy meeting of yesterday, or last week. Now, most of the analysts, they don't expect a change in the central bank's policy stance, but are looking at its inflation forecasts and whether an accommodative tone could help cool down the surge in the bloc's single currency. And so Pasquale Diana, the senior macroeconomist at the investment manager, ACOME, which trades as the SGR, says, "I think the ECB's message will be clearly dovish, given the latest numbers on inflation and the recent rally in the euro," referring, of course, by the ECB to the European Central Bank. Now, investors moved into the perceived safety of United States government bonds. Benchmark 10-year notes last rose 12, about a 12 out of 32 in price to yield, 0.6853% from 0.723% late on Friday into last weekend, the holiday weekend we've just emerged from with a hangover. Now, concerns also rose about the path of Great Britain's exit from the European Union after the head of the United Kingdom government's legal department quit over suggestions that Prime Minister Boris Johnson, aka Boris the Clown, or Bojo the Clown, was threatening to override parts of the withdrawal agreement treaty signed in January, increasing the chances of a disorderly Brexit. And oil fell on worries that a recovery in demand could weaken as coronavirus infections flare up around the world. U.S. crude recently fell 7.19% to $36.91 a barrel, and Brent LCO C1 was at $40.07, down 4.62% on the day. Now, the market rout that started last week and included the worst day for stocks since June is clearly not over. Several factors are weighing on investors' appetites for risky bets. Worries about a resurgence of COVID-19 infections in the cooler winter months and the knock-on effect of the economic recovery, uncertainty surrounding the November presidential election, and renewed Sino-American tensions. President Donald Trump said Monday, which wasn't even opening the work week but was still part of the holiday weekend this time, that he wasn't happy at all with China and spracketh about an economic decoupling. All three major stock indexes closed sharply lower, and the NASDAQ fell into correction territory, defined as a 10% drop from its most recent peak. The index closed down 4.1% for the day. The Standard & Poor's 500, which trades as all uppercase SPX, the broadest measure of the U.S. stock market, closed down 2.8%, and the Dow, which trades as the Indu in the uppercase, INDU, ended down 2.3%, or 632 points. Now, after hours, Dow futures were down as much as 234 points, or about 0.9%. Standard & Poor's 500 futures were down about 0.8%, and NASDAQ futures were down about 0.8% as well. CNN provides what they call the Fear and Greed Index, which is still signaling greed as it inches closer to neutral territory after a reading of extreme greed just a week ago. Yesterday was the first session in a shortened 4-day trading week following the Labor Day holiday. So, is September going to be a correction month for tech stocks? Maybe. It's early days. Analysts at Oxford Economics so wrote in a note to their clients that the United States equity volatility in recent days is a reversal of the market excesses that had built up over summer months. Now, traders have been taking some profits after the summer rally. On top of that, the uncertainty of the past days has made for the perfect storm for stocks. Sylvia Jablonski, the capital markets strategist at Direction, basically observed that Apple, which trades as AAPL in the uppercase, for example, has fallen nearly 16% between last week's peak and yesterday's close. The Google parent, Alphabet, which trades as all uppercase, of course, GOOGL, dropped more than 11% in the same period. Tesla, which trades as TSLA in the uppercase, another popular NASDAQ stock, also got clobbered yesterday, closing down more than 21%. The car maker was snubbed by the S&P, the Standard & Poor's, after many investors expected the money to be added to the index. Making matters worse, General Motors, which trades as GM, just took an 11% stake in its competitor Nikola, which trades as NKLA, which makes electronic trucks. Nikola shares finished up more than 40%. Japan's SoftBank, which trades as SFTBF in the uppercase, is looking to feel the most pain from this apparent correction. The conglomerate bought, billions of dollars worth of options in stocks it already owned. But when the market turned, the losses started pouring in. So far, roughly 10 billion United States dollars of SoftBank's market value has been wiped out. And the market wobbles were visible in other asset classes as well. United States Treasury bond yield slipped to 0.69% on the 10-year note as bond prices rose. and the United States dollar, measured by the ICE US dollar index, bounced together. Gold prices, which had earlier been lower, climbed in afternoon trading. Oil futures stayed in the red. Now, in terms of trying to explain a little bit about the ICE US dollar index, it's a geometrically averaged calculation of 6 currencies weighted against the US dollar. The contract was established in 1973 and includes 6 currencies: the euro, the Japanese yen, the British pound sterling, the Canadian dollar, the Swedish krona, and the Swiss franc. Now, therefore, the ICE US dollar index, which trades as USDX in the uppercase, their futures contract is a leading benchmark for the international value of the United States dollar. And basically, the world's most widely recognized traded currency index. So, aside from all of that being brought to your attention, tomorrow, appropriately enough, in light of any bloodbath on Wall Street, is suicide, well, World Suicide Prevention Day. It should be a day for preventing the suicide of the world. Which is kind of what we were speaking of earlier. Regardless, suicide is the second leading cause of death for young people between ages 10 and 24. That's much higher than the general population, where it's the 10th leading cause of death, at least in these United States, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC. It's important to recognize the potential warning signs when someone intends to end their life as, well, let me consult the list of what to look out for that's provided by the Suicide Prevention Hotline. Any of the potential warning signs to be on the lookout for would be someone talking about wanting to die or to kill themselves, someone looking for a way to kill themselves, like searching online or buying a gun, someone talking about feeling hopeless or having no reason to live, someone talking about feeling trapped or in unbearable pain, someone talking about being a burden unto others, and of course the increasing use of alcohol or drugs, someone acting agitated, behaving recklessly, someone sleeping too little or sleeping too much, someone withdrawing or isolating themselves, and of course someone showing rage or talking about seeking revenge, and of course someone with extreme mood swings. Now, I am appalled to report that suicide rates in these United States have increased by 35% since 1999. They are also rising worldwide, with close to 800,000 people dying annually from suicide as officially admitted. The World Health Organization estimates a global suicide rate of 1 death every 40 seconds. So if you or someone you know might be at risk of suicide, if there be ways to help, call 1-800-273-8255. Once again, that's 1800-273-8255 to reach the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. It provides free and confidential support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for people in suicidal crisis or distress. Now, there is a website where you can see its guide on what to do if you see suicidal language on social media. And if I remember correctly, what that website would be, it would of course be the suicidepreventionlifeline.org. And you'll probably be able to link through that to various other resources. So when it comes to the need to talk to somebody right away, you can also call the number I provided before, 1800-273-8255, to talk to someone about how you can help a person in crisis. You don't need to be suicidal yourself to call that line. You can call them to ask how to help those who are. For crisis support in the Espanol or Spanish language, call 1-888-628-9454. Once again, that's 1888-628-9454. Now, they have what they call a Trevor Lifeline, which, if I remember correctly, that's specialized towards helping people who are, well, the Trevor Project is an American non-profit organization founded in 1998, if I remember, and it focused on suicide prevention efforts among lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning youth. Now, through a toll-free telephone number, it operates the Trevor Lifeline, which is a confidential service that offers trained counselors. So, for the Trevor Lifeline, this suicide prevention counseling service for the LGBTQ community, lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgenders, and queers, call 1-866-488-7386. Once again, that's 1866-488-7386. Now, there is a texting option for everyone. You can text HOME. It's simply the acronym, all uppercase, HOME. So text HOME to the number 741-741. That's 741-741. To have a confidential text conversation with a trained crisis counselor from Crisis Text Line. And those counselors are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, I've looked up on the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, which itself aims to improve awareness by hosting conferences and community walks for survivors and their families. And what they say is that if you suspect someone may be suicidal, number one, first and foremost, do not leave that person alone. Secondly, remove any firearms, alcohol, drugs, or sharp objects that could be used in a suicide attempt. Then, thirdly, call the United States National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK. TALK. I'll give you the numbers. 1-800-273-8255. And Jameson Reese reminds us, do not call 911. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yes, thank you. And very, very important point. Well taken. in light of what we know. Cops are not trained psychologists or counselors, and they tend to respond with lethal force. So, once again, the number you want to call is 1800-273-8255. That's the 800-273-TALK line. Now, quatrarily, the fourth thing to do is take the person yourself to an emergency room or seek help from a medical or mental health professional. All right? Either you drive them yourself to an emergency room or you seek help from a medical or mental health professional. Again, for online chat, the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline provides a confidential chat window with counselors available 24/7. Now, Boys Town, which of course has its own sordid history and controversies, also provides counselors for youth-specific online chat at their own link that they provide on their Boys Town website. It's available every Monday through Friday between 6 p.m. and midnight in the Central Time Zone. So that's something that is more time specific and is therefore rather depressing that they don't have enough of a funding to give 24/7, because when people want to blow their brains out, they're not thinking in terms of the right time to do it necessarily by banker's hours. So that's not exactly helpful per se. But what the hell, it's for the kids. At any rate, in terms of getting help around the world, for support outside of these United States, there is a worldwide directory of resources and international hotlines, and it's provided by the International Association for Suicide Prevention. You can also turn to an organization, NGO, a non-governmental organization, and presumably non-profit, called Befrienders worldwide. And another way to help is by supporting the nonprofits that provide suicide counseling, prevention, and education. Volunteers are always needed, and some trained to become professional counselors, or at least counselors for these organizations. You could ultimately become one of those. Now, as I said earlier, this Friday, the day after tomorrow, tomorrow being World Suicide Prevention Awareness Day, and this entire month being Suicide Awareness Month, keep it going throughout the month, the spreading of the awareness of this scourge on humanity. Just remember that, whoever you know who might be suicidal, even if it's yourself, get them help. And if it's yourself, yes, get that help. So that's the most important thing to hammer home. As for Friday, the day after tomorrow, as I said, it marks two solemn milestones. It's the 19th year anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, and it's the half-year mark, the 6-month anniversary of the World Health Organization declaring all too little, all too late, the novel coronavirus a pandemic. Now, what's so interesting is that the first person who actually said, "This is deadly stuff," was Donald Trump, the first guy in the United States. Now, there's this dude named Woodward, and Woodward is somehow working for Donald Trump. His name is Bob Woodward. He's an American journalist. He doesn't work for Trump. He works with Trump a lot. And he was told to play it down. Well, rather, Trump told everybody in government to play it down. Now, when I'm referencing this to explain it to you, what I'm referencing is the Woodward interview audio. Trump was ecstatic about talking to Woodward until he wasn't. And Trump told Woodward on February 7th, which is a long time ago. The guy's actual name is Robert Upshur Woodward, if you want to look his interview up. Robert Upshur is his middle name, Upshur. Robert Upshur Woodward was talking to Donald Trump on February 7th in an interview, and Trump expressed the fact, entirely knowledgeable about the reality, that COVID-19 was airborne and, quote unquote, in Trump's own words, more deadly than even your most strenuous flu. Yet for weeks afterward, the president told Americans that it was comparable to the mildest of influenzas and predicted that the virus would just go away. Just go away. Which is something he wished most journalists would do after that. Now, coming on to Friday, 6 months after declaration of pandemic, all too late by the World Health Organization, more than 190,000 Americans are dead. Millions have lost their jobs forever. Countless businesses are in ruins, never to return. A generation of kids hasn't gone to school for months. Yet despite knowing that the coronavirus was highly dangerous, viciously contagious, and much worse than even the most severe risk of influenzas, President Donald Trump delayed mobilizing the United States government immediately. Worse, he refused to share what he knew and warn the American people, instead insisting everything would be just fine. And oh yes, it's all on tape. A dark storm that has been building for weeks over the White House, in the form of a new book by the investigative journalist, the reporting legend, Bob Woodward, burst mid-morning today. Even by the standards of the Trump administration, this is a political blockbuster to end all blockbusters, and the book is entitled Rage. It's due to be published next week, and it lays bare the most staggering act of presidential criminal negligence of modern times. Unlike the scandals of Presidents Richard Mulhouse Nixon and William Jefferson Clinton, in which political corruption and personal failings mushroomed into cover-ups and abuses of power, Trump's transgression shows that he abrogated the most basic duty of a president, safeguarding the health and safety of the American people and thereby risking the security of the nation itself. It was clear from his actions for months that Trump publicly denied the potency of this virus and played down its impact. But to hear him say that he knew better in audio recordings made by Bob Woodward is something else. And by the way, Election Day is less than 8 weeks away. And that brings us back to the anniversary of the September 11th attacks. What people think about is the towers, and they forget about the Pentagon attack, which made all of this an occult sacrifice because it was in 1941, just months before the attack on Pearl Harbor, in September 11th of that year, that General Leslie Groves, the man who would involve himself with the development of the atomic bombs, which would result in child sacrifices. Yes, child sacrifices. It is on record, and I'll talk about this when we hit the anniversary of the atomic bomb next year. It is on record that when the Manhattan Project tested that first bomb at Trinity Site, all babies born in area were born dead, stillborn, dead of radiation that permeated their mother's wombs. That is infant sacrifice to Moloch. The same man who would conduct that satanic sacrifice, who knew about the dangers of radiation from the deaths of Madame Curie, who died of radiation exposure through X-rays. This was the man who was turning that golden spade into the dirt and thereby christening the building of the Pentagon. That earth-turning ceremony that ushered in the age of the Pentagon, in which General Leslie Groves himself said, "We're going to start the biggest war the world has ever seen, and we're going to need the biggest office building in the world from which to run it." That was September 11th, 1941. And years later, on its 60th anniversary, when there should have been thousands and thousands of people in the Pentagon, everyone was gone, except for a bunch of accountants who were trying to figure out where trillions, yes, trillions of United States dollars had disappeared into. In the Pentagon black budget black hole, were all killed when a plane crashed into the one side on which they were working, the only side that had been reinforced with bomb-proof restructuring so that the rest of the building didn't collapse when all those accountants were mass murdered in a massacre and satanic sacrifice, the opening of the portal of the Pentagon to unleash the hell of the anti-gods that 9/11 represented. The Pentagon being the core of the pentagram, the satanic sigil of Baphomet. And as millions watched the events unfolding in New York, American Airlines Flight 77 circled over downtown Washington, D.C. before crashing specifically into the west side, the fifth side of the Pentagon, military headquarters, at 9:45 a.m., circling because it had to find the right side to attack that the accountants were working in. The rest of the largest office building in the world being mysteriously empty on its 60th anniversary when there should have been thousands celebrating its construction in the months before the Americans started World War II. Jet fuel from the Boeing 757 caused a devastating inferno that led to the structural collapse of just that single portion of the giant concrete building, which is the headquarters of the United States Department of Defense. What prevented the rest of the building going down with it was the fact that that was the one side that had been reinforced to take just that blast. All told, 125 military personnel and civilians were killed in the Pentagon, along with all 64 people aboard the airliner. And, of course, the Twin Towers themselves collapsed. Less than 15 minutes after the terrorists struck the nerve center of the U.S. military, many of them trained by the U.S. Army Special Forces. That's a fact. They even had military IDs. The horror in New York took a catastrophic turn when the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed in a massive cloud of dust and smoke. The structural steel of the skyscraper, built to withstand winds in excess of 200 miles per hour and a large conventional fire, could not withstand the tremendous heat generated by the burning jet fuel, so we're told. And at 10:30 a.m., the north building of the Twin Towers collapsed. Only 6 of the people in the World Trade Center towers at the time of their collapse survived. Almost 10,000 others were treated for injuries, many catastrophic, that would leave them disabled for life. But most importantly of all, the missing piece no one ever talks about was Flight 93. Because meanwhile, a 4th California-bound plane, United Flight 93, was hijacked about 40 minutes after leaving Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey. Because the plane had been delayed in taking off, passengers on board learned of events in New York and Washington via cell phone and airphone calls on to the ground. And that's when Heather Penny tried to bring down Flight 93 in a kamikaze mission. September 11th, 2001 was supposed to be a typical day for Lieutenant Heather Penny of the District of Columbia Air National Guard. And as Penny recalled in a 2016 interview with investigative journalists, that morning she was attending a briefing at Andrews Air Force Base, planning the month's training operations. At about 8:45 a.m., someone leaned into the room and said, "Hey, somebody just flew into the World Trade Center." Now, First Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny had graduated from Purdue University, majoring in literature of all things. She planned on being a teacher. When Congress opened up combat aviation to women, Penny immediately signed up. She wanted to be a fighter pilot like her dad, John Penny, a retired Air Force colonel who had flown combat missions in Vietnam and was now a commercial pilot for United Airlines. And after her training, she was assigned to the 121st Fighter Squadron of the Air National Guard. By the way, Brendan Zoget says he's having problems with his phone charging. He cannot call, but we appreciate him keeping us informed. Now, on the morning of September 11th, the weather in New York City that day was very clear, with blue skies. And Penny herself recalled, "We thought it was a small general aviation airplane or, some small aircraft that maybe had messed up their instrument approach. It was assumed that a general aviation plane had made a terrible mistake and they went back to their meeting. But within a few minutes, there was another knock on the door and someone said, 'Hey, a second plane just hit the World Trade Center.' And it was clear America was under attack. So they all rushed to a nearby television and saw the burning towers. And as Penny said, that was when we realized that our world had suddenly changed. And as confusion enveloped the briefing room, Penny's commanding officer, Colonel Mark Sazville, locked his eyes to hers and said, 'Lucky, you're coming with me.' They scrambled to the pre-flight area and donned their flight suits. There was no time to arm their F-16 fighter jets, so they would be flying this mission completely unarmed, packing only their undaunted courage. But what was the mission? Where were they to go? What were they looking for? There were no clear orders as to what to do. Somewhere in the confusion, as the pilots got into their flight suits and ran to their planes, the Pentagon was hit by the hijacked American Airlines Flight 77. And reports circulated that a fourth plane, United Flight 93 out of Newark, New Jersey, was out there, in the air, And Air Command speculated it was also headed to Washington, D.C. for another strike on the Pentagon or a strike on the White House or the Capitol building. Now, normally, pre-flight preparation for F-16 fighter jets takes a half hour, allowing pilots to methodically work through a checklist. Being a rookie, Penny's only combat experience was in training. As they ran out to their planes, she started going through the checklist, and Sassville stopped her and barked, "Lucky, what are you doing? Get your ass up there and let's go." And she quickly climbed into her cockpit. And as she powered up the engine, she shouted to the ground crew to pull the chock blocks holding the wheels. And receiving the go-ahead from flight control, both jets' afterburners belched out thousands of pounds of thrust as they took off and headed northwest, the last known location of the fourth plane. Now, word came to them that they had shoot-to-kill orders, and knowing that they had taken off with unarmed aircraft, that could only mean one thing. They would be flying a kamikaze mission, body ramming, jet crashing into Flight 93, a Boeing 757 aircraft nearly 7 times the weight of their F-16 fighter jets. They had agreed upon the plan of attack. Sassville would head for the 757's cockpit, and Penny would aim for the plane's tail. And as they sped out beyond Andrews Air Force Base, flying low at about 3,000 feet, they could see black, billowing smoke streaming from the Pentagon itself. Now, what made all of this so dire was the fact that Heather Penny was convinced her father was the pilot of United Flight 93. Because beyond the mission at hand, there wasn't much else on First Lieutenant Heather Penny's mind. She had accepted the fate of Flight 93's passengers, believing whether she succeeded or not, they were all going to die. Now, she briefly toyed with the idea of ejecting from her plane just before impact, but quickly dismissed that idea, knowing she had only one shot and didn't want to miss. It didn't even cross her mind to turn away when she realized that very likely the pilot of United Flight 93 was her father, who very often flew out of East Coast cities. Now, for the next 90 minutes, Penny and Sassville made ever-increasing sweeps of D.C. airspace looking for the fourth airliner. And they never found anything. After about an hour into their mission, Penny and Sassville heard that the Flight 93 had crashed in a field in Pennsylvania. Passengers on the flight had heroically prevented the hijackers from ever reaching their target. Because knowing that the aircraft was not returning to an airport as the hijackers claimed, a group of passengers and flight attendants planned an insurrection. One of the passengers, Thomas Burnett Jr., told his wife over the phone that "I know we're all going to die. There's 3 of us who are going to do something about it. I love you, honey." Now, in terms of the 3 that he was referring to, one of them was a Wheaton College football player, and he was a graduate of what was considered a homophobic college. And this was very ironic because he himself may not have been homophobic, of course. And Wheaton itself is not considered homophobic these days. But what you have is a Todd Morgan Beamer, who ultimately cooperated with another individual who was the third man involved, who was gay, openly gay, and that man was also part of the team that attacked the terrorists. They were the vanguard. Mark Bingham was the gay man's name, a public relations executive who had founded his own company, the Bingham Group. So, Todd Beamer was heard saying, "Are you guys ready? Let's roll," over an open line, which has had quite the effect on football in general. And so those three men led the attack, and Sandy Bradshaw, a flight attendant, called her husband and explained that she had slipped into a galley and was filling pitchers with boiling water. Her last words to him were, "Everyone's running to first class. I've got to go. Goodbye." The passengers fought the four hijackers and are suspected to have attacked the cockpit with a fire extinguisher. The plane then flipped over and sped toward the ground at upwards of 1,000 miles an hour, crashing in a rural field near Shanksville in western Pennsylvania at 10 minutes after 10 a.m. in the morning. All 44 people aboard were killed. Its intended target is not known, but theories include the White House, the U.S. Capitol, the Camp David presidential retreat in Maryland, or one of several nuclear power plants along the eastern seaboard. But one thing I do know is, if you don't believe in ghosts and spirits, you never worked security at the site of the crash of Flight 93. Being in the security enforcement industry and working armed contracts, I know men who stood security on site the Flight 93 crash. And what they all told me was that you would work security there on one shift and you would never want to work again. All they would hear were the screams throughout the night and shouts. They could recognize the terrorists instantly. They would appear as black and shadowy figures with no discernible facial features. Phantoms and shades in the truest sense. But the passengers would appear whole and recognizable. They would be shouting warnings. If you can imagine standing guard under a big tent covering all that debris through a night of dealing with that, I'm sure your perspective on the afterlife would change forever. Now, a total of 2,996 people, as officially recognized, were killed in the 9/11 attacks, including the 19 terrorist hijackers aboard the 4 airplanes. Citizens of 78 countries died in New York, Washington, D.C., and Pennsylvania altogether. At the World Trade Center, 2,763 died after the 2 planes slammed into the Twin Towers. That figure includes 343 firefighters and paramedics, and 23 New York City police officers, and 37 Port Authority police officers who were struggling to complete an evacuation of the buildings and save the office workers trapped on higher floors. Now, at the Pentagon, 189 people altogether were killed, including the 64 on American Airlines Flight 77, the airliner that struck the building in just the right place to kill just the right people. And on Flight 93, 44 people died when the plane crash landed in Pennsylvania. And that's when the mission changed from intercept to sanitizing the airspace. Not every aerocraft aloft that morning was aware the FAA had ordered a national ban on takeoffs of all civilian aircraft regardless of destination. With the assistance of civilian air traffic controllers, Penny and Saysville, Heather Penny and her commanding officer, began to divert any aircraft away from the D.C. area and ordered them to land as soon as they could. They also identified first responding aircraft assisting the rescue at the Pentagon. So Heather Penny and other pilots were instructed to guard the President of the United States as he flew home. At the time of the attacks, President George W. Bush was attending an elementary school event in Sarasota, Florida. When he was told a second plane had hit the World Trade Center and the country was under attack, he was escorted back to Air Force One and taken to the safest place at that moment, the open skies. Now, in the evening hours of that day, it was time to bring the president home. So Heather Penny's plane and the others patrolling the skies around Washington, D.C. had been equipped. Those that had been equipped with live ammunition, she had landed and been armed with such herself. They were also given free fire authority, meaning that pilots could make the decision to fire on any civilian aircraft they personally deemed to be a threat. Instead of waiting for any authorization, they were given their own discretion. Several hours after the initial attack, it was still unclear whether more attacks were pending or no. And then America responded. At 7 p.m., President George W. Bush, who was in Florida, as I said, at the time of the attacks and had spent the day being shuttled around the country because of security concerns, returned to the White House. And at 9 p.m., he delivered a televised address from the Oval Office declaring, terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. To quote as he, these acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. Now, in a reference to the eventual United States military response, he declared, we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. And so it was Operation Enduring Freedom, the American-led international effort to oust the Taliban regime in Afghanistan and destroy Osama bin Laden's terrorist network based there, began on the 7th of October that year. And within 2 months, United States forces had effectively removed the Taliban from operational power, but the war continued, as United States and coalition forces attempted to defeat a Taliban insurgency campaign based in neighboring Pakistan. Because no Talibani was ever Afghan. They're all Pakistani, being a product of the ISI, the Pakistani intelligence, or the Pakistani CIA. And of course, foreign recruits mustered by the Pakistani government. It was a war with Pakistan in proxy that America would never invade because Pakistan is where they process the heroin that's taken out of Afghanistan. Heather Penny herself was promoted to majoress and served 2 tours in Iraq. So since that day, 9/11, Heather Penny served her 2 tours in Iraq, was promoted to major thereby, retired, and currently works for Lockheed Martin Aeronautics Company. She's had time to reflect on her experience on September 11th of 2001 and the bravery of the passengers on Flight 93. So her words on that are that, well, to quote she, in her own words, I made a decision with my life, and I swore an oath to protect and defend. But these were just average, everyday people, mothers, fathers, school teachers, businessmen. They're the true heroes. And Osama bin Laden himself, the mastermind behind the September 11th attacks, remained at large until, we are told, May 2nd, 2011. Well, the year my mother died, but a few months beforehand, or thereafter, when we were told bin Laden was finally tracked down and killed by U.S. forces at a hideout in Abbottabad, Pakistan. And in June of 2011, by that time my mother was surely dead, then President Barack Obama announced the beginning of large-scale troop withdrawals from Afghanistan, which President Trump is re-announcing again today. And the Department of Homeland Security was created. In the wake of security fears raised by 9/11 and the mailing of letters containing anthrax that killed 2 and infected 17, and changed my own life in a way that would require an entire episode to explain, the Homeland Security Act of 2002 created the Department of Homeland Security, which was signed into law by President George W. Bush on November 25th of 2002. Today, the Department of Homeland Security is a cabinet responsible for preventing terror attacks, border security, immigrations and customs, and disaster relief and prevention. It's essentially your government. That act was followed up 2 days later by the formation of the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States. And this bipartisan 9/11 Commission, as it came to be known, was charged with investigating the events that led up to September 11th. And the 9/11 Commission report was released on July 22nd of 2004, naming Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the accused mastermind behind 9/11, as the principal architect of the 9/11 attacks, replacing Osama bin Laden with another figurehead. Now, Sheikh Mohammed led propaganda operations for Al-Qaeda from 1991 through 2001. He was captured on March 1st, 2003 by the Central Intelligence Agency and Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence, the ISI, and interrogated before being imprisoned in Guantanamo Bay detention camp with 4 other accused terrorists charged with 9/11 related war crimes. Now, the use of torture, including waterboarding, during Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's interrogation has received international attention. In August of yesteryear, a United States military court judge in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, set a trial date for Mohammed and the other 4 men charged with plotting the 9/11 terrorist attacks to begin next year. So, it's been that long before they could even come to trial. By which point they'll be stark raving mad and totally incompetent. And therefore, the trial will be a non-starter because they will be dismissed to some kind of asylum. But white supremacist extremists will remain the most persistent and lethal threat in the homeland. White supremacists are expected to be the greatest violent threat to America through the next year. And that's according to a draft assessment by the Department of Homeland Security that was first published by a regular column called Lawfare instead of Warfare. CNN's Geneva Sands reported that the report's lead section on terrorism was changed in 2 later drafts to replace white supremacist extremists with domestic violent extremists, presenting the most persistent and lethal threat. All drafts, however, contain this language. To quote, "Among DVEs, domestic violent extremists, we judge that white supremacist extremists, or WSEs, will remain the most persistent and lethal threat in the homeland through 2021. Now, Lawfare editor-in-chief Benjamin Wittes said he published the documents because he wanted to create a record of how the threat was originally assessed compared with the final draft that will be released. This is like Trump's treating of the coronavirus as privately the biggest threat to emerge in postmodern history, and publicly as no threat at all. The revelations concerning white supremacist censorship and suppression of the white supremacists as a threat, that is, not censoring and suppressing the white supremacists themselves, but covering for them as DVEs or domestic violent extremists, like they were all wife beaters, which I'm sure they are all as well too. These revelations came as Trump seeks to portray American cities as under siege from leftist looters, anarchists, and anti-fascists, terrorist mobs. The United States has deepening political and cultural cleavages, possibly too many to repair soon or perhaps at all. So before I turn towards everything that's going on around me, with this city burning down without any riots whatsoever, we have to ask if America itself is a myth. The United States feels like it's unraveling. It's not just because of a toxic election season, a national crisis over race, unemployment, and consequently hunger in the land of opportunity, or a pandemic that's killing tens of thousands every month. The foundation of our nation has deepening cracks. What President George Bush said terrorism could never break now possibly has too many cracks to repair anytime soon, or perhaps ever at all. All the ideas and imagery of America face existential challenges, some with reason, some without, that no longer come only from the fringes. Rage consumes many in America, and it may only get worse after the election. And for the next 4 years, no matter who wins. Our political and cultural fissures have generated growing doubt about the stability of a country that long considered itself an anchor, a model, and an exception to the rest of the world. Scholars, political scientists, and historians even posit that trying to unite disparate states, cultures, ethnic groups, and religions was always illusory. Colin Woodward, the author of a book entitled Union, subtitled The Struggle to Forge the Story of United States Nationhood, has gone on record to say that the idea that America has shared past going back, the idea that America has a shared past going back into the colonial period is a myth. We are very different Americas, each with different origin stories and value sets, many of which be completely incompatible. They led to a civil war in the past and are a potentially incendiary force in the future, which I feel is really understating it. Since it's in the now, we're seeing the results. Since it's in the now, we're at war. The crisis today reflects the nation's history. So, not much, as it turns out, has ever even changed. The country was settled by diverse cultures. The Puritans in New England, the Dutch round New York City, the Scots-Irish dominating Appalachia, and English slave lords from Barbados and the West Indies in the Deep South. They were often rivals. In fact, according to Colin Woodard, surname being spelled W-O-O-D-A-D-R-D, Woodard, he has noted they were by no means thinking of themselves belonging to a protean American country in waiting. Instead, he proves the United States was an accident of history, largely because distinct cultures shared an external threat from the British Empire, the world's first one-world empire that could consume them. And so they formed the Continental Army to stage revolution and formed the Continental Congress with delegates from 13 colonies. Now, almost 250 years later, a country 6 times its original size claims to be a melting pot that has produced an American culture and a political system that vows to provide life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, when, of course, in reality, it never has. And so, centuries later, the cultural divide and cleavages still run deep and could sunder us all. 330 million people may identify as Americans, but they define what that means and what rights and responsibilities be involved in vastly different ways. The American promise has never developed and certainly never delivered. For all too many blacks, Jews, Latinos, Asian Americans, myriad immigrant groups, and even some whites as well, most assuredly. And hate crimes, acts of violence against people or property based on race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, ethnicity, or gender identity, are a growing problem. A bipartisan group in the House warned in August that, as uncertainty rises, we have seen hatred unleashed. Well, as a professional military historian, I can attest myself that when Athens and Sparta went to war in the 5th century BC, the Greek general and historian Thucydides did observe that the Greeks did not understand each other any longer, though they spraketh the same language. In the 21st century, the same thing is happening among Americans. Our political discourse has become civil war by other means. We sound as if we do not really want to continue to be members of one country. In the recently released book entitled Break It Up, which is subtitled Secession, Division, and the Secret History of America's Imperfect Union, the author Richard Kreitner has writ that at different times in America's history, the Union's survival was produced as much by change and, well, chance and contingency are his choice words. Chance and contingency as by any flag waving and political will. To read from his book, the single most important sentence that stands out to me is, at nearly every step it required morally indefensible compromises that only pushed problems further into the future. The attempt to reckon with our unjust past has produced more questions and new divisions about our future. In Washington, D.C. last week, a group commissioned by the city's mayor, Muriel Bowser, recommended in a report that her office ask the federal government to remove, relocate, or contextualize the Washington Monument, the Jefferson Memorial, and statues to Benjamin Franklin and Christopher Columbus, among others. The committee compiled a list of people who should not have public works named after them, including Presidents James Monroe, Andrew Jackson, and Woodrow Wilson, along the inventor Alexander Graham Bell and Francis Scott Key, who wrote the national anthem and was a proponent of chattel slavery. After a deluge of criticism, Bowser said on Friday into this latest holiday weekend that the report was being misinterpreted and that the city would not do anything about the monuments and memorials. But a question remains, not just because we live in the era of Black Lives Matter. What is America about today? And is it any different from its deeply flawed past? There was always an ambiguity about what the United States was supposed to be. Was it supposed to be an alliance of states, as the European Union with 27 distinct governments is today? Or a confederation like Switzerland with its 3 languages and 26 cantons? Or a nation-state like post-revolutionary France? Or even but a treaty mechanism to prevent intrastate conflict? After the American Revolution, the ad hoc solution was to celebrate the shared victory against the British. Core differences were never addressed. Today, America is still conflicted about its values, whether over the social contract, the means of educating its children, the right to bear or ban arms, the protection of its vast lands, lakes, and air, or the relationship between the states and the federal government. And so, last week, President Donald Trump threatened to withhold federal funds to 4 major cities: New York, Washington, D.C., Seattle, and Portland, because of anarchist activities during weeks of protest. The president's 5-page memo said, well, I'm not going to read all 5 pages, but the single sentence that stands out to me reads, "My administration will not allow federal tax dollars to fund cities that allow themselves to deteriorate into lawless zones." It was but the latest of many acts by Donald Trump that have further divided this nation, although the trend did not start with he. Since the 1830s, the United States has gone through cycles of crises that threatened its very cohesion. The idea of a revolutionary republic committed to equality, at that time only for white men, started to erode as regional differences surfaced and the first generation of conspirators rather than revolutionaries, which is why conspiracy is so popular in America. It's our history. And after the first generation of conspiracies died out, conspirators, so then did regional differences begin to break forth. States or territories have repeatedly pushed for independence. Vermont formally joined the Union in 1791 after spending 14 years as an independent republic. A state-nation now, in disambiguation from a nation-state. The state of Muskogee, a multicultural republic for Native Americans, escaped slaves, and white settlers round Tallahassee, lasted from 1799 until 1803. In 1810, a small group of settlers captured a Spanish fort in Baton Rouge and declared the creation of an independent Republic of West Florida. Their capital was St. Francisville, Louisiana. They elected a president, wrote a constitution, and designed a flag, a white star on blue. The movement died after President Monroe annexed the region via an American invasion. But there were others, including the Republic of Fredonia in Texas, mine own California Republic, and the Indian Stream Republic in New England. The greatest rupture, of course, was in the 1860s, when 11 states, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia seceded to form the Confederate States of America. Now, wide divisions again threatened to cause a breakup of the nation in the 1930s, the 1960s, into which I was born, and now again. The Yale historian David Blight has observed that today America is littered with prideful secessionist movements. Mirroring Brexit, Britain's exit from the European Union, they advocate for Texit, or an independent Texas, Calexit, or an independent California, or Virexit, an independent Vermont. In 2017, a Vermont poll found that more than 20% of Vermonters believed that the state should consider peaceably leaving the United States and becoming an independent republic as it was from 1777 to 1791. Now, the Texas nationalist movement, which claims hundreds of thousands of members, is demanding a state referendum on secession. Then there's the more fanciful proposal for Cascadia, a progressive bio-republic carved out of Northern California, Oregon, Washington, and the Canadian provinces of British Columbia and Alberta. The trend is bipartisan and trans-regional. Secessionist sentiment has even emerged in the last two states to join the Union, Alaska and Hawaii. The need for internal trade and the dangers of external threats have helped hold America together. Disparate factions throughout the country rallied to counter British aggression in the 18th and 19th centuries. The propagandized aggression of the Germans and the Japanese in the 20th, and Al-Qaeda after the 9/11 attacks in the 21st. But now, sans outside threats, the nation is increasingly turning on itself. And so, Yale historian David Blight has said, "We are definitely not united. Are we on the brink of secession of some kind?" Well, no, not in the sectional sense, but in the interior of our minds and our communities. We are already in a period of slow evolving secession in ways that are deeper than ideology and political beliefs. We are, indeed, tribes, with at least two or more sources of information, facts, narratives, and the stories that we live in. The United States today is a house divided about what even holds the house up. And so, in his new book that I've been referencing, written by Mr. Kreitner, he is observing the fact and expounding on the reality that with its politics irrevocably broken, America is running out of time. The potential for physical and political separation is now real, even though the polarization of America does not have neat geographic borders. No red state is entirely red. No blue state is entirely blue. The 21st century has seen an unmistakable resurgence of the idea of leaving or breaking up the United States, a kaleidoscopic array of separatist movements shaped by the conflicts and divisions of the past, but manifested in new and potentially destabilizing ways. Unlike in the past, the current separatist impulses have emerged in multiple places at the same time. Often dismissed as unserious or quixotic, a throwback to the Confederacy, the new secessionism reveals divisions in American life possibly no less intractable than the ones that led to the first Civil War between the states. In the years to come, the appeal of pulling the plug on the American experiment is likely to grow, even among faithful adherents to the idea of federal power. And if the Union dissolves again, it will not be along a clean line, but everywhere and all at once. In some ways, the election, now only 8 weeks away, will be a temporary relief, at least ending the currently agonizing uncertainty. But it will play only one part in deciding what ultimately will happen to our nation. So are we a myth? Well, yes, in the deepest sense. We always have been. To survive, America must move beyond the myth. And surprise, Donald Trump has a credibility problem. The U.S. president is still raging about an article in the Atlantic magazine that said he had skipped a trip to a World War I cemetery in France because he was afraid rain might mess up his hair, but claims that he called dead American soldiers losers and suckers sound exactly like the kind of thing he would say. And after making more than 20,000 false or misleading claims in his time in office, his denials are cheap indeed. So, I have referenced what I could. I know that CNN has corroborated some aspects of the story in question, including that the president spracketh in derogatory terms about American soldiers who had been killed. His loyalists, like former spokeswoman Sarah Sanders, are taking to to TV to defend their president. But they've got their own credibility issues. Sanders, for example, has already admitted to lying to the press. Officials and retired military brass who do have the gravitas to absolve Trump, like former White House Chief of Staff General John Kelly, who lost a son in Afghanistan, have been pointedly silent. It wouldn't be the first time that the 45th president, who skipped out of serving in the Vietnam War due to bone spurs, spurned American soldiers and even war heroes. His life and business and politics show us no ethos for public service and self-sacrifice, which is why parts of the Atlantic story ring so true. At Arlington National Cemetery, outside Washington, where more than 400,000 servicemen personnel are interred, Trump reportedly told Mr. Kelly, General Kelly, "I don't get it. What was in it for them?" This was at General Kelly's own son's grave. His son, Robert Kelly, lying buried in the ground beneath which Trump was spitting on. But what does this mean for the election? It's hard to believe anyone in America is still undecided about whether Trump's character quirks will sway their vote. Certainly his fans will pass off the story as more fake news, but Trump is trailing Joe Biden, and with tens of millions of veterans and military families across the country, insulting the armed forces could hurt his chances in swing states, where a few thousand votes could decide the fate of the presidency. And remember, Trump isn't just running to be president. He will also be America's commander-in-chief if he wins a second term. In that case, he'll have some repair work to do across the river at the Pentagon. And the COVID-19 pandemic is putting the spotlight on global health governance. The novel coronavirus caught many world leaders caught them unprepared, despite consistent warnings that a global pandemic was inevitable. And it has revealed the flaws in a global health architecture headed by the World Health Organization, which had already been faulted for its response to the 2014 Ebola pandemic in West Africa. So will there be an overhaul of the WHO when the pandemic is over? Since the novel coronavirus first emerged in Wuhan, China, late last year, its combination of transmissibility and lethality has brought the world to a virtual standstill. Governments have restricted movement, closed borders, and frozen economic activity in a desperate attempt to curb the spread of this virus. At best, they have partially succeeded in slowing it down. According to official records so far, millions of people worldwide have been infected and hundreds of thousands have died from COVID-19, the disease caused by the coronavirus. The actual toll of the virus is far worse and will continue to climb. Governments will now have to balance the need to resume economic activity with measures that limit the virus's spread until a vaccine is discovered, an outcome that is still months away at best. How they attempt to resolve that tension could have implications for how long they remain in power. The novel coronavirus caught many world leaders so unprepared. Well, in the case of COVID-19, the agency, the World Health Organization, responded so incompetent that the agency became a political punching bag for American President Donald Trump as he looked to defer criticism of his own response to same pandemic. Trump repeatedly echoed accusations that the WHO initially downplayed the severity of the virus in deference to Beijing, an allegation I agree with because it's fact. But given the WHO's, the World Health Organization's, dependence on cooperation from member states, you might argue, as a cynic, that it be unclear what the agency could realistically have done differently. At either rate, regardless, Trump subsequently heightened tensions between these United States and its longtime Western allies when he froze American funding for the World Health Organization. And in July, his administration formally announced that the United States would withdraw from the body effective the 6th of July, 2021. The pandemic has also underscored the global health infrastructure's inequalities, as poorer nations were outbid for critical medical equipment by developed countries in the early days of the pandemic spread. And to the extent that it has diverted attention and potentially funding from responses to other public health concerns, including food security, and other infectious diseases, the death toll could be compounded. Now, the United States just topped 6 million coronavirus cases in about as many months. What happens next is up to you. Now, just over 7 months ago, no one in these United States had a confirmed case of COVID-19. On Monday, the last day of Labor Day weekend, the United States topped 6 million cases of coronavirus, which has killed over 183,000 people and left many young adults with long-term health problems for the rest of their lives. But there's a bit of good news. Dr. Ashish Jha, director of the Harvard Global Health Institute, has said that as a nation, we are clearly doing better now on the last day of August than we were on the first day of August. Daily cases have come down. Deaths are starting to decline. Hospitalizations are down. This is good news, and it's largely because of smart policies in Texas and Arizona and Florida around masking and closing bars. But there are still parts of the country where things are both bad and even getting worse. In the Dakotas, in Kansas, and other states, we still see a lot of cases. And as a nation, we're still seeing a lot of cases of coronavirus. So progress. But we have a long way to go. So it's time to double down on masks and distancing. Because even though many Americans are fed up with this pandemic, and some have let their guard down, well, especially when spending time with friends or family. Yet that's the opposite of what needs to happen. Now, the Coronavirus Task Force Coordinator is Dr. Deborah Birx, who has gone on record to say, "We know we can't always be perfect. We know that we'll put this message out about private gatherings and something will happen and you'll realize you have been in a situation, you've been around people, you didn't have your mask on. That is the time to make sure you're protecting others in your household and around you by wearing a mask when you're around them, even if they're family." And so Birx urges Americans to take personal responsibility, especially if they want to help keep economies open. She's so saying, right now, we gain freedom through wearing our masks and socially distancing. Now, mass gatherings, such as the recent motorcycle rally in Sturgis, South Dakota, are a reminder of the danger of people not taking such precautions. At least 260 COVID-19 cases are associated with people who were there. The annual rally usually attracts about 500,000 people, and this year brought 460,000 attend-day vehicles, according to the state's Department of Transportation. And masks were not at all required, and many didn't wear them or keep their social distance from others, even at mass events such as a Smash Mouth concert. With the Labor Day weekend then coming up, Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner told people to avoid large gatherings because the coronavirus is still looking at you. You know what happened during Memorial Day and the 4th of July weekend? People came together, and then the virus took off. And then you saw the numbers go up. So, in the race for a vaccine, we're balancing safety with speed. 3 vaccines are now in phase 3 trials in these United States. And the drug maker AstraZeneca started Monday, opening this work week, Well, it was still weekend at that time, but a vaccine probably won't be available until at least early 2021, as all health officials concur. But the Food and Drug Administration could consider authorization for a COVID-19 vaccine before phase 3 trials are over. The FDA Commissioner, Dr. Stephen Hahn, told the Financial Times as much. Still, health officials face a steep challenge with the public trust and getting enough people to get a vaccine to really drive down the pandemic. So, a CNN poll this month indicated 40% of Americans would not get a COVID-19 vaccine, even if it's free and easy to access. Well, there you have it. The end of our fucking world. Part of the problem is public skepticism of the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, after the agency's premature authorization of hydroxychloroquine and convalescent plasma therapy. Dr. Rochelle Walensky, chieftainess of infectious diseases at Massachusetts Tech General Hospital, has so noted that both hydroxychloroquine and convalescent plasma therapy have been touted by President Donald Trump, who appointed the FDA commissioner. With Dr. Jha saying, the problem is both with hydroxychloroquine and with the convalescent plasma. We saw a real politicization of the fact of that scientific debate in a way that I think has all of us concerned. So what if I'd like is, well, what he said was, so what I'd like is for the science to drive this decision, for it to be very transparent, and for political leaders to not get involved in deciding when a medicine or a vaccine is safe or not. Now, to increase public trust, several prominent physicians and experts have called for the creation of an independent commission separate from the FDA to review the data from COVID-19 trials. So, according to Dr. Catherine Stevenson, the directoress of the Clinical Trials Unit at the Center for Virology and Vaccine Research at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, I'm hearing from my peers, from doctors and nurses, they're not anti-vaxxers, they're pro-vaccine. They vaccinated their own children, but they be skeptical about this vaccine. Yet Paul Mango, Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, he says any eventual approval of COVID-19 vaccine would be the same as for any vaccine. To quote his T, there is a thing called a Data Safety Monitoring Board, an independent body that is assigned to each clinical trial. We have no insight into the data until the DSMB says we can look at it. They come back and say, this is not a good vaccine. They could come back before we even have 30,000 folks enrolled and say, we have enough, this looks great. Now, the World Health Organization officials on Monday cautioned that emergency use authorization of vaccines should never be taken lightly by regulators like the FDA. I can certainly understand that. The emergency use authorization or licensing is something that has to be done with a great deal of seriousness and reflection. It's not something that you do very lightly, which is what the WHO's chief scientist, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, said during his news briefing. So going from the coronavirus to climate and environment, which will bring us back to the city again. California is broiling, and burning. So, what we're really dealing with is a strong case of climate despair. It's hard to describe in appropriate words how real how surreal, I mean to say, like a Fellini film, how surreal life in California feels right now. Now, wildfires are raging across my Golden State, destroying Joshua trees and forcing Bay Area residents to breathe absolutely horrendous air. It's so unbearably hot that state officials have twice shut off electricity to hundreds of thousands of people for fear of running out of water. Southern California experienced its worst smog in more than a decade. We've had flaminados, that's fire tornadoes, rare lightning storms, and a 130-degree temperature reading in Death Valley. And the rest of the West isn't doing so great either. Colorado is baking and burning. Nevadans and Arizonans were urged to conserve electricity to avoid power shutoffs. Water supplies keep dwindling in Lake Mead and Lake Powell. And oh yeah, COVID-19 is trapping most of us in our homes, where we sit and sweat and spend too much time reading doomsday headlines and trying not to breathe hazardous air that could make us all more susceptible to the virus than we were before we started breathing. Now, the scariest part is that the climate change has a powerful hand in this imperfect storm. Hotter heat waves, worsening wildfires, and a higher likelihood of pandemics are all symptoms of rising greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere. If you're not a fan of 2020, well, you're probably not going to love 2025, or 2030, or 2050. Several people have asked myself how I stay hopeful at a time like this, or at least how I do my job without yielding to crushing despair, especially in terms of attacks that come from within, triggered by Lilith Aquino using her assets to try and finally put me under forever. The easy answer is that I'm a congenitally optimistic person, meaning that I was born that way. Kind of like a congenital defect, if you're a cynic. I'm likely to be focused on a subject matter, energy, where positive change is usually occurring, especially in California. Talking about solar and wind power outcompeting fossil fuels on coast, well, on cost as well as here on the coast. And about ideas for speeding up a clean energy transition already well underway. It can be invigorating. This week, for instance, I read up on about how California can keep the lights on while still meeting its clean energy goals. It feels good to be informed that potential solutions to a conversation of statewide and global importance are being articulated. But the more complicated reality is that I do feel scared. Not all the time, but sometimes. How could I not? Compartmentalizing plays a big role in my daily life. I have spracketh quite recently about how 2020 might be the hottest year ever on the human record of experience. Then, of course, conversationally, I do the equivalent of turning on the Dodgers game and marveling at Kenley Jansen's cutter. I read about climate feedback loops, then meet up with a friend for a socially distanced little hike. I try to figure out why California seemingly doesn't have enough power to keep up with the heat wave. Then daydream about someday going to Disneyland when the pandemic is over, to do what Hirohito did and Khrushchev could not. Call it cognitive dissonance or even denial if you want. You're not necessarily wrong. The hardest part is not knowing whether the world will keep getting worse for the duration of my lifetime. The optimist in me, the kid who truly believes every October that the Los Angeles Dodgers are finally going to win the World Series, well, that's something my father would say, cannot fathom that idea that humanity won't eventually get its act together. The rational investigator in me peers into the middle distance and has trouble making out a future that looks any better than the present. I'm not an especially religious person, but two pieces of Jewish wisdom have been bouncing around in my head. I encountered the first in the prayer book Mishkan, Tefillah. Although Google tells me it was originally stated by either St. Augustine or St. Ignatius. The quote in the Mishkan Tefillah reading, "Pray as if everything depended on God. Act as if everything depended on you." I especially love the spirit of the second part. Act as if everything depended on you. It reminds me that as seriously as I take myself and my work, the fate of planet Earth does not depend solely on myself. The world is full of well-meaning people, including people I might sometimes disagree with, trying to make things better. None of us is in this alone. Which brings me to the second piece of wisdom I ran across from the rabbinic teachings of Pirkei Avot. The quote which reads, "It is not your responsibility to finish the work of perfecting the world, but you are not free to desist from it either." The second part is fairly straightforward. When it comes to the work of addressing climate change, none of us is off the hook. But during weeks like this one, I'm especially comforted by the first part, that it's not our job to finish the work either. When I experience climate despair, and I'm guessing this is true for many of you, it stems from the feeling that there's nothing I can do, or that I'm not doing enough. But the reality is I'm only one person. There's only so much I can ask of myself. Just because I'm not all-powerful doesn't mean I'm powerless. Maybe that's not hope, but it's better than fear, and maybe you'll find it useful. And now, here's what's happening around the West. You know, the old frontier, where the cowboys roam and the cattle range. What you all know from your films as essentially what shaped the American pastoral and our vision of a frontier in space. The endless trek among the stars that should be our future, all emerging from our wagons west that formed our identity, the closest identity we have to a united America, was forged in the westward expansion. And here in the West, where we've reached that great Pacific Ocean that covers the majority of the surface of this earth, the Golden State is burning, broiling, and choking. There were 367 wildfires blazing this afternoon. Many caused by more than 10,000 lightning strikes over the previous 72 hours. Air pollution was especially bad in the San Francisco Bay Area, which was blanketed by smoke and ash. When I look at the big picture, I can tell you that millions are experiencing the havoc that ensues with extreme weather that is growing more frequent with climate change. California's power grid operator faulted the Public Utilities Commission for rolling blackouts. I've read a story on one arm of state government aggressively blaming another arm of state government for power outages that thankfully have not yet turned calamitous. I can speak about clean energy solutions that might help us avoid similar outages as renewable energy continues to displace fossil fuels, from batteries to virtual power plants to greater coordination with other Western states. But what I can tell you most definitively is that the 2020 election is a climate election. As the Democratic Party wrapped its convention, the Los Angeles Times' Anna M. Phillips wrote an excellent piece comparing Joe Biden and Donald Trump on climate. Biden wants to invest $2 trillion United States dollars in a green jobs program and stop using fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035. Trump has attacked energy-efficient light bulbs, claiming, with no evidence, that windmills cause cancer, and aggressively promoted policies that would allow more planet-warming pollution. Just because you don't live right by the ocean doesn't necessarily mean you're safe from rising seas. I've looked into new research showing which parts of my golden California might experience flooding as ocean water moves inland beneath our feet, pushing shallow groundwater to the surface. Basements will heave. Brackish water could erode and corrode sewer pipes into bursting, releasing toxic contaminants. In fact, industrial-grade toxins are buried in the soil that could bubble up and spread. And the seawalls won't help. In the last few months, I've gotten more mosquito bites than ever before. Turns out it's not just me. These disease-carrying insects, once almost unheard of in Northern California, have arrived in force. You can probably guess where I'm going with that. Researchers have found that climate change is making it easier for mosquitoes to thrive here, and has also increased the risk that those bugs will spread West Nile virus. Climate change is coming for California's agricultural industry too. A new report finds that farmers and their plantings will suffer from hotter heat waves, more frequent cold snaps, worsening droughts, and also more frequent flooding. Crops facing particular challenges include oranges, table grapes, pistachios, and carrots, which you might realize how important those are to me if you watch the film that I anonymously consulted for. Shoot 'em Up, released in 2007, the year my father was murdered. Thanatized by the medical industrial complex, Veterans Administration, and civilian alike. The California Fish and Game Commission was expected to vote today on whether to grant temporary endangered species protection to Joshua trees. But in a last-minute plot twist, large-scale solar companies began fighting the endangered species listing, arguing it could hinder their ability to build solar farms in the desert. This dispute reflects a long-running tension between conservation and clean energy in the American West. President Trump allegedly tried to block fire aid to California because of politics. In fact, we know he did. It was exposed by a former Trump administration official in a new ad. The Department of Homeland's former security chief of staff is quoted as saying, "Trump told us to stop giving money to people whose houses had burned down from a wildfire because he was so rageful that people in the state of California didn't support him." Now, William Perry Pendley reigned supreme over America's public lands. President Trump withdrew his nomination of longtime public lands opponent William Perry Pendley to lead the Bureau of Land Management, saving Republican Senators Cory Gardner of Colorado and Steve Daines of Montana an uncomfortable vote as they faced tough re-election battles. But Pendley has already led the agency for 13 months without Senate confirmation, and documents obtained by the AP's, the Associated Press's Matthew Brown, prove he'll continue to do so under an unusual arrangement that Pendley himself drew up. Lake Mead is staying above critical shortage levels for now. The Arizona Republics, that's a paper. Arizona was once a republic like California and Texas, too. Ian James has reported that a water-saving agreement to prop up the nation's biggest reservoir is basically working, even as high temperatures turn an above-average snowpack year into a mediocre water supply year on the Colorado River. Meanwhile, in a reminder that the West's water and energy systems are deeply interconnected, major dams in Arizona, Nevada, and Utah released extra water over the weekend to generate more electricity and help my California avoid even worse blackouts. Hassan Ikrata is trying to sell San Diegans on a $177 billion United States dollar transit revolution during a pandemic. It's a tough sell, even if it would reduce emissions and potentially improve quality of life for many people, as was reported in an in-depth story that I've reviewed in the San Diego Union Tribune, written by Joshua Emerson Smith. Now, I've consulted some follow-up pieces for more details on the plan, which include high-speed rail from Oceanside to the international border, toll roads on most highways, and San Diego's own Grand Central Station. Should the Santa Susana Field Laboratory be designated a historic landmark? Nestled in the hills of Ventura County, Santa Susana was the site of America's first nuclear meltdown. Now NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and a coalition of indigenous groups say the area should be listed as a cultural property to protect prehistoric rock art and places visited by Native Americans for religious purposes. But critics worry the space agency is trying to avoid cleaning up toxic and radioactive contaminants. One more thing. A shout out from myself to Seth Borenstein of the Associated Press, who wrote an absolutely delightful first sentence for the story entitled, "The Trump Administration Wants to Change the Definition of a Showerhead to Let More Water Flow," addressing a pet peeve of the president who complains he isn't getting wet enough. Fun fact, I got a new shower head yesterday to replace one that broke. When I turned it on for the first time, I realized the flow was slightly weaker than my previous shower head, and for all of 2 seconds, I was mildly disappointed. Then I got over it. But back to the warning signs on the West Coast. Wildfires are ravaging many areas in the West, especially in California. As of today, September 9th, at least 250 firestorms. It's much larger than just a fire. We're burning in California, where dry, windy conditions and record-breaking high temperatures have been fueling flames for weeks. More than 2.2 million acres have burned all across California. In terms of acres burned, this year is the worst in our state's history. But 2020 has been rough everywhere. Yet Californians have had it tougher than most. My golden state is beset by 2 record crises: a once-in-a-century pandemic and the worst wildfires ever. Each may be exacerbating the other, and the worst is yet to come. The fires have already torched 2.2 million acres, that's more than 2% of the state, and peak burn season hasn't even begun. California is hardly well positioned to order mass evacuations or put citizens in crowded shelters. It has recorded more coronavirus cases than any other state in the Union. More than 740,000, and has lost more than 13,700 residents to the virus. But it has little choice. The uncontrolled 80,000-acre Creek Fire has forced the evacuation of an entire town and parts of several communities. In Sierra National Forest, hundreds of people and their dogs had to be airlifted in dramatic helicopter rescues. Social distancing can't be the first priority for firefighters, who work in groups and come into contact with many different people that they're pulling out of the flames. Fighting the fires has also been complicated in many areas by the early release of prisoners to avoid coronavirus transmission in jails. In previous years, inmate firefighting teams were a key force multiplier. California is paying the price for climate change, like Australia earlier this year. Warmer weather, droughts, and longer dry seasons mean the vegetation that fuels fires is more prone to bursting into flame. Fire burning, well, they call it rapid fire, or rapid burning, along with bigger blazes. While COVID-19 will one day be naught but a bad memory, the interwoven threats looming over Californians this summer bode ill for America's most populous state in union. And the sky in San Francisco has turned apocalypse orange as smoke from Oregon, Mendocino fires fill our atmosphere. There's drone video you can find when you look for it of the orange San Francisco sky that looks even wilder in drone camera. Millions of acres are burning across the West Coast. The sky is on fire in San Francisco, and they're flying drones through it. You've got this apocalyptically orange sky looming over San Francisco as smoke from unprecedented wildfires blot out our sun. The sun itself. Wildfires have by now, I'm looking at the meter, burned a record 2.3 million acres across California this year. We've gone up by a digit in the time that I've transmitted this show. Swaths of the Pacific Northwest are ablaze too in what Oregon Governor Kate Brown called a once-in-a-generation event. Strong winds that followed record-breaking heat over Labor Day weekend made a bad fire situation even worse. The eerie orange color of the San Francisco sky was caused by smoke high in the atmosphere, as the local air quality agency was explaining on Twitter. Now, the Bay Area's National Weather Service tweeted today, "We just have so much smoke over us right now. This is beyond the scope of our models, so we rely on your reports. The models don't even seem to be keeping up with the thick layer of smoke as far as temperature forecast data or visibility. And as the winds taper off, gravity will pull the smoke down. That'll mean darker skies and even worse air quality late in the day. We can't see it in the night, but then we can't see the lamp lights either. The smoke was so thick it messed up weather forecasts. The National Weather Service, the NWS, didn't account for how much the smoke would block out sunlight itself. I confirmed that with Roger Grass, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service. The NWS San Francisco Bay Area models forecast temperatures to be 80 degrees Fahrenheit in parts of San Francisco today, but actual temperatures were up to 20 degrees lower thanks to all the fucking smoke. That's why they're hoping people in the city will post their own weather reports on Twitter so they can adjust their models on the fly. Now, it doesn't smell smoky in San Francisco. It didn't throughout the day, just as it didn't for most of yesterday. Yet the color of the sky turned an even more disturbing Hades-like orange as everyone woke from their slumbers this morning. And it's thanks to fires that are burning very far away by comparative distance. As the meteorologist Daniel Swain explained, extremely dense and tall smoke plumes from numerous large wildfires, some of which have been generating nocturnal pyrocumulonimbus clouds, that means fire thunderstorms, generating their own fucking weather and their own fucking storm fronts, are almost completely blocking out the sun across some portions of Northern California. These pyrocumulonimbus clouds, these fire thunderstorms generating their own storm fronts, create enough lightning that they spark more fires. This is an apocalypse where the fires are reproducing as if they were living organisms. True devils from hell walk the earth as monstrous fire fronts today. And north winds are pushing smoke from a fire outside Medford, Oregon, about 30 miles from the California border, as well as smoke from the August Complex and Oaks fires in Mendocino and the Bear Fire North Complex fires burning from Plumas into Butte County up into the atmosphere over my greater San Francisco Bay Area region and much of the rest of the state. Now, the air quality remains good to moderate in my Golden Gate at San Francisco itself, while the SF Gate reports of smokier conditions in the East Bay and ash falling like heavy snow at Concord Airport. As the National Weather Service wrote on Twitter this morning, scientists on the Farallon Islands call us daily to share weather observations. This morning they observed the same phenomenon many across the region noticed yesterday, that is, ominously dark skies, due to a suspended smoke layer aloft, but without smelling smoke. Now, San Francisco residents who were here for the week following the campfire in November of the year before yesteryear will remember skies similar to this, but with the air much more choked with smoke, as that fire's plume made a beeline for us at lower altitudes. The New York Times today has yet another piece about how climate change is inextricably linked to these worsening fire seasons, basically saying This is our new normal for the fall. Park Williams, a bioclimatologist at Columbia University's Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, was speaking to the New York Times when he was recorded on their column as saying, "In pretty much every single way, a perfect recipe for fire is just kind of written in California. But then climate change, in a few different ways, seems to also load the dice toward more fire in the future." I mean, fuck me gently with a chainsaw. On the good news side, the large fire complexes within the Bay Area that erupted last month remain at 91% contained, the LNU complex fire, and 95% contained at the SCU complex, with the CZU complex now at 83% contained. The past 2 windy nights have created challenges, but no major disasters, and the Weather Service says the winds are about half of what they were yesterday and dying out throughout the day. Now, as Jameson Reese alluded to earlier, a pyrotechnic device at a gender reveal party sparked the El Dorado fire in San Bernardino County. This isn't the first time a gender reveal party has sparked a major fire in these United States, so they have to be outlawed. The Bobcat fire in the Angeles National Forest just keeps growing, and winds could push it into Monrovia, Arcadia, and other foothill communities. And the Bobcat fire in Angeles National Forest just kept growing throughout the Labor Day Monday, sending its ash far and wide. Officials are concerned about foothill areas to the south, including, as I said, the Monrovia, Arcadia, but also Bradbury, Sierra Madre, and Duarte, when yesterday's Santa Ana winds began. Residents of those areas have prepared for evacuation. Meanwhile, the raging creek fire near Yosemite National Forest has already surpassed the CZU complex in size as it nears 153,000 acres, and at this speed it is poised to join the other 2 fire complexes in the top 5 largest fires in state history. Indeed, the creek fire in the Sierra Nevada has quickly become one of the largest wildfires in the state this year. It had burned at least 162,833 acres as of yesterday night when I last checked, and was still 0% contained. In fact, by yesterday afternoon, California National Guard helicopter crews had rescued a total of 373 people from the flames of the creek fire. The blaze grew to more than 100,000 acres over the Labor Day weekend and left hikers, campers, and others stranded in remote locations of the Sierra Nevada with no way out. I can't understand why anyone is fucking hiking or camping at times like this. But one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book and scenes from his self-produced documentaries in film format. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s. The very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it. And aside from theTucsonMurders.com, telephone the Baron Ben himself personally to privately guide your tours at 1-520/323-3406. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. And don't forget, he has his own YouTube channel, Man of the Soil. And at Man of the Soil YouTube channel, when you subscribe, you can witness aerial drone footage of his landscape architecture. Meanwhile, that's in Arizona. We here in California are in a perma-state of emergency. Mammoth Pool Reservoir usually looks like something out of a storybook. Think ponderosa pines, cedars, and a big blue body of water tucked in a steep, narrow valley high in the Sierra National Forest. The popular recreation area is bucolic and remote, the kind of place that's briefly shut down every year in late spring to allow migrating deer to swim across the reservoir. But it became the setting of a nightmare on Saturday afternoon, this Labor Day weekend, when the fast-moving creek fire blocked the only route out and trapped hundreds of vacationers. Now, driving up into the Sierra with his wrestling buddies for their annual Labor Day camping trip, Saul Gonzalez had first noticed a fire in the distance around noon on Saturday. The 38-year-old high school athletic equipment manager asked a ranger about it as they approached the reservoir and was assured it was nothing to worry about. Now, up at Mammoth Pool, ATVs and jet skis zipped around and everyone was having a good old Saturday, as Gonzalez himself described. He and his friends got their 16-foot pontoon boat out on the water and headed toward their remote campsite. By 3:30 p.m., they could see the dark orange glow of fire on the mountain ridges. Then they started seeing some of that fire coming over the mountain toward where they were. By 4:30 p.m., they were packing up camp and heading back toward the dock. Now, the way he describes it, on what he saw on that 45-minute boat ride back, everywhere was just torched. Left to right, north to south, all the mountains were ablaze. Oh, what a feeling that must be, to be in a body of water and see all that fire reflected on its surface like you're swimming through a sea of flame. By the time they arrived back at the boat launch, there was a mass of people there, stranded and trying to figure out what to do. Gonzalez soon discovered that the fire had torn through the overflow parking lot where he'd left his 2012 Toyota Tacoma, torching his truck. And he recalled thinking, so then it's like, how do we get out? And as the blaze burned unchecked, authorities quickly realized there was only one way safely to evacuate the desperate campers and hikers stranded at Mammoth Pool. A giant airlift effort, undertaken at night amid perilous fire and smoke conditions. What followed was a massive multi-agency rescue that some officials have even now described as historically unprecedented in size and scope. Using a small clearing alongside a boat launch road as an emergency landing zone, the first National Guard helicopters landed at Mammoth Pool at about 8:20 p.m. as Colonel Dave Hall, who flew the mission, informed journalists that the 7 crew members were greeted by more than 200 campers, many of them clustered on a dock near the boat launch. The 2 people with life-threatening injuries were loaded onto the Chinook and the Black Hawk first, followed by the 19 walking wounded who would need hospital care but were not considered critical. Officials told Alex Gonzalez that children and those with underlying health conditions were also prioritized. You know, I can't even begin to imagine who would bring somebody with a chronic health condition out on a fucking camping trip. Did I say Alex? His name is Saul Gonzalez. Excuse me on that. Now, Gonzalez rode on the last helicopter out. He described the terror of ascending into the smoke with about 30 other people. To quote his T, "You could see the look on their faces. They were scared." Across from him, a father cradled his 2 teary-eyed teenage sons in his arms. By 3 a.m. Sunday, the mission was complete. Over the course of 3 trips, 214 people and 11 pets had been airlifted to safety. Later that day, our Governor Gavin Newsom declared a state of emergency in 5 California counties due to these fires, referencing the Creek Fire in Fresno, Madera, and Mariposa, the El Dorado Fire in San Bernardino County, and the Valley Fire in San Diego County. This is at least the 5th emergency proclamation Governor Newsom has issued since early March, all in a span of but a few months. As of Monday night, the last phase of the Labor Day weekend, the Creek Fire had burned 135,523 acres and was 0% contained even then. It has also taken a devastating toll on Big Creek, a small town high in the Sierra. Firefighting efforts over the holiday weekend were complicated by a record-breaking heat wave that blanketed much of our state, peaking on Sunday. Sunday was one of the hottest days since official weather records began across much of southwestern California, according to the National Weather Service itself. In the Woodland Hills neighborhood of the western San Fernando Valley, the mercury topped out at 121 degrees, the hottest temperature ever recorded at an official national weather station in Los Angeles County. On Monday, the National Forest Service said it was temporarily closing 8 national forests across the state beginning at 5 p.m. because of the extreme heat and dangerous fire conditions. And this unprecedented closure, which included all the national forests in Southern California, shuts all trails, campgrounds, roads, and other developed sites in these forests. Thursday should bring some relief tomorrow from the heat, but not the fire danger. According to the National Weather Service, the Los Angeles area's first Santa Ana wind event of the season is expected to begin on Tuesday afternoon, with the winds peaking late Tuesday night through Wednesday afternoon. Fire danger will remain elevated through Thursday of next week, with widespread critical fire weather conditions across Ventura and Los Angeles counties during these winds, according to the NWS. Now, a drive through the Mojave Desert that weeks agone was a trip through a magical landscape is now a tour of the world's biggest Joshua Tree graveyard. The dome fire that tore across more than 40,000 acres yestermensis last month destroyed that beloved forest. And the falling ash doesn't just look ominous. It contains toxic chemicals. Avoid getting it on your skin. Don't clean it up if you have heart or lung problems. And use damp cloths, and definitely not leaf blowers, to clean it. Let me try and tell you what else you need to know. If you live in California and are lucky enough to be outside the risk zones for any of the current fires, there's a good chance you're still dealing with air quality issues and falling ash. It's important to know that wildfire ash may contain toxic chemicals and protect yourself accordingly. You should avoid skin contact with wildfire ash. Do not clean up ash yourself if you have lung or heart problems. And never use leaf blowers to blast it away. The South Coast Air Quality Management District recommends cleaning ash with damp cloths, or if it's on your car, visiting a fucking car wash. So let me try and relay some of the tips and warnings from the BACQMD, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, on dealing with the bad air. The California wildfire season usually takes place between spring and late fall. The Air District monitors general air quality in the Bay Area and will notify the public if wildfire smoke appears to be causing elevated levels of particulate pollution in region. In recent years, California has been plagued by an unprecedented series of wildfires with accompanying dense piles of smoke, the result of years of impacts brought about by climate change. When wildfire smoke is afflicting the Bay Area, there be some ways you can be prepared and protect your family's health. In general, stay aware of local news coverage or health warnings related to smoke, and use common sense. If it looks smoky outside, avoid physical outside activities and don't let your children play outdoors. Now, in terms of preparing for wildfire smoke, weatherize the home in preparation for wildfires by replacing or refurbishing old leaky windows and doors. Use caulking to seal the openings. And consider purchasing a non-ozone producing air purifier, what's called a HEPA, HEPA, to create a cleaner air around in the home, or a cleaner air room inside the home. Or consider purchasing a MERV 13, MERV, all uppercase 13, or a greater filter for your HVAC system, your home ventilation air conditioning system, to be used when we are experiencing a heavy smoke event. And consider upgrading to an HV or an HVAC system, home ventilating air conditioning system or air circulation system that allows for both heating and cooling and has the mechanism to switch to recirculate to prevent smoke from entering your space. Now, individuals with health conditions should talk to their physicians to develop a personal plan for smoke. Now, identify locations in your community that have cleaner, filtered air spaces such as... Oh, and Jameson Reese says one with an ionizer may help too. Thank you. Now, as I said, if you're identifying locations in your community that have cleaner, filtered air spaces, these would be places like indoor shopping malls, or local libraries, or cooling centers, or community centers, or civic centers, or local government buildings. Don't tell them you're protesting. Now make a plan to go to a cleaner air location if you are unable to seal your home, or if dense smoke occurs during hot weather events. Now there's special health concerns related to wildfire smoke. Smoke can irritate the eyes and airways, causing coughing, a dry, scratchy throat, and irritated sinuses. Drink plenty of water during heavy smoke events. And elevated particulate matter in the air can trigger wheezing in those who suffer from asthma, emphysema, COPD, or that's chronic pulmonary disorder, or other respiratory conditions. I know about this, of course, because of multiple lung collapses myself, so do take my word. Elderly persons, pregnant women, children, and individuals with respiratory illnesses are particularly susceptible to elevated air pollution levels and should take extra precautions to avoid exposure. And those with heart or lung disease, elder adults, pregnant women, and children should avoid prolonged or heavy exertion and either move or reschedule any or all outdoor activities. Asthmatics should follow their asthma management plan. Individuals should contact their physician if they have symptoms of cough, shortness of breath, or other symptoms believed to be caused by the smoke. Concerned individuals should consult their physician for personalized recommendations. Now, in terms of what to do during a smoke event, leave the affected area, if at all possible, for the duration of the heavy smoke event. Now, staying indoors with windows and doors closed, where air quality is better, is the best way to protect your health. During high heat and heavy smoke events, keep indoor air cool or visit a cleaner air cooling center. As I've already articulated, set air conditioning units and car vents to recirculate to prevent outside air from moving inside. That's so important. I can't understand how people don't think to do this. And avoid adding additional air pollution by curtailing activities such as wood burning, lawn mowing, leaf blowing, driving, barbecuing, or other dust-producing activities. And bandanas and typical surgical masks do nothing to protect against wildfire smoke particles, okay? Indeed, there be no clear evidence that N95 respirator use by the general public is beneficial to an individual's health during wildfire smoke air quality events, and there could be harmful consequences. If individuals desire a mask, only N95 or N100 respirator masks should be worn. But masks may not provide you with the protection needed. Masks, when they're worn properly, can still become uncomfortable and hot. A properly fitted N95 respirator makes it difficult to breathe and is difficult to use for long periods of time. Taking a mask on and off can cause fine particulate matter to build up in the mask itself, which the wearer, the person who dons the mask, will breathe in when it is put back on the face. And wearing an ill-fitted mask can lead to a false sense of security and lead to overexertion. And for God's sake, don't save and reuse N95 masks. They're meant to be disposable, and N95s may be dangerous for certain persons with lung or heart conditions and may lead to increased heart rate, increased respiratory rate, and labored breathing. And to top all that off, certified N95s are not available for children. Children should not wear these masks. They do not fit properly and can impede breathing. Now, it's the powerful winds that are worsening the danger posed by our destructive wildfires, and we're waiting for the winds. California's record-breaking fire season could get much worse, and soon, as powerful winds heighten the danger. In the Sierra, where millions of dead trees have fueled the Creek Fire's rampage, helicopter crews and Forest Service workers again braved smoke and flames to rescue more than 100 more hikers and campers stranded in remote locations throughout Northern California. And forecasts for the intense Diablo winds prompted Pacific Gas and Electric to say it would shut off power to numerous communities to avoid new fires sparked by downed lines. In Southern California, the Bobcat Fire kept burning unchecked late yesterday in the Angeles National Forest, amid fears that Santa Ana winds will push it into foothill communities. And nervous Monrovia residents were preparing for the worst, packing their things and sharing tips for how best to defend their homes. One said he removed anything combustible from around his home at all. And another said, "Wait a minute, I have a garage full of toilet paper and paper towels because of the COVID thing, man." Well, there you go. That'll go up like a champ. Just add some fireworks. Now that'd be perfect. I store pyrotechny there too. Yes. Searing hot temperatures. Eerie yellow-gray skies. The sharp scent of smoke and flakes of ash that rained down upon the land. Oh no, 'twasn't the apocalypse. 'Twas Labor Day weekend in Southern California, a fittingly strange and frightening capstone to a strange and frightening summer, amid a strange and frightening year, amid a strange and frightening administration of the last 4 years. It just gets, it's one on top of the other. It's like, oh, by the way, Jameson Reese himself recommends the 3M mask. Let me read what he says. He says he recommends the 3M mask with 6,800 filters, and with a filter retainer and 5P71 particulate filters. It comes in boxes with many of them, cheap and replaceable, equivalent of the N95 mask, and the 6,800 filters are made for vapors, pesticides, etc. Thank you, sir. Deeply appreciate it. And he's a man who's in the know, because he's a mask kind of guy. Now, Angelinos, those are Los Angeles residents, were already on edge after half a year of surrealism brought on by the global COVID-19 pandemic, but many were pushed to the brink of sanity this holiday weekend as temperature records were shattered in Woodland Hills at 121 degrees, Chino at 121, Topanga at 118, and Pasadena at 114 Fahrenheit. Raging fires in the Angeles National Forest and Yucaipa added to the end of days vibe, and the National Weather Service is warning that Santa Ana winds are likely to blow through Los Angeles and Ventura counties throughout yesterday and today, only up the anxiety levels. And looking at some of their tweets, I'm reading shit like, ashes everywhere, horrible air, extreme heat, Santa Ana's expected tomorrow, COVID in the air, hashtag enough 2020. That's what Ana Flores of Duarte tweeted Monday, summing the situation up perfectly. Now, she also wrote, praying for all the firefighters keeping us safe. The hashtag Bobcat Fire is 7 miles from my house, and the city of Duarte is on alert for possible voluntary evacuations. This was on September 7th of 2020. Californians across the Southland posted pictures of cars dusted with fine, papery ash, and cinematic scenes of ghostly orange sun peeking through the ubiquitous smoke. People reported ash raining from the skies in the San Gabriel Valley, as well as in more distant points like Glendale, Pico Rivera, Whittier, and even Santa Monica and Redondo Beach. Kellyanne Greer tweeted alongside a picture of her ash-covered Toyota, "This is the only snow we get in L.A." Now, that was also September 7th. That falling ash doesn't just look ominous. As I said, it contains toxic chemicals, including some polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and metals such as arsenic or lead that can be released from burned materials. Now, I consulted with Nahel Mogharabi, the Director of Communications for the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and she said, when we talk about the health effects of wildfire smoke, our primary concern is with inhalation of the small particles. However, when it comes to ash, where the particles are generally larger, the concern is about toxics, which depends on the composition of the materials. The South Coast AQMD, the Air Quality Management District, advised the public to avoid skin contact with ash that has fallen from the sky in the wake of any wildfire. They so saying, do not clean up ash yourself if you have lung or heart problems, and never use leaf blowers to blast it away. Instead, the AQMD The Air Quality Management District recommends cleaning ash with damp cloths, or if it's on your car, visiting a goddamn car wash. Now, Jameson Reese also points out the fact that all that ash contains, as well as everything I've articulated, arsenic, lead, and cadmium as well. Yes, a veritable witch's brew of Metallica. Now, the agency I've been citing and sourcing also said to direct ash-filled water to ground areas and away from the runoff system. And as if all this ash, heat, and fire weren't bad enough, Ryan Ward, a graduate student in environmental engineering at Caltech, the California Institute of Technology, noted Sunday that the ground-level ozone peaked at 200 parts per billion, well above the average healthy amount of 70 parts per billion. And so he tweeted on September 7th, basically at Climate Ryan, absolutely crazy, hashtag atmoschem, as in atmospheric chemistry, in Pasadena/LA today. Now, he tweeted alongside a picture of a piece of ash that had just fallen in the palm of his own hand, saying, "It's time to put that sarcophagus back in the ground and return 2020 to regularly scheduled vibes." That was a hippie as hell thing to say. Power shutoffs, fires, and heat have fueled a spike in Bay Area generator sales in a now annual practice. Panicked customers flock to purchase or repair generators as worries mounted around keeping fridges, medical equipment, and other essentials running. Now, on Saturday, the Ides of August, means the 15th day in August, we had our first rolling blackouts in almost 20 fucking years affect 220,000 PG&E customers. For the first time since 2001, the September 11th year, the California Independent System Operator, the ISO, issued rolling blackouts across the state that Friday night, affecting some 220,000 PG&E customers, with San Rafael and Santa Rosa among the hardest hit, with nearly 100,000 customer outages reported collectively. It's been widely known for quite some time that California's energy grid is grossly antiquated and totally unable to cope with our state's growing energy demands as the most populous state in union, with the economy larger than most every other nation on Earth, the sixth largest economy on Earth, larger than that of Great Britannia and its empire. Case in point, the scheduled blackouts that affected millions of PG&E account holders in October of 2019 brings to mind how inadequate our grid is for covering our population base that produces that economy which drives the American empire. Your economic engine is here in deep blue California. And with temperatures continuing to rise locally, nationally, globally, as the planet burns, otherwise temperate areas in the state are taxing California's already strained electricity grid right to the point of breaking. Alas, in an attempt to preserve the stability of California's grid system, which provides power for millions of residents and businesses, the state's grid managers chose to cut power to over 200,000 PG&E customers. That Friday night, on the 14th of Yestermenses last month, to prevent an electricity crisis. And according to the San Francisco Chronicle, the last time grid managers implemented this kind of power cut was nearly 2 decades agone in 2001, when the state was dealing with an unprecedented electricity emergency. The prior utility disaster in California led to a power supply shortage caused by market manipulations and capped retail electricity prices. In other words, the retail electricity prices could not go up beyond a certain point, and market manipulations are what took down our grid, creating regular prolonged blackouts across our Golden State that affected hundreds of thousands of people from January to May of that year of the September 11th terrorist attacks that would come thereafter. This most recent series of rolling blackouts was observed across Northern California when the iOS began shutting off power to large segments of PG&E customers for up to an hour at a time. Per the KPIX, the utility company stated each rotating block of blackouts would affect up to 250,000 customers as the grid operator went into a Stage 3 emergency due to the electricity demand during Friday's extreme heat of that weekend, mid-Menses, mid-month, last. Actually, a few months ago, now that I think of it, leading up to what I'll talk about that's been happening now. Now, I would say that by 7:51 p.m. of that day in August, but yestermenses, but last month, the grid had stabilized, and utilities began restoring 1,000 megawatts of electricity that had been taken out of service. Nearby areas around San Rafael were most affected, with nearly 50,000 PG&E customers citing outages. Santa Rosa saw a similar number of customers facing blackouts, and another outage in San Mateo left 35,000 customers in the dark. PG&E said it would stop rolling more blackouts around 9 p.m. that Friday evening, and that the crews would begin restoring power to the affected regions for the weekend. Most of those affected by the outages likely had their power restored by 11 p.m., according to the utility company. Though other cities in the greater Bay Area Metroplex region, San Francisco, San Jose, and Vallejo, also reported notable outages, it was not clear if they were all related to the power cuts implemented by the California ISO. At least it wasn't clear to me, but nevertheless, iOS managers have the power to issue additional requests to lower electrical usage that may lead to more rolling blackouts as the heat wave continues through this weekend and well into next week. Now, the iOS is still recommending people turn off unnecessary lights and other electrical devices, as well as set air conditioners to no lower than 78 degrees if possible, to help both save electricity and mitigate the chance of more sweeping power outages. With the current record-breaking heat waves set to stick around the Bay Area until at least Wednesday of next week, only time will tell if we'll be subjected to additional impromptu outages. So far, rolling blackouts have been averted this month, but preventive blackouts have returned. So PG&E announced the first public safety power shutoffs of the fire season Monday evening of this Labor Day weekend, saying roughly 172,000 customers in 22 northern and central Californian counties were affected. And amid all the blackness, with nary a light to be had, we've got the smoke. The sky looks so orange, even though the Bay Area air quality isn't terrible, and people are still writing me asking, why is the sky so orange in the Bay Area? They're looking online, they can't believe what they're seeing. There is smoke in the air from the Bear Fire near Chico, but the marine layer is protecting us in San Francisco, so the sky is red, yellow, or orange, even where air quality is good. The sky over the Bay Area looked apocalyptic once again today, even though air quality in San Francisco, the peninsula itself, South Bay, North Bay, and much of the East Bay was relatively good. On Tuesday, we had the wind to blame for those smoky skies. That was yesterday. And lack of a smoky smell. The smoke was coming in from the August complex fire near Mendocino National Forest, but high winds were keeping the smoke at a high altitude instead of settling near the surface. And this morning, the wind shifted, now bringing ash from the rapidly growing Bear Fire near Chico down over the San Francisco Bay Area metroplex. But at the same time, there's a marine layer that's protecting us. Now, I consulted with ABC7 News meteorologist Mike Nico, who said, or rather explained, that the marine layer is a stable area of air that does not rise, and so we're continually pumping in cleaner air from over the ocean. That's why the sky is so dark, with a yellow or orange hue, but you may not smell smoke when you step outside. Now, all across the San Francisco Bay Area, residents woke up to dark orange skies, and you can find some of the most dramatic images online. Look up San Francisco fire. The Bear Fire exploded overnight, and it's pumping lots more ash into the air. So we have ash raining into our clean air. Well, we did so this morning, that's for sure. But as most Bay Area residents know, the foggy marine layer usually burns off in most places by afternoon. So inland areas especially started to smell that smoke in the afternoon too. But here's the catch. In order for the marine layer to break, the sun has to actually heat the ground. If we don't get much sunshine, the marine layer will keep us cleaner longer. So keep an eye on the air quality index as the day goes on to see if you need to shut the windows and take other precautions. UCSF, or University of California at San Francisco, Professor Dr. John Balmas has stated that people should be sheltering in place as much as possible. Stay home with windows closed, ventilation turned to recirculate, and, if possible, have a clean air room with a HEPA air purifying appliance. When you start to smell the smoke, that's typically when your air quality is already pretty bad. So ABC7 News meteorologist Drew Tuma explained that, so at that point, you really have to take precautions. So when will the air quality even improve? It may be a while. The problem is we've got fires all around us. So even when the winds start to shift, like tomorrow we're supposed to get a southeasterly wind, but that will pull all the smoke from the creek fire toward us. So we don't expect to see much blue sky in our forecast through at least Friday, within 48 hours or so. It's been simply too unprecedented a fire season. California has marked the largest fire season on record, amid uncontrolled blazes raging and unprecedented national forest closures. And as these wildfires rage in several national forests in California, on a third day of excessive heat, the National Forest Service announced its unprecedented closures of 8 forests, shutting all trails, campgrounds, and roads within them amid the largest fire season on record. In San Bernardino County, the El Dorado fire was sparked by a pyrotechnic device at that stupid gender reveal party, which, here's a gender for you, the people who established that ought to be castrated. In Angeles National Forest, the Bobcat fire rained ash far and wide, forced the evacuation of the Mount Wilson Observatory, and threatened foothill cities. And in the Sierra, the Creek Fire, fueled by millions of dead trees, trapped hundreds of campers and raced through mountain communities and vacation getaways, confounding firefighters with unpredictable and terrifying behavior. The way they themselves reported it, as if the damn fires were alive. You see, what I can tell you from working with the Department of Defense. And their military manuals on firefighting. As a matter of fact, I have one of them before me now. Let's see if I can find the entry on what they call a hellfire. You see, some people claim that hellfires are spirits of the damned, who escape the nether regions and come back to the world above to wreak havoc upon living humans. Hellfires have no physical bodies, because they are formed from the substance of their supposed eternal prison, fire. You see, every day the men and women of the world's firefighting organizations risk their lives to extinguish the blazes that occur in human habitations. And the majority of these fires are caused by electrical faults, arson, human carelessness, etc. But once in a while, no reasonable cause can be found for any fire, and it be blamed on a freak of nature. And sometimes firefighters talk of how the flames in one of these strange fires that seems to source from nowhere seems alive. The firefighters are not far from the truth at all, because they've unwittingly encountered a creature that in the classified military cryptid manuals is known as a hellfire. Some arcanists insist that the creatures are spirits native to some dimension of elemental fire, mistakenly lost in our own dimension and striking out in a great agony of coldness. Still others claim that hellfires are incredibly advanced animator spirits that some Edomite race, a servitor race of the anti-gods, links to flame. Cthulhu, the fire god, creating a terribly destructive, albeit relatively short-lived servant, a servitor in this dimension. The reality is that whatever the creature's origins, when a hellfire comes into existence on Earth, it immediately begins to set ablaze anything and everything within its reach, although it is almost totally indiscriminate as to what or who it ignites. The creature is not unintelligent. It possesses a cunning mind and enjoys mocking its victims, and if threatened, it will take immediate steps to neutralize its enemies. In terms of what's recommended towards the recognition of a hellfire, typically when a hellfire is first encountered, an individual may notice that the fire does not seem quite right in its appearance and or behavior, with a pointed emphasis on behavior. Observers who succeed at their observation in terms of astuteness will recognize this wrongness, although they will not recognize the hellfire necessarily as a living entity unless they have encountered one before or are outstanding in their astuteness or their years of experience with fires. They'll realize that this is much more than just an out-of-control barbecue. The problem is that most such people do not realize the intelligence and purpose behind the fire until it is too late to escape. So, due to its incendiary nature, hellfire can gust flame and cause incredible damage. It has no physical body as such, and thus no physical dimensions by which to try and contain it. Hellfires can only be damaged by substances capable of extinguishing flames, of course. A fire extinguisher would do some damage, a fire hose some more, a water cannon more than that, and a water bomb, which be aircraft portable, would do the most towards ending its life in our dimension. That would be the destruction of the creature's core. And of course, hellfires move very fast, leaving behind a 2-meter wide wall of fire as they trail. And each square meter of this fire requires it being extinguished so it doesn't reproduce, which is what they're doing throughout California by their lightning strikes, by generating their own weather. Now, in some of the records I've been ordered to destroy, and some which I stole, there are those who attest or testify to having been stalked by a hellfire. Because when a hellfire recognizes that someone is a threat to its very existence, it will spread fire around that individual in an attempt to cut off any escape route. And once this is completed, it will shrink the ring around its victim, taking great pleasure in watching the person suffer from oxygen starvation, and then scream as their clothes and hair ignite, to fall finally as a cindered husk. So when it comes to battling a hellfire, fortunately for humans, hellfires, once spotted, can be easily tracked, isolated, and either doused or let burn out. Hellfires have a mind of their own and are therefore slightly more difficult to track and isolate than are normal fires. They sneak through any opening left to them and leap gaps that normal fires never could. But a hellfire is an individual, and humans band together to fight fires, using their considerable technology to do so. In the end, traditional firefighting techniques always succeed in extinguishing the fire vampire, although entire city blocks may have been destroyed in the meantime. Also, those who have a psionic or psychic ability, an empathy with the dark, or the ability to project thoughts. This can be used as a talent when experimented upon by the veterans of the various psychic programs of the military. They could use their very thoughts to freeze a hellfire in its tracks. And there is evidence to suggest that those cryptids who are not of the Edomite or anti-gods, those relic populations who dwell in area, being ravaged by a hellfire, sometimes secretly aid human firefighters rather than see their hunting grounds destroyed. Certainly some members of the psychic underground, escapees from various military programs and the like, have devoted themselves to tracking and battling hellfires, and have often found occasion to lend firefighters a secret hand themselves. In any case, hellfires recognize that they are doomed to live a very short life, so they devote themselves to wreaking as much damage as they possibly can, killing as many beings as possible in the process. Apparently, they don't much care whether their victims are human, animal, or even of the relic populations, or cryptids, such as Bigfoot in the Northeast, where he's been spotted trying to escape these fires, or species thereof. Although the hellfires, it be known, do generally prefer intelligent creatures as victims to unintelligent ones, so that they can take greater pleasure in a victim's sentient suffering, and in the horror the victim shows when it recognizes the hellfire for what it is. All of this is what's being encountered more and more each and every fire season. Reports on it are censored to prevent panic. All of this is quite important, considering what we're dealing with. Because, though it's only early September, wildfires this year have already burned more than 2 million acres in my Golden State, surpassing the year before yesteryear for the most acres destroyed in a single year. according to state figures and the research conducted by the Los Angeles Times. Blazes like the ones currently overpowering the West Coast have become more frequent and intense as a result of climate change. The fire seasons have grown longer, and ever larger areas of land are going up in flames. So there be no patience here for climate denial. Our governor, Gavin Newsom, yesterday was quoted as saying, "I quite literally have no patience for climate change deniers." This as a quarter of 100, no less than 25 major firestorms, that's not just the fires, but these are firestorms, raged across California, and a red flag warning for critical fire weather remained in place over the entire state. Our governor continued, while he raised a finger to his temple, "You may not believe it intellectually, but your own eyes, your own experiences tell a different story." Well, that's what many people say when they encounter the sentient fire vampires, the spawn of Cthulhu, the anti-god of fire, whom Aquino had vowed he would unleash regularly to terrorize our world. And maybe is still conducting his arson in the form of a Crowleyite modeled homunculus. Now, the worst of California's fire season usually doesn't hit until the month in which I was born, October. But here we are in early September, with more than 2.3 million acres already scorched statewide. That number marks a new record, not just for acreage burned across the state by this point in the year, but for the entirety of any modern recorded fire season. Our state is facing what our governor refers to as unprecedented confluence of issues. Over this past month, we've seen a heat dome that impacted the entire West Coast, roughly 12,000 lightning strikes over a 72-hour period, issuing from the largest fires themselves to generate more, and some of the highest temperatures ever recorded in Los Angeles County. We're also dealing with millions of dead trees. 150 million, the governor's office has calculated, victims of years of drought. Yesterday brought some relief from the crushing heat, but the wildfires kept a-raging. This year's fire season could get much worse in the coming days as powerful winds heighten the danger of more blazes while firefighters continue to struggle across the state. In Southern California, Santa Ana winds are expected to build up throughout, well, they built up yesterday night, pushing 3 major fires towards towns and suburbs. The Bobcat Fire burning in the San Gabriel Mountains above Monrovia, the El Dorado Fire near Yucaipa, and the Valley Fire in San Diego County near the Mexican border. In Northern California, my neck of the woods, strong Diablo winds, the devil winds, are expected to fan the flames. Let me try and provide you some education on Southern California's Santa Ana winds and Northern California's similar Diablo winds. Both are sometimes referred to as devil winds for their effect, though the Diablo winds actually take their name from Mount Diablo, the mountain of the devil in my own greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region. Of course, you might ask, what makes the Santa Ana winds blow through Southern California? Air from the areas of high pressure inland flows toward sea level in Southern California. The Santa Ana winds are strong, dry, downslope winds in Southern California and northern Baja California. They're caused by clockwise circulation around areas of surface high pressure east of the Sierra Nevada in the Great Basin region. These offshore winds occur mainly in the fall, but can arise during other seasons as well. Relatively cool air from the area of high pressure flows across the deserts and through passes in the mountains toward lower pressure at the coast. As the air sinks, it becomes compressed and warms. It also loses moisture. and the low relative humidity dries out vegetation. Mountain ranges block the air in places as it heads towards the sea, but the winds seek openings, like living beings, such as passes and canyons, which accelerate the velocity, creating a Venturi effect much like a nozzle on a garden hose. Winds can gust from 45 to 100 miles per hour as they squeeze through passes and canyons. That I confirmed with the National Weather Service. Depending on the strength of the event, they can cause turbulence that interferes with flight operations and can overturn high-profile vehicles on freeways. They can blow down tree limbs and cause other damage. If the winds be strong enough, they can cause rough seas for mariners in the inner waters off the coast, at least as far offshore as the eastern side of Catalina Island. The winds not only dry out vegetation, they can carry hot embers, spreading smaller fires well beyond a wildfire, once it has been ignited. Santa Ana winds usually bring the lowest relative humidity of the year to Southern California. In his story published circa 1938, that was entitled Red Wind, Raymond Chandler, the famous detective novelist, describes them this way. Reading from his book, "There was a desert wind blowing that night. It was one of those hot, dry Santa Anas that come down through the mountain passes and curl your hair and make your nerves jump and your skin itch. Meek little wives feel the edge of the carving knife and study their husbands' necks." He says this for a reason. The psychological impact of these winds drives men and women mad. In the work entitled Slouching Towards Bethlehem, Joan Didion writes the following: "The violence and the unpredictability of the Santa Ana effect, the entire quality of life in Los Angeles, accentuate its impermanence, its unreliability. The winds show us how close to the edge we really are." There isn't complete agreement about the origin of the name of the winds, but it is generally thought to have been derived from the Santa Ana Canyon, where the Santa Ana River passes between the Chino Hills and the Santa Ana Mountains, roughly where Riverside, Orange, and San Bernardino counties come as together, their borders converging. The devil winds may blow mostly in the fall and winter, but the 91 freeway through the pass can be counted on to have devilish traffic all year round. Diablo winds can feed Northern California fires, and they form when devil winds blow from the northeast and heat up as they descend towards the coast. The devil winds in Northern California are similar to the Santa Ana winds that occur in the Southern California. Like the Santa Ana winds, they originate hundreds of miles inland in the desert regions of the Great Basin. Their circulation round a strong area of surface high pressure flows over the Sierra Nevada, heading toward lower pressure at sea level. The air rushing over the peaks and down the western mountain slopes heats up from compression, dries out and speeds up as it is forced through narrow canyons and passes. And as it crosses the Central Valley, the air dries out more, then lifts up and over the Coast Range. That gives it a second round of compression, heating it as it funnels down the western coastal slopes towards the Pacific Ocean. The dry northeasterly offshore flow clears out marine fog and stratus that usually drape the San Francisco Bay Area, and it can create extremely dangerous fire conditions throughout Northern California because of the strong winds and low relative humidity. Humidity, not humility. I sinusize when my voice gets tired. When my tongue tires of flapping. Now the wind's colloquial names come as from Mount Diablo, the 3,848-foot peak in Contra Costa County east of San Francisco Bay and east-northeast of San Francisco itself. Also, the word Diablo means devil in the Spanish, which is appropriate for the hot, dry, destructive winds that blow from the general direction of Mount Diablo. The Oakland Hills firestorm that Aquino himself telephoned me to claim his cultists ignited on my birthday to kill people in mockery of me on the 20th of October in 1991 was fanned, exacerbated, fueled by the Diablo winds. And the devil winds occur most frequently in the month of October in which I was born, which Aquino then laughed about on that phone call as well. That coincides with the season when fuel moisture is at its lowest, leading to the most severe fire danger. Fuel moisture is wet wood that deprives the fire. When that dries up and desiccates and the bark dries out, that's when Aquino's cultists took advantage of it. He was laughing, "The devil winds made me do it." Well, the Santa Anas are enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. The wind whips down through the mountain passes, picking up speed as it blasts its way towards the sea, rocking cars, touching off their alarms. I don't know if you people are aware of this, but the winds are strong enough to set off car alarms all the time in California, which is why they're always blaring. And it upends eucalyptus trees with roots still fragile after years of planting. And even years after planting, these trees blow out of the ground to kill people as they knock them off their feet. Grit sandblasts the face, and the humidity drops as nature's vacuum cleaner sucks all the moisture from the air and out of your lungs. They call the wind Maria in some places, mostly in folk songs. But hereabouts, they reference it as the Santa Ana. But many more simply call it the devil wind because it does strange things to human beings. Changes their behavior. I consulted with Bill Puzo, who teaches his Cal State Fullerton students that Santa Ana winds, such as those that whip through the country, well, his county, at the end of February, and again this week, do indeed affect human behavior. It's originally a notion he picked up from his wife, who insists the winds definitively affect him. So what Puzo told me was that he has clipped newspaper stories of studies in Israel circa 1969 through 1970 and Austria, where of course my biological father Hitler was born, 5 years agone, on the effects of winds in those respective locations. And he said I discussed this all as a lead-in to my world geography course. The wind called the Santa Ana here is known as the Foehn, F-O-E-H-N in Western Europe, and the Khamsin in Southwest Asia, the Middle East, and the Levantine, where Israel be situated. Whatever the name, the winds contain an excess of positive ions. So Puzo explained to myself that effect, especially for younger people, tends to almost literally overcharge them with electrical energy. Their hair will have a tendency to stand on end. People may not see it, but the experiencer feels it, and they'll develop migraine headaches, nausea. As a result of these winds, people will also excrete large amounts of serotonin, which is associated with the nervous system. People become a little more, what shall I say, hyper, a little more tense, a little more irritable. So whatever their normal condition might be, they become twice as irritated. Or you have problems with people fighting, etc. Still, the fights do not seem to be serious enough to make the police roll in Orange County. Maureen Thomas, a spokeswoman for the Santa Ana Police Department, who I called, said the only effect the Santa Ana winds have on police activity that she was aware of was more false alarms because the wind set off all the car alarms. Nor does everyone working with people living on the edge believe that one good Santa Ana can push someone overboard. Elisa Andrews, who's a volunteeress on the Family Crisis Intervention Hotline in Mission Viejo, said, I work the line 4 days a week, 9 to 5, and I have not come across any attempted suicides during the most recent winds. Now, Ann Saravo, a clinical psychologist with the Orange County Healthcare Agency, said she didn't herself know of any objective data available to tie in Santa Ana's and psychiatric admissions in Orange County. However, it would be a good project for a graduate student. Yet even without data, if the weather is bad enough to constitute a daily stressor, she admitted it would affect everyone, including the mentally ill. And the mentally ill already have a greater than usual number of stressors. Now, Paul Blair, a psychiatrist, who until the 1st of March this year taught psychiatry and human behavior at UC, or the University of California at Irvine, conceded that, well, none of this is hard data. There just seems to be some numerical significance to rates throughout the world of hospitalization and rates of criminal activity when these devil winds do blow. So he did confirm that there has been a lot said about this, but there has not been a lot that has been scientifically evaluated. In other words, the believers are working on gut feelings. And Dr. Blair, like Dr. Puzo, the professor, concludes the winds increase the positive ions in the air, which is most definitely not a good thing. So Dr. Blair said that negative ions make us feel good, positive ions make us feel badly. Add to that the fact that the Santa Ana winds carry pollen, dust, molds, all kinds of things that cause us to become more irritable, possibly more allergic. It's a combination of factors that causes difficulties for people. And so Dr. Blair compares the effect of the Santa Ana on behavior to what he characterizes as the absolute myth about the moon causing madness. Now, Cal State Fullerton's Dr. Puzo said that in the arid Arab countries, arid meaning dry, the dry crescent of Sahara Asia, North Africa into Central Asia, where the Khamsin blows, scarring camels and Mercedes alike. In bygone days, the judges of the Islamic courts would accept the winds as a mitigating factor when sentencing criminals. So you commit a violent crime, and instead of losing 2 fingers, you just lose 1. When they went to chopping off those bits for your atonement, those digits that you would lose, you'd receive mercy. Puzo said that the weather has some connection to 44 medical conditions in people. Everything from mood shifts to blood pressure changes. And he cites himself as a prime example. He's so saying, I'm affected more by a full moon than some people are. I'm affected by a Santa Ana. I have a tendency to say things I normally wouldn't say, or to get more irritated or excited than I normally would. I have a wife, and she's sort of the one who actually pointed this out to me, that I was not quite as easy to get along with, not my usual jovial self, during Santa Ana conditions. Now that Austrian study, conducted in the land where Sigmund Freud first invited people to lie on the couch, showed that when it came to people who believed that the weather made them feel badly, it wasn't all in their minds. 4/5 of the 3,000 people who complained of being affected by the weather had above normal blood sedimentation rates, meaning that their red blood cells sank more quickly than their blood was put when their blood was put in the test tube. And the study also found that 71% of weather sensitives were female, because women are blood sensitive, having menses. Dr. Puzo said, no one knowest why women are more affected by radical changes in the weather, but I've just articulated why. It's something men can't come to grips with for some reason, even though they blame everything on a woman's period. But he said he thinks that his wife shares his sensitivity to the weather, but she doesn't agree. So there you have that. I mean, it all comes down to really a form of bitchiness on the part of everyone involved towards each other. But back to California. As the second heat wave sears California, experts are concurring that health impacts will worsen with climate change. And as the second major heat wave in weeks bears down on Southern California in particular, experts and authorities are warning the public to take seriously the health dangers of extreme temperatures that are only getting worse due to climate change. Record heat, raging wildfires. What are the solutions? If the past be any guide, Los Angeles will see a spike in 911 calls, emergency room visits, and deaths during a powerful heat spell that was supposedly at its peak on Sunday, but may yet peak again this coming Sunday, with highs between 110 and 120 hitting the inland valleys, and 95 to 105 degrees along the coast. Now, the National Weather Service itself has warned heat of this magnitude is rare, dangerous, and very possibly deadly. Temperatures remain unusually warm overnight, in the mid-70s and 80s, creating a dangerous situation where it will be difficult to cool off without air conditioning. Add in the wildfires, elevated smog levels, and possible power outages that all pose additional threats. The pandemic, meanwhile, made this Labor Day weekend especially deadly, as coronavirus restrictions closed many of the cooled indoor spaces that usually offer relief. And exacerbating it all is climate change, which researchers concur is increasing the frequency and intensity of extreme heat events. As greenhouse gases continue to rise globally, heat spells of this variety are an unfortunate reality that Californians will increasingly have to get used to. Yestermensis, our last month's heat wave, one of the worst to hit California in years, brought an increase in health-related emergency room visits in relation to the sustained high temperatures. The Los Angeles County Department of Public Health sent a statewide email that read, "We are particularly concerned that these extreme heat events and the health impacts from them have been increasing in recent years due to climate change." Though extreme heat is a less visible menace than, say, hurricanes or wildfires, it is climate change's most life-threatening impact, causing more deaths each year in the United States than any other weather-related problem, including all floods and storms combined. Rupa Basu, Chief of Air and Climate Epidemiology for the California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, conducted an interview yestermensis in which he said, "Of all the climate change exposures we study, heat is the #1 killer." People aren't only dying from conditions such as heat stroke and dehydration. Extreme heat increases risk of complications and death from an array of other chronic illnesses, including kidney diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and diabetes. Dr. Jonathan Fielding, a UCLA, or University of California at Los Angeles professor of public health and medicine and former Los Angeles County Public Health Director, has gone on record to say most of the time you won't see it on a death certificate because people with underlying conditions are pushed to the edge. They have a cardiac condition, they have a respiratory condition, or other conditions like COVID. So I'm very concerned about this, And I think it's really important that people take this very, very seriously. Global burning is already bringing longer-lasting heat waves that don't cool down as much overnight, limiting people's ability to rest and recover. As climate change accelerates, scientists project the number of days topping 95 degrees in Los Angeles to double or even triple within a few decades. Now, Dr. Fielding, who is a co-director of the new center at UCLA focused on addressing the near-term health impacts of climate change, is quoted as saying it means that we're going to have increasingly difficult times in terms of weather events, particularly heat. This weekend's heat spell is not a one-off that maybe we won't have for another 20 years. This is going to become more the norm, unfortunately. A 2012 analysis by the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health found that there were 3.6 times as many emergency department visits on days with temperatures above 100 degrees compared to days with temperatures in the 80s. Across California, heat-related emergency room visits increased by 35% between 2005 and 2015. With disproportionate increases among African Americans, Asian Americans, and Latinx residents due to their inequitable impacts of extreme heat. That's according to the LA County Department of Public Health itself. Helen Chavez, the Associate Directoress with the Los Angeles County Office of Emergency Management, testified that dozens of cooling centers have been activated at libraries, community centers, gymnasiums, and other locations throughout Los Angeles County, but are operating at lower capacity than usual due to coronavirus social distancing restrictions. Still largely closed are movie theaters, malls, and other air-conditioned public gathering places that people without air conditioning would normally flock to. The problem with cooling centers is that they're not all that cool. They're kind of boring, so people don't really gravitate to them. Bryn Lindblad, Deputy Director of the Los Angeles nonprofit Climate Resolve, which advocates for reflective roofs and other measures designed to reduce urban temperatures overall, has confirmed that about 1/3 of households in greater Los Angeles lack air conditioning entirely. But that number is higher in neighborhoods near the coast, where roughly half don't have air conditioning. That's according to a 2019 study by USC, or University of Southern California scientists. Much like with the coronavirus, the health damage from heat waves is not distributed evenly. Poorer communities of color tend to have more paved surfaces and less shade, and therefore suffer more from higher temperatures. And so it is that Bryn Lindblad has concluded we've brought this heat on ourselves from our carbon pollution, but the people who have done the least to cause that problem, the poor, will have the hardest time escaping it now. That's partly because of the urban island effect, in which the masses of buildings and paved surfaces that dominate cities make them several degrees hotter than their rural surroundings. Those hard surfaces absorb heat and radiate it overnight, making it even harder for residents in the most urbanized areas to cool down and recuperate. At the same time, some of the populations at greatest risk for heat-related illness have also been hit hard by COVID-19, including residents over 65 years of age, those with pre-existing health conditions, and people working outdoors, such as farm workers and construction workers. Again and again, whether it's heat, wildfire, or COVID-19, it's always the very same high-risk groups that be affected. Many of those same communities have also suffered disproportionately for years from higher exposure to air pollution and other environmental health threats. That's certainly the case in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, where a high of 113 degrees Fahrenheit was measured on Sunday in Labor Day weekend. Andre Ramirez, Policy Director with the Environmental Justice Group, Pacoima Beautiful, said he'd be worried about how the area's low-income residents will deal with a dangerous combination of a brutal heat wave and pandemic restrictions that have put cooled public spaces at a greater premium than ever. To quote us, Ramirez, "Those resources are not as available because we're still in a pandemic and the mandate is we shouldn't be congregating. But at the same time, people need to be able to get out of their houses when it's a heat wave and it's 110 degrees." Ramirez hopes people find ways to cool down, maybe walk to a park and find some shade. But, in his own words, "I feel like climate change is almost magnified in our communities." In fact, a recent study by the Los Angeles Urban Cooling Collaborative, which is developing strategies to combat urban heat, found that widespread tree planting and retrofitting of roofs and streets with solar reflective surfaces could cool down Los Angeles enough to reduce heat-related illnesses and deaths by more than 25%. 1/4% more people could be saved, with solar reflective surfaces on the roofs and the planting of many more trees in the city. Edith de Guzman, Director of Research for the environmental group Tree People, who directs the collaborative, says, "As scary as it is, and sometimes it feels really doom and gloom, the work that we've been doing is fundamentally optimistic. Because even though we're in this boat together that's kind of sinking, we're like, okay, hang on, we can actually have a positive impact. We can really, truly, factually save lives. Even without air conditioning, there are concrete steps you can take to get through an exceptionally hot weekend like our latest Labor Day with your health intact." The authorities and health experts, they recommend avoiding the sun and staying in a cooled indoor place from 10 a.m. through to 3 p.m. If you don't have air conditioning or cannot afford to run it, take a cool shower twice a day and go to a cooling center or other air-conditioned location. Even a shaded yard or park is better than staying inside. Stay extra hydrated. During a heat wave, that means drinking 2 to 4 glasses of water every hour. Avoid alcohol, reduce physical activity, and don't exercise outdoors during the hottest hours of the day. If you must work outside, make sure to drink juice or sports drinks to replenish the salts and minerals removed from your body when you sweat. Gatorade replaces your electrolytes. That's simply highly flavored sweat. Drink lots of that. And wear a loose-fitting, light-colored clothing and a hat if you go outdoors. Check on your neighbors, friends, and relatives, particularly if they are elderly or don't have air conditioning. Now, Chavez, who I cited earlier with the County Emergency Management Office, has urged residents to familiarize themselves with the signs of heat exhaustion and illness and be prepared to keep themselves and their families safe. With his concluding that heat-related illnesses can kind of creep up on you. So now is the time, when we're having protracted periods of heat, that it's really important to be aware of how you're feeling. Then, of course, we have to deal with the anti-enforcement environmentalists. By that I mean the White House has directed federal agencies to relax enforcement. A memo Trump sent their heads last week instructs them to make significant changes to how and when they bring cases, telling them not to open multiple investigations into the same company, and listing industry-friendly best practices, which say all investigations should be approved by Trump's own political appointees. Under President Trump, all enforcement has already slowed. Financial penalties against corporations and banks accused of wrongdoing have fallen completely. The Environmental Protection Agency's penalties for polluters are down. And since taking office, Trump has shedded Well, he's actually shredded environmental protections, dismissed climate change, and tapped energy lobbyists to lead his own agencies. In other words, the fossil fuels lobbyists are now running the EPA. But yesterday, Trump dramatically recast his record in an effort to woo environmentally minded voters, saying, #1 since Teddy Roosevelt. Who'd have thought? Trump is the great environmentalist. Yeah, he actually said that in Florida. And lightning didn't strike him down, and he didn't burst into flames. That was before he signed a largely symbolic proclamation urging Congress to extend a ban on selling new leases along the state's Gulf Coast. Well, that's because nobody wants to live there where the hurricanes will wipe them out. What do they have over there? Typhoons or hurricanes? Hurricanes, yes. Anyhow, why does California's power grid keep flirting with disaster? Now, I had a bit of a phone call talk with California ISO, the nonprofit corporation that manages most of the state's power grid, seeking answers. I had a talk with their spin doctor, really, their public representative. And I must admit, I did get answers as to why California's power grid keeps on flirting with disaster and creeps everyone out with their blackouts. California was forced to take desperate measures over Labor Day weekend to keep the lights on. Less than a month after the state experienced its first rolling blackouts in nearly 20 fucking years. Officials again urged residents to use less electricity during the late afternoon and into the evening as extreme heat, fueled by the climate catastrophe, baked our western coast. Oh, every state in the West, as a matter of fact, deep inland too. California needed all the conservation it could get as out-of-control fires, also worsened by global burning, rendered some power plants completely useless. Flames knocked out transmission lines and generators from the Sierra Nevada to the San Diego backcountry. Just like last month, Californians responded in force, using far less energy than predicted. Electric utilities turned to their western neighbors for extra power supply. The Trump misadministration granted an emergency request from state officials to allow us 3 Los Angeles area gas plants to produce more electricity than federal pollution permits would normally allow. Well, Trump's good on that. The more you pollute, the happier he is. And so most of California very narrowly avoided shortage-induced rolling blackouts, even as heat-related equipment failures knocked out electricity to at least 115,000 homes and businesses in Los Angeles, and as Pacific Gas and Electric shut off power to 172,000 customers to reduce the risk of its electrical infrastructure igniting more fires. State officials are still studying the exact causes of the energy shortages, but they've already outlined a few big-picture problems. Some gas-fired power plants have retired, doomed by poor economics and state policies. And California has failed to replace those generators with clean energy alternatives that can help keep the lights on after sundown, when solar farms go offline. The state has also become increasingly reliant on energy imports, which are getting scarcer as other western states join California in looking beyond fossil fuels. And imports can dry up during heat storms that affect the entire West. So, for more answers about why California's power grid keeps flirting with disaster and what can possibly be done about it, I spoke with Stephen Berberick. Hey, which is a name similar to Peter Moon's real name. Berberick, not barbaric. But since 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus died, Diana Sujin Lynn Dietrich, Berberick has served as president of the California Independent System Operator, CISO, CISO, the nonprofit corporation that manages most of our state's power grid. And he made news last month when he blamed the state's Public Utilities Commission, the PUC or the PUC, for recent power shortfalls, saying the commission had failed to line up adequate supplies. So, of course, I'll condense my conversation with him for clarity. Now, my conversation with him was conducted actually after last month's rolling blackouts, and that was prior to this weekend's heat wave that nearly forced the grid operator to order another round of rotating outages. And I was reminding him lots of people are trying to blame the rolling blackouts on particular energy sources. Some saying it's solar power's fault for not being available at night, and others having talked about wind energy variability. You've had people noting that certain gas plants went offline or weren't available. So I asked if it made sense to blame these power shortages on any one resource. And he insisted that that's the wrong way to look at it. He's looked at all the data. The big picture is that we're operating too close to the margin and don't have any room for error. We be susceptible in exactly the conditions they saw that Friday and Saturday night, August 14th and 15th that I was describing earlier, the Ides of August, yestermenses, where you have high net loads. Those are the loads at 7 p.m. after the sun has gone down. They knew coming into the day on Friday the 15th that they were, well, Friday the 14th, that they were going to be tight, but that was not unusual. They're often tight. And imports generally take care of the gap. In this case, because it was hot in the west, they weren't able to get the imports they would normally get. Now, renewables are not at the heart of the issues they had that Friday the 14th going into the weekend on the Ides of August. On Saturday the 15th, there was some movement of wind around the time of the net peak. And wind did move 1,000 megawatts up and down and back up, but that shouldn't be a problem if you weren't so close to the margin. The gas fleet performed pretty well, and everything else performed pretty well. This was a matter of running out of capacity to serve load, as he explained it to myself, and it sounded compelling enough to myself, who's not an engineer. There's been discussion in recent years of California having too much electricity supply and having overpaid to build unnecessary gas plants following the early 2000s energy crisis. So I told him I couldn't understand how we're even having power shortages. So what he said was that if you do a spreadsheet model of all the capacity on the system, you get a very large number. But that counts solar as being wholly deliverable across all 24 hours, which is not the case, for obvious reasons. Solar has virtually no value in the net peak hours, in the evening. So Mr. Berbarich said he was in the control room that Friday on the Ides of August, going into the Ides that weekend, and he watched everything that went on, and he felt the operators did exactly what they were supposed to do to protect the grid. What did they end up doing? They ended up making a trade-off of shedding 1,000 megawatts of load to make sure we didn't end up blacking out the entire state of California, or potentially the rest of the western grid in all 17 western states. So there's a lot of people that suggest they should just deploy their operating reserves to serve load, but you simply can't do that. You must protect the broader grid at all times. And if you deploy your operating reserves to serve load, and the Diablo Canyon nuclear plant trips offline, the entire grid's going to collapse. And then you get a situation like the Northeast blackout of 2003 or the Southwest blackout of 2011. So you pay a smaller price to avoid a bigger one, as Daniel Arola would say, basically. So power grid managers typically aim to avoid shortage-induced blackouts more than one day every 10 years. Since California hadn't faced rolling outages in nearly 20 years, I was asking if we should have seen the recent outages yestermenses last month as an expected once-a-decade event. But I was told that there's a trade-off between how much money you want to spend on the electric system and the risk of outages. Obviously, you want to minimize outages, but building the system to protect against any and all contingencies, such as heat across the entire West, there's a trade-off to be had. Every once in a while, you're going to have disruption. California is moving quickly to reduce planet-warming emissions by replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy. That means more solar panels and wind turbines and fewer gas-fired power plants. But do these shortages mean we'll need to keep operating some or all of the state's gas plants for the long term? Well, I was told that a different conclusion was taken. You have to make sure you're provided for across all hours. You don't necessarily have to have a gas fleet to do that. As an example, you could deploy batteries. What you do have to plan for, charging those batteries and serving electricity load at the same time. Just deploying batteries won't fix it. You have to have a comprehensive strategy. Maybe you charge them at night with the wind. But it hasn't necessarily come to the conclusion with the power operators that you have to keep a big gas fleet. What you have to do is adequately serve all these hours, and their view is that they need to better do that with strategy, or better form another strategy. Now, the PUC, the Public Utilities Commission, recently ordered utilities to buy thousands of megawatts of new clean energy sources, mostly batteries, to replace 4 gas plants along the Southern California coast. Now, when I asked if those batteries would even be enough to allow the gas plants to close in the next few years, I was told that it has been advocated to have the Public Utilities Commission order additional procurement right now, as in immediately, to build up our capacity margins going into next summer. Because California currently plans its power supply requirements based on the amount of electricity needed to meet demand in an average weather year. Of course, we may need to adjust our planning standards to account for climate catastrophe. So, they're trying to come to terms with the fact that the world is burning, that they're going to have more of these hot spells. That absolutely has to be looked at, and they're doing so. Because it's not unusual for us to get hot in California. In 2017, we saw 50,116 megawatts of peak demand. You can do that if the rest of the West isn't hot because you can get the imports to fill in the gap. But if you're going to have those west-wide heat waves like we have now, we cannot assume we're going to get those imports anymore. So, if there's an acceptable outage level, well, I was asking if there was one. I was told there probably is some. But if you're going to have these continued heat waves, you're going to have more of these outages. And that's, of course, untenable from any real perspective, and also from any political perspective. Now, one politically controversial idea that former governor of California, Jerry Brown, pushed during his administration was merging California's power grid with other western states. Opponents worried about giving up control of the state's energy supply. But, of course, I had to ask if that would keep the lights on to have a fully integrated regional grid. Well, I was told, absolutely. Because then we would have gotten rid of the friction on imports. We wouldn't have imports or exports. We'd just have electricity flowing around. But he was, or the entire department was fatigued about that regionalization battle. And another idea for keeping the lights on is demand response programs that pay people to use electricity during different times of day or to contribute power to the grid if they've got an electric vehicle or a battery. Now, we don't have much formal automated demand response in California right now, so instead the state has been begging people to use less electricity. So how do we get more homes and businesses enrolled in these programs? That would be the question. And apparently there have been discussions held with the governor's office and the Public Utilities Commission about that very topic. How do we operationalize what we just did? Because they were calling around for megawatts. The United States Navy took some ships off of shore power, and Tesla, the private corporation, helped out, and the oil refineries helped out. They have markets and compensation for those things. So it's thought that they have to work with the regulators and the utilities to get those programs working so that people will come. But we have the markets for it. So I feel that we should get it online and get it aggregated. And I've also heard a lot about virtual power plants that bring together networks of rooftop solar panels and batteries in people's garages and operate those resources in unison to provide energy to the grid during times of stress. So should the ISO, the Independent System Operator, encourage or facilitate more virtual power plants? And I was told, yes, it's something they're interested in, and they'll do their best to encourage it. But we all have to keep in mind that what they do is create markets and dispatch based on what they get in the market. They need programs that bring virtual power plants to the market. They think the utilities and their regulators need to figure out how to deploy that more broadly and get these people who responded over the last few days into those programs. That would mean, of course, during the response that occurred after those rolling blackouts last month that we were lucky to avoid so far this month. Now, the rolling outages of the early 2000s energy crisis were caused by Enron and other companies manipulating California's power markets by withholding supplies to artificially raise prices. So I asked if that was possible that could ever happen again now. And I was told the outage numbers are frankly lower than they normally are. They don't see evidence of withholding. They haven't seen anything unusual in the patterns of imports and exports, but it will take a deeper dive. So immediately they don't see any evidence, but that doesn't mean it's not there. And they do intend to do their best to look into it. The penalties and the trouble you can get into by trying to manipulate our markets are now very extreme since that experience, and people have learned their lesson. Though, of course, he could be wrong when he concludes that. And so he said they would look into it. Their Department of Market Monitoring would, he felt sure, be watching and looking into that very closely indeed. Now, another thing to look into closely is the fact that the Chancellor Angela Merkel of Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the Chancellor Angela Merkel of United Germany, the new United Germany, must pull the fatherland from Nord Stream 2. I mean, we were talking about gas in California. All eyes are on the Deutschen Chancellor, the German Chancellor, as she calls for Germany to end the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline are growing louder. Calls for her to end it. By pulling the plug on the pipeline, the Deutschen Chancellor, or the German Chancellor Angela Merkel of United Germany, could make history all over again. But the Deutschen Chancellor, the German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, has a tendency to hesitate. Whatever decision she makes regarding ties between United Germany and motherless Russia, the governments will find a way to get on with one another again. The gas-based relationship has survived all political turbulence so far. Back in the 1970s, the United States opposed plans to build a pipeline between the Soviet Union and Western Europe, with officials calling their West German counterparts short-sighted for providing the enemy with hard currency. At the end of the 1970s, U.S. President Jimmy Carter and Chancellor Helmut Schmidt fought over Germany's energy policy and its trading of natural resources with the Eastern Bloc behind the Iron Curtain. In 1981, Carter's successor, Ronald Reagan, criticized Euro-Soviet plans for a pipeline at the G7 summit in Ottawa, Canada. And the current United States President, Donald Trump, has had nothing good to say about Nord Stream 2. The White House's arguments have remained roughly the same. Energy dependence on Russia weakens the United States and its allies. The United German response is encapsulated in Schmidt's statement that those who trade with each other do not shoot each other. So is it business or politics? Because Schmidt's argument is less valid now. Even the greatest pessimists cannot really imagine a conflict between NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the Russian Empire. Those in favor of the Nord Stream 2 project say that business should be separated from politics, especially if politics is based on values. This principle has served United Germany so far. The gas never stopped flowing, even when Moscow threatened the West with nuclear missiles, locked up dissidents in the Gulag, marched into Afghanistan, or declared martial law in Poland. Cynically, Russia's government is banking on United Germany's loyalty. The hope in the Kremlin seems to be that there will be no consequences for business whether political opponents are persecuted or not. But anyone in the West who promotes such a pact sides with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. Moscow has barely even tried to deny its involvement in the poisoning of the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Putin's regime seems certain, once again, that United Germany will make its empty threats on which it will not act. This is a risk that Kremlin officials think Russia has to take. With demonstrations in the Far East and in Belarus, as well as constantly falling living standards, Moscow is also worried that mass demonstrations could break out in Russia too. So it is clamping down on dissent and opposition more than ever before. Though Navalny may be Putin's most important opponent, he be but one of many. So a clear signal must be sent. Has the Kremlin miscalculated? The days when United Germany depended on gas from Siberia are over. Alternative energies are the future, like here in California. Maybe not in Russia, but in Western Europe most certainly. And in any case, there be many nations that want to sell gas to United Germany. These days, there is a surplus of energy in the world. And gas is not a clean energy, though it may produce less CO2 than coal when it be burned. During extraction and transport, it releases much more methane, which in turn pollutes the environment. In these difficult economic times, Angela Merkel would gain a lot of political capital if she were to drop the Nord Stream 2 project altogether, instead of simply promising not to rule anything out. Poland, France, and the Baltic member states would surely become more compliant in various key EU-related issues if United Germany were to distance itself finally from motherless Russia. In her last year in office, Angela Merkel could make history again. She could bring East Europe forward by giving up on a regime that has no future anyway. Moreover, Russia is not an important trade partner. If it cannot export its resources, it will go bankrupt. The end of Nord Stream 2 would send a signal with a far-reaching impact. German businesses would withdraw from Russia's market even more, and Putin's attempt to modernize Russia with the economic support of EU countries would finally have failed. This be Mein Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings, incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow at his Facebook timeline, facebook.com/John.War. And, of course, subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager who also serves as Team TRÄNCK, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints. Electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmagotmillions. That's spelled tinyurl.com/MMAGGOTMILLIONS. And again, donate to the maggot, also known as John Henry McMills Warrington, by searching on Facebook for Maggot Millions, a single word, no spaces, and look for the building under construction post. On his own initiative, 'twas John Warrington who downloaded into his own hard drives much of what I had published on YouTube in particular, and therefore was able to help myself reestablish my legacy on the internet when thrice I was scrubbed from the internet by various assailants. And only because of John Warrington am I able to interact with you as the digital personality now that I am, the max headroom in your data metrics. That's because John Warrington essentially serves as the bridge between the Akashic Records and our Malkuthian, our material worldly cyberspace, and in a very real sense, therefore, is my creator. By the way, and Shirashi, wonderful lady who donated $250 United States dollars just the other day. Hey, honey. She says, chills down my spine. She's talking about the Hellfires, no doubt. The Real Tech Geek says, I'm very happy you are commercial free. Besides that hot garbage, coast to coast AM. Thank you, sir. Honored and respect. Return to thee. Fred Johnson says, great to hear your voice, Douglas. And great to have you with us in the chat room, sir. Okay, make certain everyone, a little more interaction would be fine in the chat room before we close down for the night. Getting back to the solicitation, let it be known that now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy from the internet or every species of living being on the surface of the earth. The destruction thereof is which is sought by the nihilists of the Kings of Edom cults. Spread the word to counteract them about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on my bio, sire, which tells the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man. And let it be known, far and wide, to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage those others you inform to electronically relay their contributions at DouglasDietrich.com. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Malza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make his donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately after Mass Sanjuichi Sensemi The 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the dawning of the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress, formerly Lena Shea herself, and now the Grand Madame Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team TRÄNCK, Dietrich's or Dragons, heavy weightlifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarre HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, as he works on a third entitled The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Fluglerad and Hanabu Technology, as trailered on his channel, where you'll find the other two videos. Indeed, the last Dietrich of Luviez, son of dragons, or son of Dietrich's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tiavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-Subsatanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency. It bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and our services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait, donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel. You can describe it as well at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, tuning in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. But finally, above and beyond all else, most importantly, you must subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com, because sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. All right. Okay. Checking the live dashboard. Derek Talley says goodnight. God bless you, dear brother. Hugs be unto you and unto Jameson Reese. Everyone, join us on Sunday night. And blessed be unto all those that support me. Dennis Marshall says Jason and I are cut from the same cloth. Cool. And Jameson Reese himself says good night to all. Good night, Ann. And good night, any of the ladies that are still with us. I would presume most of them are asleep. We had wonderful input from the young lady the other day who explained the true meaning of that guy's name. I've got to bring her up next time we're on Sunday. That was the guy who chose the name of an Aztec god and was claiming that he heard the reptilians ruled the world from London. I mean, oh my fucking god. David Icke and his shit just, you know, he opens up people's skulls, takes a shit in their brain. There's nothing in there to fill that empty space, and so they walk away with all that shit between their ears. All right. Blessed night, dear people.